Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols ablazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Half Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, when gun law ruled the range and outlaws robbed and plundered the honest ranchers, the masked rider of the plains started his great fight for justice. Crime and criminals received no quarter from him, but the man who deserved a second chance always received one. The masked rider's courage was only exceeded by his sense of fair play. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading west to El Paso! Hi-yo, Silver! Away! The Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto were following the trail west of Northfield when suddenly a young man, hidden until then behind the spur of a hill, urged his horse across their path and...
Slap leather, you sneaking killer!
Pull, Silver, pull, Scout.
Go ahead, draw, blast you. I won't do like you done to my brother. I'll give you a fair chance.
Who are you? What are you talking about?
I'm Vern Jackson, that's who I am. Thought I was safe in jail when you dry gulched Walt, didn't you? Thought there wasn't anybody could make you pay for killing Walt, didn't you? Well, I'll
Get
show
your
you.
hand away from that gun. Me get him. Wait, Tonto.
Blasted, why don't you draw? I broke jail just to get the chance to face you. I had to hide out from the law all the time I was hunting you. But I don't care whether the law finds me or not, just so I can go back knowing I've paid you off.
You're calling me a killer?
That mask you're wearing. I suppose you think I don't know who you are, Mr. Lone Ranger.
But listen...
And I suppose you never figured anybody'd find a mask you lost when you killed Walt. When it was laying right beside him. Even the law knows you're the killer.
You're making a bad mistake.
It was you done that. My own brother. Coming all the way from Bedford to see me. The first time in 3 years that we'd have been together, and you shot him in the back. You low-down, rotten yellow coyote, slap leather.
I told you to keep your hand from that gun.
You had your warning. Now I'll
Watch
show
out.
you. Blast you. My gun.
Shot from your hand. Now, maybe you'll talk sense.
I'll show you. Get out of that saddle. Come on, stand up to me. Stand back, you dry gulching sidewinder. Take this.
I told you.
Yeah, let me go. My arm. Let go my arm. Stand up and fight, blast it.
You've accused me of something I haven't done. Hold still.
If I could just get my hands on you.
You've admitted you're an outlaw, that you've broken jail. Now you're going back.
Back to jail? So that's it. You're working with Jake Fowler. I might have known it. It was him framed me. Made the law think I was a thief. It was him tried to find out where my claim was. And you killed Walt so he couldn't file on it. It's as plain as can be. Just let me go. I'll show you. I'll kill you,
Don't struggle. You can't get away.
If I could,
I want to know more about this. Why you think I'm working with this Jake Fowler. Who he is. The frame-up you mentioned. Come on, talk.
You mean to say you don't know all about it?
I know nothing about it.
Yeah, that's a good one. Jake frames me, then he hires you to do his killing without telling you what he gains by it.
Go on.
I'll bet he figured he could get you cheaper that way. Well, he's double-crossed you, then.
Tell me, then.
You bet I will. I'll tell you. I'll show you how he was cheating you. Then maybe you'll go gunning for him, and that'll leave me just you to deal with.
How do you know Jake framed you? And what did he frame you for?
I found out the same day I was jailed. The sheriff come to my place early in the morning, and it was the afternoon of that very same day that I heard Jake walking down a hall toward my cell.
Howdy, Vern. Well, who'd have thought to see a Jackson behind bars?
Wasn't even near the Flying W last night.
That's a funny thing. Their cash missing, your hat laying in the yard, and a letter with your name writ on it found right in the room where the cash had been hid. How do you explain them things?
That was an old hat. Somebody stole them out of my cabin when I was prospecting.
Yeah?
And why would I want to steal cash? I told you fellas last night in the cafe that I'd struck it rich.
Yeah, I recollect. Folks are saying you spread that story, so when you started spending the cash you planned to steal, there wouldn't be so many questions asked.
I never stole nothing. Jake, you know I ain't a thief.
Well, as a matter of fact, Vern, I don't really figure you are.
Thank heaven somebody believes in me.
What's more, maybe I could help get you out of here.
Huh?
Sure thing. That is, if it's worth enough to you.
It's worth plenty. If I was free, then I'd have a chance to find out who framed me.
Worth plenty, eh? Is it worth that claim you found?
I'm beginning to see things straight. Jake, I got back from my prospecting trip last night, too late to file a claim.
Well, what about it?
So I stopped in the cafe anyhow and told you fellas about my luck. I said I'd file my claim today. But before I could get to town this morning, the sheriff arrested me.
That was sure tough luck.
And now you come around with this proposition. Why, you polecat, you stole that cash. You framed me. And you done it just so I couldn't file on my claim. Just so you could get the gold for yourself.
Hey, now.
How could you know where to look for the cash unless you savvied where it was? And how would you know that unless you'd stole it yourself? And if I agree to your proposition, you'll just turn around and frame somebody else.
Well, it's your word again mine. There ain't nobody else heard what I said. And I reckon the sheriff can't do nothing just on your say-so.
Get out. I'll stand trial if I have to, but you won't gain by this.
Suit yourself.
Go on, get out of here.
Sure, I'll go. But think it over, Vern. Just decide what you'd rather have. That claim or your freedom.
I've already decided.
Well, after you've stood trial and the judge's passed sentence, you'll have plenty of time to change your mind. And I'll be waiting. I ain't in no hurry. So just think it over.
And you stood trial, Vern?
And got 5 years. All on account of that crooked partner of yours. Mister, how much did he pay you for killing Walt?
You still don't believe I had nothing to do with his death?
I'll shoot you the first chance I get. I'm giving you fair warning.
And you broke jail just to get me?
It was my brother you killed.
You think I shot him in the back without giving him a chance? What makes you believe I won't do the same to you?
I don't know what you're planning. I'm just saying what I'll do if I get the chance.
Well, you think I'm guilty and you want revenge. I'll make terms with you.
What terms?
There's a cabin near Crow Creek. It's empty now.
I know where it is.
I'm taking 3 days in which to straighten up my affairs. And at the same hour, 3 days from now, you'll meet your brother's murderer at that cabin.
How do I know you'll show up? What's to prevent you bringing the law after me if you do?
You'll have to take my word for that I'll be there. You have no choice. As to the law, you've said yourself that I'm wanted. You think I put myself into the sheriff's hands?
Well, I don't
Choose
know.
for yourself. But remember, I'm the one setting the conditions. You'll agree, or we don't meet.
And if I do?
Then it'll be a fair duel. It'll be fought on even terms.
It's a deal.
Good. Now get out of here.
In 3 days, mister. And don't you forget.
I'll be there.
Get up. Get along.
Why you do that? I intend to get to the bottom of this, Tonto. I don't think Vern's a thief. A thief hasn't the courage to attack 2 men single-handed.
You got plan?
I can't plan anything until I have more information. We're going back to camp. I'm putting on a disguise, then I'm riding to town.
Huh?
Let's go, Tonto. Come on,
Get
Silver.
up, Scout.
When the Lone Ranger reached Northfield an hour later, he was so cleverly disguised that he attracted only the casual attention any stranger would have received. He entered the cafe, finding not only the sheriff, but Jake Fowler inside. He was present when a shout announced the arrival of the stage from the east, and...
Stage is coming. He's hit town, folks. Maybe there'll be something for you this time, Sheriff.
I'm hoping so. Any mail for me, Joe?
Not a thing, Sheriff.
You met the stage from Bedford?
Yeah, sure did. And I asked the driver just like you told me to, Sheriff. He said there wasn't anything. As far as he recollected, there hadn't been either.
That's doggone funny.
Sheriff,
Huh? Oh, howdy, Jake.
you looking for a letter from Bedford?
Sounds like it, don't it?
Now you needn't get riled.
Why shouldn't I? You've been nosing around for the last week trying to find out what that letter was about.
Well, I
Just aimed to poke your nose in my affairs. Well, I'll tell you why I've been looking for a letter as long as you figure you gotta know. I wrote to the governor.
You don't mean...
I wrote him about Vern Jackson. I told the governor all the evidence was against Vern, that he was tried, found guilty, and given a sentence. And I told him that in spite of all that, I didn't figure Vern was guilty and he ought to have a pardon.
Are you loco?
Let's get a few things straight. First off, I'm sheriff, not you. And as long as I hold office, I'll run it in my own fashion.
A mighty poor one.
And in the second place, if I was you, I'd talk kind of small. Maybe some of the things Vern told me when he was in jail was true.
Was he lying to you about me?
He might have been lying. Fact is, I figured he was, at first. But since then, I ain't been so sure. That's one reason I wrote what I did to the governor. And, Jake, you take a hint. Talk small and walk straight. Or maybe I'll be asking some questions about you that you won't like.
Sticking up for a crook and accusing honest folks.
You ain't been accused of nothing yet.
Then see that you don't. Or maybe it'll be you that gets in trouble, not me. Remember that.
Can I speak to you, Sheriff?
Oh, howdy, stranger. What's on your mind?
I couldn't help overhearing some of the things you said to Jake Fowler.
Yeah?
It sounded as though you thought Vern Jackson innocent.
You a friend of his?
Perhaps.
Know where he is?
Not at present, but I heard you say something about writing the governor for a pardon. Seems strange you haven't got an answer. How long ago did you write?
It don't seem no funnier to you than it does to me, stranger. I wrote almost a week before Vern broke jail. All told, that makes it close to 3 weeks by now.
A week before Vern escaped. It would take only about 3 days for a letter to reach Bedford by stage.
That's just what it takes.
I wondered what made you think Vern might not be guilty.
Well, I'll tell you why. Stranger and hombre that's always gone straight don't turn outlaw for no reason at all.
You arrested him?
I had to on account of the evidence. But there's another thing.
Yes?
I've knowed Vern since he was knee-high to a grasshopper. I savvy the way he thinks, how he does things. I know all about where he hangs out and such. And after I jailed him, I searched every doggone place I could think of where he'd have been likely to hide that cash if he stole it. And I didn't find it nowheres.
I see.
And putting that together with what Vern told me about a conversation he had with a certain fellow from these parts, it's my belief he's no more a crook than you are the Lone Ranger.
Thanks for the information, Sheriff.
Oh, hold up a second.
Yes?
Stranger, I ain't saying you know where Vern is hiding out. But if you should see him, if you should, I said, tell Vern I'm going to send a posse to scour the country for him. And you can tell him this, too.
Well?
Tell him that if he lets that posse find him, I'll tan his hide.
Leaving the sheriff, the Lone Ranger strolled toward the edge of town. But as he approached the spot where he had hidden his great horse Silver, he became again the alert figure known as the Phantom Rider of the Plains. Mounting, he gave Silver a brief command, and soon the thundering hoofs of the great horse brought him to the camp where Tonto waited.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh.
Oh, it not take you long.
I won't dismount, Tonto. I have to ride.
Where you go?
I'm going to Bedford to the governor. The sheriff never received an answer to his request. But I'm wondering if the governor didn't send his answer with Vern's brother and not by stage.
Maybe that's right.
Jake Fowler wanted the claim Vern found for himself. He must have known that if Vern ever got a chance to speak to his brother, he'd tell him where he'd made his strike, and his brother would file a claim. Jake would have to prevent that.
You think him kill Walt?
He had a motive.
Uh-huh.
And Tonto, if I learn the governor sent the pardon with Walt, Then we're going to trap Jake.
That heap good.
That's why I must ride to Bedford and see if the pardon was sent. While I'm gone, Kemosabe, keep an eye on Vern without his knowing it. You can find his trail, can't you?
Oh, Tonto, find it.
Then watch over him, and don't let him come to harm before we can act.
Tonto, do that.
Then I must hurry. Come on, old fellow.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue the story.
Then him hide it.
He'll have it hid, all right. But I have a plan, Tonto.
What that?
First, is Vern safe? Has the posse found him?
Him safe. Me watch him. Him hide near cabin.
The trapper's cabin?
Ah.
That means he intends to meet me there in the morning as we agreed. And he's probably staying close by to guard against a trap.
Ah.
I think we know the truth about this affair now, Tonto. But we have only until morning to prove that we're right.
That not long.
It'll be long enough if everything works as I hope. But I'll need your help, Kemosabe.
Ah.
Jake Fowler lives alone in an old ranch house about 5 miles from town.
Tonto, no place.
Jake's probably in town now. That means we'll have to wait until he gets home. But I want you to ride there at once.
Ah. Here, Scout.
Stay out of sight, but watch for Jake's return.
Tonto, do that.
Then, after he's been home about half an hour, this is what I want you to do.
Jake, as the Lone Ranger had expected, spent the greater part of the evening in the cafe in town. But finally, breaking away from his companions, he mounted and made his way to the tumble-down ranch house, where he had lived since its owners had moved out. Tonto, observing him, patiently waited another half hour, then leaped into the saddle and raced toward the house.
Get him up, Scout. There, place. Oh, Scout. Oh. Jake not in bed yet.
Who's there?
You open door.
Redskin. Look here, Injun. If you've come to beg for grub, you can
There
get more...
trouble. You listen.
Trouble? What do you mean, trouble?
Law find feller named Vern.
What's that?
Find him, take him to jail.
Well, I'll be doggone. So he didn't get away after all. Redskin, that ain't trouble. That's good news.
People in town plenty angry him break jail. Maybe them get him and hang him.
No.
Ah. Him say him want see you.
Vern sent you here, Redskin?
That right.
If them blasted fools hang the kid, it'd be just like them. Doggone, I can't let that happen.
Vern say get you. Maybe you help him.
Is there anything else? Did he say he's willing to come to terms?
What you mean?
No, I reckon he wouldn't talk about that to an Injun. Well, Redskin, you get back to town and tell Vern I'm on my way there right now.
Me wait ride with you.
Like fun you will. Get going and do like I said.
But me tell
Did you hear me? Clear out of here and pronto.
All right. Tonto. Oh.
Don't hang around here either. Get on that horse of yours and start traveling. I'm watching you.
Get him up, Scout.
There. Can't spy on me. I'll get that pardon. It's under the kindling in the box here. Blame good place to hide it. After it's been in there, it'll look dirty enough to have been laying outside for a month. I'll tell the sheriff I found it caught in some shrubs. I can say my horse shied away from it, and I got down to see what it was. There she is. Now to get to town. Can't let them blasted fools in town lynch the kid. If they do that, I'll never get that gold. Steady there, fella. Get up. Get up, blaster. Get along there.
Rain up, Jake!
What the?
Rain up, I said!
Mask!
I'm the man you tried to frame for Walt Jackson's murder.
Stay away from me. Get up. Get up there.
You won't rain up, I'll do it for you.
You!
Careful!
Let draw like lightning.
Try to shoot me and I'll blast you out of the saddle. Whoa there, whoa, Silver. Whoa, fella.
Look here, you can't.
Give me your gun.
But wait, listen. What are you aiming to do?
Give me that gun.
All right. I'm doing like you say, mister. Here you are.
That's better.
Now let me go.
You're going to see Vern, Jake.
That's what I want to do. They got him in town. That's where I'm headed.
You're headed for my camp.
But I tell
You'll
you...
stay with me tonight. And in the morning, Jake, you're keeping an appointment I made for you almost 3 days ago. Now, don't try to break away. Come on, Silver.
All through the night, the masked man and Tonto guarded their sullen prisoner. Then in the morning, they took to the saddle and rode toward the cabin at Crow Creek. There, they drew their horses to a halt beyond earshot of the cabin.
Oh, Silver. Oh. Get down, Jake.
Blast you.
You're covered. Stand right there. Tonto, have you that mask?
Here, Mask.
And put it on him.
Tonto, do that.
Hey, what's that for? That mask?
Jake, you're going to get paid back for trying to fix a murder on me.
But I
You
didn't...
left a mask like mine near Walt's body. Now you're going to wear that same kind of mask to meet the brother of the man you killed.
No, you can't do that.
But I am. Is the mask on tight, Tonto?
It not come loose.
Good. I have an idea Jake's going to get some rough treatment, and I don't want that mask to come off too soon.
What are you going to do to me?
I told you last night you were keeping an appointment I made for you 3 days ago.
But
That appointment is with Vern Jackson. You see that cabin in the clearing over there?
I see it.
Vern should be inside there right now.
He'll kill me. He'll see this mask. He won't give me a chance.
What kind of a chance did you give his brother?
Let me go. I don't want to die. Please let me go. I'll tell the sheriff what I done, but I don't want to die this way.
You're going in that cabin.
Then give me a gun.
You're going in unarmed.
No, it's the same as murder.
Tonto and I'll be watching you all the time, Jake. If you take off that mask, if you try to explain to Vern, we'll deal with you.
You can't do this to me. Please.
Now get going. Walk straight to the cabin. When you get there, open the door and walk inside. If Vern isn't there, wait for him. And at the first attempt to make a break for it, we'll shoot.
Please.
Hurry. Or do we shoot now?
No, I'll go.
All right. On your way.
But it's the same as murder, I tell you. The same as murder.
You think Vern shoot him?
No, Tonto. Vern isn't that kind. Even the day he first met us, he gave me a chance to draw. And he isn't a killer. He wouldn't shoot down an unarmed man. But Jake doesn't know that. Right now, he's being punished by his own cowardice. And he deserves every bit of the agony he's going through.
Him plenty bad feller.
But we'll play safe, Tonto. Just as soon as Jake gets close to the door, we'll follow. We can watch through the window. And if Vern does try to shoot, we'll stop him.
I don't want to die. The door. If Vern's inside, if I don't go in, the masked feller will shoot me. I ain't got no choice, no chance.
So there you are. You did show up. Now get inside.
Don't shoot me.
Well, I'll be... Why, you yellow skunk. Where's your shooting
Wait, I can't explain.
Afraid of me?
Listen,
You polecat. You left your gun behind because you knew I couldn't drill you without giving you a chance. You're here to beg off. You come sneaking in here without a gun, hoping to get out of it.
No.
I suppose you figured I'd listen to you. Then you wouldn't have to worry about me hunting you out again. Well, it won't work.
You don't savvy. It ain't the way you think at all.
Shut up. I'll show you. I don't need a gun. I'll handle you with my bare hands.
You don't hit me.
There. There's my shooting iron on the floor. Out of the way.
Oh, Lord.
Now we're even. And now I'm going to give you the beating of your life.
Stay away.
Of all the sniveling yellow skunks. Maybe this'll make you fight.
Ow!
And this.
Ow, my eye!
Fight, blast you. Fight me. Ain't you got no nerve at all? Why, you ain't got no more backbone than a snake. The masked man. The fella everybody talks about. And even is scared to fight with fists.
He didn't say I couldn't fight back.
What's that you're saying?
Hit me.
So you're going to fight. Well, that's just fine.
I'll show you.
Put down that chair. There, you missed. And here's something for you. This should fix you.
I give up. I've had enough. Don't hit me again.
Get up here.
Let go.
I'm tearing off that mask. Mister, I'm going to be the first man to see who's behind that mask of yours.
Don't.
Now then. What? Jake. Jake Fowler.
Listen, Vern.
You.
Vern, I ain't the real masked fella. Honest, I ain't.
One moment.
What in blazes go...
Look in Jake's hip pocket.
But you. Where'd
What
you...
I say?
There's nothing here. I haven't...
A paper. But what's this...
Open it and look at it.
A pardon. A pardon for me from the governor.
The pardon he sent with your brother. The pardon Jake stole and kept after he'd murdered your brother.
I don't savvy this.
I can tell you exactly what happened. Jake killed your brother so you couldn't tell him where your claim was. Then he found the pardon and kept it.
But how do I know that's true?
The governor can tell you the pardon was sent. And he can tell you I checked with him. What's more, here's a second pardon. He gave me that to use in case Jake had destroyed the first for some reason.
Mister, you went to see the governor just to help me out?
To help you and bring a murderer to justice. This second pardon will prove my story. The date shows it was issued after I spoke to you. Tonto and I tricked Jake into getting the first one from the place he'd hid it. And that pins your brother's murder on him. Only Walt's killer could have had that paper.
I didn't mean to kill him. Just wound him was all.
You skunk.
We'll leave you to take him to jail, Vern. You can handle him all right.
You just bet I can.
No, not jail. I'll be hung. Maybe they'll lynch me.
If they lynch you, it ain't no more than you got coming. You killed Walt and framed me. And if it hadn't been for the masked fella, maybe you'd have got my claim besides. Now get going for town. If you're going to be hung, I want to be the one that puts a rope around your neck.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. There's justice to be done. Someone's waiting for us on the trail ahead. I'll Silver away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely. I'd seen it before, but every time I'd hoped I'd never see it again. A homestead, smoldering in ruins. The stock slaughtered or run off, and the family scattered all over. A body by the corral, another in the doorway, and others buried in the ashes of the house. All of them scalped and mutilated. Just or so at first. We're about 50 miles north of Dodge, up on the Pawnee, and my horse had gone lame from a rough 4-day chase that had led to nothing. We'd lost the trail and had turned back, and Chester was riding up ahead. He stopped and waited. Then we rode up to the scene together and got on.
This must be the father, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he was coming out of the house to help his son over there by the corral.
Well, he got one Indian before he died.
Yeah. Cheyenne. Hey, wait a minute. This is why there aren't any arrows around.
Hey, that's a Spencer repeating rifle.
It sure is.
He must have stole that somewhere, Mr. Dillon.
No, there isn't one arrow here. The whole war party had rifles.
You mean they've been buying them?
Well, that's my guess.
Yeah. Hey, look yonder, Mr. Dillon.
Huh?
They're coming over the rise there.
Yeah, they're a little late.
A whole troop of cavalry.
Yeah, they must be from Fort Dodge. I wonder who's in command.
Can't tell yet. Look at them, they're spreading out. Maybe they think we're Indians.
Well, the last 4 days we've put in, no Indian could look as bad as we do.
No, they can't. Hey, look, they're taking their rifles out there. They're going to charge us.
The captain's playing safe, that's all, Chester.
Well, it may be safe for him.
Just stand easy, Chester.
Oh, I ain't about to move.
Sergeant and 3 men. Forward to the smoke.
Now, what's he doing?
Well, he doesn't need the whole troop up here.
Who is that, anyway? I never seen him before.
Well, I heard there was a new troop at Fort Dodge. I guess this must be it.
Must be. Here they come.
What are you men doing here? Well, speak up.
We're looking around, Captain. Same as you.
Don't be insolent.
Captain,
What is it, Sergeant?
that rifle he's holding. One of them 44 Spencers.
You're right, Sergeant. Disarm those men.
Yes.
If I were you, I'd stand back, Sergeant.
Hold your rifles on them, man.
Don't be a fool. There are 4 of us here and 80 men behind us. You can't fight a troop of cavalry.
There's your rifle, Sergeant.
That enough, Captain?
I said disarm them. Completely.
Yes, sir.
If they make a move, you troopers shoot them.
Tell him who you are, Mr. Dillon.
No. Just give him your gun, Chester.
All right. Here.
Here's mine.
Now, are you going to tell me what you're doing here?
No.
Then you men are prisoners. I'm taking you to Fort Dodge.
What? Well, of all the crazy...
Quiet, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Secure these men,
Yes, sir.
and then we'll form a burial party. Shouldn't take over an hour.
This is it, L&M Filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. 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 Flavor.
The Miracle Tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. And notice how mild it is.
L&M stands out for effective filtration. 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 Filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip.
L&M's got everything.
L&M, light and mild. America's best filter tip cigarette.
Captain Nichols reporting with the prisoners, Major.
Bring him in, Captain.
Come on. Up to his desk.
Are these your prisoners, Captain Nichols?
Yes, sir.
Oh. They were at the scene of the raid with a Spencer rifle, and you thought they might have something to do with the gun runners. Is that it?
They wouldn't talk, and they showed signs of resistance, sir. I thought it best to bring them in.
Why wouldn't you talk?
I got curious.
Curious about what?
Well, I hadn't heard about any Cheyennes being on the warpath lately. That's one reason.
Yeah, what else?
I found that Spencer rifle there, and I figured somebody's been selling guns to those Indians. But when the captain came up with his troop, I knew that there was more to it than that.
Why?
Well, he was more interested in us than in tracking down that war party. What's going on, Major?
Be civil, you.
I'll handle this, Captain.
Yes, sir.
You know about the reservation east of here?
Well, I heard that you're holding a couple of thousand Cheyennes till you can move them down Oklahoma way.
Yeah, that's right, except for one thing.
Oh, what's that?
Lost a few of them. About 40, but that's enough. You saw that.
Yeah. Who's leading them?
Young renegade called Stone Eagle.
Then why didn't the captain go after him instead of stopping to take us prisoner?
The captain's orders were to catch whoever's selling those rifles. Thought you might have something to do with it.
Sure, but he still might have been able to run down Stone Eagle's party.
Well, what good did that do? Other leaders will come up and place a Stone Eagle. As long as rifles are available, there isn't a brave on that reservation that won't hear about it sooner or later and slip away from it.
Well, can't you patrol the reservation?
That's the whole point. I don't have enough men for more than a token patrol.
Oh, I see.
This gun running isn't stopped, this situation will become more and more serious.
Well, I understand now, Major.
Major.
No, wait, Captain. You let me explain. You're new out here. You did right bringing in these two. About as disreputable a looking pair as I've seen since the border war days. Looked like they've been living in a badger hole.
Yes, sir. That's what I thought.
Yeah. Expect they've been on a ride somewheres. Take him out, give him a bath, a couple of clean shirts, and bring him back.
Right, sir.
And then have a couple extra places set for them in the officers' mess. Been a long time since Chester and Marshal Dillon have visited Fort Dodge.
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah, well, it's understandable, Captain. I'd done the same if I hadn't known him as long as I have.
No, you were acting on orders, Captain. Even though your orders lack intelligence.
What's that mean, Marshal?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't interfere, Major. It's not my army.
I want to know.
Well, I meant intelligence in the military sense.
Go on.
Well, look, you're chasing all around over the prairie looking for some gun runners that you probably will never find.
Why not?
Well, you haven't found them yet, have you?
No.
But if you were a Cheyenne, I'll bet you could. Now, that's what I mean by intelligence.
I've asked our Indian scouts.
Oh, the Cheyennes hate your Indian scouts worse than they hate you.
I know it. I wish I knew what to do.
Major, is Chief Longrobe on that reservation?
Oh, the old man?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he is. Why?
Well, he's a friend of mine. At least he was a long time ago.
Now, go on.
Well, I might have a talk with him.
Impossible.
Oh, why?
Indians too restless. I wouldn't dare send you and a guard into that camp.
Well, I'll go without a guard.
They'd kill any white man walked in there alone.
I'll try to reach Longrobe before they do.
No. Not worth it, Marshal.
Well, I'll let you know about that tomorrow, Major.
You're going tonight?
Yeah. Might help get the picture of that homesteader and his family out of my mind before I try to sleep. Throw your gun belt across your saddle, Chester.
Do what?
The gun won't do you any good if these Cheyennes decide they want us.
All right, sir.
Well, you wanted to come, Chester.
Oh, I ain't complaining. Not yet, anyway.
Well, okay. Let's go.
Gracious, I wish I at least had me a bowie knife, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it's late. Most of these people are asleep.
There's 2,000 Cheyennes in this camp. They ain't all asleep.
No, we're being watched every second.
Yeah, and some young buck could get his first coup feather by spearing us.
You wouldn't want to stand in the way of a man becoming a brave, would you, Chester?
I am also thinking about how they treat people that ain't killed right off, where they turn them over to the squaws for torture and stuff.
Oh, now you're even afraid of women, huh?
Cheyenne women, I am. Over there, Mr. Dillon. We're being stopped.
Yeah, I see him. Just keep walking. And don't make any quick moves.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, yeah.
Dieu la Longrobe, Nyayo. All right, Sawyer. All right, let's move, Chester. But keep an eye on him.
He's still standing there.
No, I told him I'm a friend of Longrobe's. Luckily, he's from the same clan.
Which clan's that?
White Fox. There it is. See that medicine pole over there?
With a white skin on it?
Yeah. That's Longrobe's lodge. All right. You better wait out here, Chester.
Good.
Oh, Elio. Sígame, ahí.
Ahí, Slavito. Come in, my son. Woman will give you a buffalo robe to sit on. Dale con ella.
Yo. Eso.
Dila en agua.
Ahí ese.
Well, it's been a long time since we've talked, Longrobe.
A long time. I know why you come.
Yeah. Stone Eagle.
4 more braves went past soldiers last night. There'll be more tomorrow and day after.
Longrobe, the last time we talked,
talked. You told me it was hopeless to go on fighting the white man's army. You said that you wanted peace for your people.
I am old man, my son. Stone Eagle and his braves are young. Their blood is hot. Now they have rifles that shoot many times.
Yeah, I thought you'd know about the rifles.
Soon every brave on reservation will know. Then they will leave, in spite of guard of soldiers.
It'll lead to war, Longrobe. Big war.
There are many clans among Cheyennes. I am chief only of White Fox.
What clan is Stone Eagle?
Stone Eagle is of Two Moon clan.
Uh-huh. But there are White Fox braves with him.
Yeah. I cannot stop them. I remember what it was like when I was young.
No, it was different then, Longrobe. You had a chance. Now they have no chance.
They have many rifles.
They have a few, yes, but the army has got thousands and thousands of rifles. Longrobe, in the end, the Cheyenne cannot win. He must live in peace or he will be destroyed. Now, you're a wise man. You know this is true.
You are right.
Stone Eagle's supply of rifles have got to be stopped, or many of your people will die.
You want to know where rifles come from?
Just tell me where Stone Eagle meets the white men who have been supplying him, and I'll do the rest. He'll be saving lives, Longrobe. Cheyenne lives.
For the sake of my people, I tell you. Place north of here. Place near Rock Mound. There is cabin there.
Rock Mound. All right, I'll find it.
But I must warn you, my son.
What?
I know the feelings of my people. They are like powder.
I know.
It is more than you know. Go. Find white men with guns, but not kill any of Stone Eagle's warriors. If you do, word will come, and every brave here will rise and go on warpath, whether they have rifles or not. If one single Cheyenne is killed by cavalry or by you, this will happen.
Ah, it's as bad as that, huh?
I speak the truth.
Well, thank you, Longrobe. When it's over, I'll come back and we'll smoke the pipe. Huh?
If you come back.
Yeah. If I come back.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
They've got everything.
King size or regular, L&M is America's best filter tip cigarette.
Marshal. He's waiting for you.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Come in, Marshal.
Oh, good morning, Captain.
Good morning.
Where's Major Honeyman?
The Major was ordered to Fort Larned for a few days.
Oh, I see.
I'm in command until the Major's return. Did you find out anything last night, Marshal?
Well, I know where Stone Eagle meets the gun runners.
You do? Then our problem is solved.
Not quite.
All I have to do is take my troop there, wait for Stone Eagle to come for more rifles. I can wipe out him and the gun runners at the same time.
No.
No, why not?
Chief Longrobe's a wise old man, Captain. He knows his people well.
So?
If one brave is killed, there'll be an uprising.
There's an uprising already, Marshal.
Only some 40 or 50 men. This would be the whole Cheyenne nation.
It doesn't make sense.
Maybe not to us, but it does to them. And Longrobe never lies.
I'll chance it. I'll kill every one of Stone Eagle's braves. That'll show them what cavalry's for. Now, where is this meeting place?
I'm sorry, Captain.
Sorry?
I can't tell you.
I order you to tell me. Very well, then it's your duty to tell me.
You're all right, Captain, but you're new out here and you're too eager. Indians are the Army's business, so you do what you want. I'm going back to Dodge. It was true. The Indian problem belonged to the Army. But renegade white gun runners, well, that was different. About a mile down the road to Dodge, Chester and I turned north and rode hard for Rock Mound. We reached it next day, and sure enough, a half a mile away, we found the cabin that Longrobe had told me about. We scouted it carefully, and then rode up to it. It was empty, and so was the small barn out back. There was nothing to do but put our horses up and settle down in the cabin and wait.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
I just thought of something.
Good. That walk of yours was beginning to reach me.
Oh, I'm serious. What if them Indians show up first, before the gun runners do?
Work on something else, Chester.
What?
I thought of that myself.
Yeah, but what would we do?
I don't know. Join them, I guess.
Oh, now, Mr. Dillon.
Wait a minute. Be quiet.
Pull him up by the cabin, Jim.
Now, those aren't Indians. All right, take your place, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Here, get over.
And don't shoot unless I do. Quiet now.
Leave the wagon here. Let's go inside and get a drink.
You're welcome.
Made it just in time. It's already sundown.
Hold it, you two.
What? Shoot, Jim. Hold it!
You killed both of them, Mr. Dillon. I didn't even get a shot off.
This one's still alive.
Who are you?
A U.S. Marshal.
Oh. I'm going to die, Marshal.
Is that wagon full of rifles?
And ammunition. I'm supplied from Wichita. But it ain't going to do you no good to know that now. You're going to die, too.
What?
Them Indians, they're never late when they're out of ammunition. They'll be here any minute. I wish I could stay to watch what they do to you.
Oh, he must have been lying.
Why should he have lied?
Well, then we'd better run for it.
Now they'd catch us. Easy.
Won't be much of a fight. 2 men against 100 Cheyennes. But we can kill some of them, by golly.
And start a war.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, no matter what we do, they'll get those rifles. Yeah, unless we can destroy them.
That wagon looks plumb full, Mr. Dillon. I swear there must be 30, 40 in there at least. Hey, we could gather up some wood and fire that wagon.
No, it's too late, Chester.
What?
Look, coming over that rise there.
Cheyennes. Huh. There's only 2 of them, though.
Scouts. The war party will come when they signal. We couldn't get the fire started.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, them scouts disappeared.
What? Yeah, that's funny. Hey, Chester.
What?
Out there.
Well, glory be.
That's what those Cheyenne scouts were looking at.
Captain Nichols, huh?
Yeah.
That troop ain't moving very fast.
They're still tracking us, riding slow and watching the ground.
Oh, them Indians will be halfway to Kennedy by the time he gets here.
I hope so. Anyway, Stone Eagle's finished now that he's out of ammunition.
That Captain Nichols sure didn't trust you none, did he, Mr. Dillon?
Well, Chester, we better go comb our hair.
All right, comb it. Why?
I don't want to get taken prisoner again. We still look like we've been living in a badger hole.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. You filter tip smokers. When you change to L&M filters, the first thing you'll notice is how mild they are, how easy they draw. Yes, L&M's pure white miracle tip lets you enjoy all the taste. No filter compares with it for quality or effectiveness. Try L&M's right now. They're great.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Ralph Moody, Lawrence Dobkin, Barney Phillips, and Vic Perrin. Harley Bear is Chester.
Stop. Start smoking with a smile with Chesterfield, smiling all the while with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Buy Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield.
Lost in Brazil, unforgettable adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience. And click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
I memorized the map and destroyed it. If you kill me, you'll never find the money. Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
Mr. Paladin! Mr. Paladin! Open door!
All right. Yes. What's all the excitement, hey, boy?
Oh, Mr. Paladin, you in trouble with Army?
In trouble with the Army? Why, no.
Oh, that's good.
Why do you ask?
Well, hey, boy, here, Army Colonel asked for you downstairs. And hey, boy, thought maybe you in trouble. I'll give you a chance to get away. Oh, too late.
Huh? It's Potter, Colonel Potter.
Paladin.
Well, Potter, what are you doing
Good to see you.
Last I heard of you, you were on the trail of those payroll bandits. What are you doing now?
Well, I'm still on their trail. That's why I've come to you.
3 years and you still haven't caught them, huh? Well, come on in.
Thanks.
I'll talk to you later, hey, boy.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, sit down, John. Have a cigar?
Oh, thank you.
Here.
Well, you seem to have done all right, Paladin.
Oh, I tried.
I just hope you're not so well off you can't use $500.
I can always use $500, John. You want me to join the search, huh?
We're getting close to him, Paladin. With your help, I think we can get him.
How close are you?
How much do you remember of the case?
Well, let me think. It was a payroll for Fort Anderson. 2 men made off with the money, and they took, how much was it, $80,000?
$90,000.
90.
And there were 3 men in on it.
3?
That's right. We discovered there was an Army man involved. He did all the inside work. Didn't take us long to find him, a private by the name of Jim Griffin. We've been holding him in the prison at the Presidio.
Money's not doing him much good, is it?
No, but he never got his hands on it anyway.
What makes you think so?
This.
What's that?
We found it in his personal effects. It's a piece of a map. It indicates the position of the payroll money.
And you think they buried it?
Yes. Jim Griffin's been in the hospital at the prison for the last 6 months. Part of that time, he's been delirious. We've heard him mumbling about the map, and from what we can gather, he and the other 2 men made a pact to have somebody bury the money and draw up a map, and apparently they divided the map into 3 pieces.
Who buried the money?
Well, we don't know, but whoever it was, they killed him.
Oh.
We learned that much from Griffin. He's also been talking about meeting the others on December 12th, or it'll be too late.
I see. Now, where do I fit in with your plans?
Well, Jim Griffin died this morning.
Oh?
We want you to be Jim Griffin.
What are you talking about, John?
Here. Take a look at this tintype.
Let's see.
It's a picture of Griffin taken several years ago.
This?
Mm-hmm.
This is Griffin?
You look enough like him to be his twin, Paladin.
I see.
Will you do it?
Well, I don't know, John. This map gives no location. I wouldn't know where to start.
Oh, we can help you there. Griffin has a girlfriend who's come to visit him 3 or 4 times. She probably knows where the meeting place is.
And if she doesn't?
Maybe the other 2 men will come looking for you. Like I said, there's $500 reward, providing, of course, that you get the proof on the other men and get the money back.
Well, how do you want the money stacked, John?
Then you'll do it.
I'll do it. Colonel Potter, shake hands with Jim Griffin. There's no doubt about it. Show business is the business of entertainment, and performers are very far from being dull folk. And this is a matter you'll have a lot of fun verifying when The Mitch Miller Show brings sparkling show business chatter and personalities your way over these CBS radio stations. Give Mitch Miller and his show business guests a listen, and you'll prove it to yourself. You can be sure a very good time will be had by all, yourself included, when you get better acquainted with your favorite limelight personalities on The Mitch Miller Show.
3 days later, I had become Jim Griffin. Colonel Potter gave me as much information as they had of the man's background, and I was dishonorably discharged from the Army. I even said goodbye to Griffin's old cellmates, and to a man, they accepted me. But the real test was to come with Anna Baker, Griffin's girlfriend. The colonel's men had found out that she lived with her mother 15 miles from San Francisco. If I could get by the girl, I could get by anybody as Jim Griffin. Early one morning, I rode out there, and as I came into the yard, an old woman greeted me, followed by a flock of chickens she'd been feeding. Hello there.
Yes?
Yeah. Mrs. Baker, don't you know me?
I know you.
I've come to see Anna.
She's not here. If it was up to me, she'd never be here to you, Griffin. Go on, I got work to do.
When will she be back?
I don't know. Took a horse to be shod.
Do you mind if I wait?
Jim Griffin, you ain't welcome here. You've brought nothing but sorrow to us. Now, why don't you just ride out of Anna's life?
I am leaving, Mrs. Baker. I wanted to say goodbye to Anna.
Here she comes. Have your goodbye and be done with her.
Jim!
Hello, Anna.
Jim, they told me you were sick. They wouldn't let me see you. They said you didn't know when I could see you.
What's the matter? Why are you looking at me that way?
You've changed, Jim.
Yeah, well, prison does things to a man.
Ask me, it ain't done enough to you.
Mother, please.
We should have killed him.
Jim, are you out of the Army now?
Yeah, I'm out all right. For good, Anna.
Wiley Carson was by day before yesterday.
Wiley?
Yes, he said I was to see you. They wouldn't let me in at the prison. He said I was to get something from you.
Oh, what?
You know, the piece of map. Have you got it?
Yeah, I've got it.
Well, Wiley said maybe you'd give it to me. Now that you're out, you can meet him yourself.
Did he say where?
The Blue Nose Saloon in Johnson City. But you have to hurry.
Yeah.
Will you come back this way, Jim?
You know I will, Anna.
It's a promise?
It's a promise.
Good luck.
Bye. Johnson City consisted of a main street, some 20-odd houses, and the Blue Nose Saloon. There, I waited for Wiley Carson. I didn't know what he looked like, but I sat at a table where I could see anyone who entered, and they could see me. I waited a whole day, then most of another.
How about another drink, mister?
Well, yeah, fine, all right.
Right away. I say now, it ain't none of my business, but are you waiting for somebody?
You're right. It isn't any of your business.
No offense, mister. Just that I don't remember seeing you before. I've been sitting here for 2 days now. You just passing through?
Maybe, maybe not.
No offense now, you understand. I just thought I'd ask.
Hey, bartender, how about a drink?
Hey, coming right away, mister.
I think I'll just... Well, looky here. If it ain't the delight of the Army, Jim Griffin.
Hello, Wiley.
Bartender, you can bring my drink over here.
Yes, sir.
This is a surprise. Didn't think they'd ever let you out. I was expecting Anna.
I decided to come myself.
You look different, Jim. That prison done things to you.
You try it sometime.
You here courtesy of the warden?
Yeah.
Discharge, huh?
dishonorable.
Sounds like maybe they knowed we was to have a meeting.
What are you trying to say, Wiley?
I'm saying maybe you're working for the Army now. Maybe a couple of years in prison, they got you to...
You listen to me, Carson. I spent 2 years in that rotten, stinking hole, just dreaming of the time when we can get that money.
I was wrong, Jim. That prison made you meaner than ever.
Yeah, well, you just remember that, Wiley.
I'll remember, Jim.
You two friends ready for your drinks now?
Just set them down.
Yes, sir.
You bring your piece of the map?
I've got it.
Let's see it.
I said I've got it.
All right. Don't get hard about it.
Now, you've been outside. What are the plans now?
Same as they were 3 years ago.
All right.
We meet Jake tomorrow at the cabin at Hard Rock. Just like we agreed, Jim.
And we better get started. Drink up.
Ooh-wee. This stuff's so bad, we better take a couple of bottles with us.
Yeah, well, suit yourself.
Yeah, you ain't the old Jim I remember. The old days, you'd have wanted to bring a bottle yourself.
Hey, listen to me, Wiley. There's only one thing I want. I've been waiting 3 years for that money.
Jim, we all been waiting.
Serving time in a stinking 2x4 cell.
I'll get me a bottle. We'll go right now, Jim.
Hard Rock was 60 miles from Johnson City. The most direct route ran through a series of grassy plateaus that finally tapered out into high desert country. I knew that land like the back of my hand, and so I knew the easiest way to get there. Wiley and I didn't talk much. I preferred not to. Toward sundown that day, he began to try to steer me away from the best route, but I stuck to my guns. I was soon to find out the reason for his actions.
You're getting off the trail, Jim.
No, I'm not. This is the best way, and you know it.
I think we'd ought to be heading more into them hills.
No, this is the way.
Sure you don't want a drink, Jim?
No.
And I'll have one. Go, boy. This stuff's beginning to taste better the farther we get from town.
Yeah. Now, let's go. We're wasting time. Hey, wait a minute. Look over there.
Where? I don't see nothing.
No, over that way. The horse, all saddled. He's just standing there.
Oh, yeah. I see it.
Come on. Come on. Ooh. Hey, Wiley, there's somebody on the ground.
So there is.
The heat must have gotten him.
Yeah, the heat.
Yeah, this man's been shot. Wiley, give me a hand.
Stand where you are, mister.
What are you doing? Put that gun away.
Who are you?
What's the matter with you, Wiley?
Throw down your gun.
Why?
Because that ain't no man lying there. That's Jake, the one we're supposed to meet. You didn't recognize him. Now, that gun, throw it down easy like. Now, we're going to have ourselves a little talk. Then I'm going to get you a piece of the map and kill you. Just like I done to Jake.
Look, Bob, here's why you can't balance these books. Put this little item over here, and you come out okay.
You're right.
Then what's wrong with you?
I've had a nagging backache lately with sleepless nights. Makes me feel worn out.
Then why not do something about it?
But what?
I'd try Doan's Pills.
Good advice. That's Doan's Pills, an analgesic and mild diuretic to the kidneys. Nagging backache, also headache, dizziness, and muscular aches and pains may come on with overexertion, emotional upsets, or everyday stress and strain. Doan's pain-relieving action is often the answer, and they also offer mild diuretic action through the kidneys. So if nagging backache is making you feel worn out, tired, and miserable with restless, sleepless nights, don't wait. Try Doan's Pills, used successfully by millions for over 60 years. See if they don't bring you the same welcome relief. Get Doan's Pills today. To save money, buy Doan's Big Economy size.
All right, that's far enough. Sit down right here. I'm going to find out who you really are. You sure had me fooled, mister. You're enough like Jim to be his twin.
So you killed Jake to get his piece of the map, is that it?
I'll ask the questions.
Ooh. You're tough, aren't you, Wyatt?
Talk, mister. Who are you?
That's my business.
I'll make you talk. Now hand over that map.
I haven't got it.
I guess you think I'm fooling.
I told you I haven't got it.
It'd be awful easy for me to kill you, mister, and then take it.
That wouldn't do you any good. I memorized it, threw it away. You kill me and you won't get anything. Let's go.
Hold it.
You won't kill me, Wiley.
No,
No, I didn't think so.
We gotta get that money.
All right, then you show me the pieces of map you have, and I can take us to it.
I guess I'm gonna have to trust you, mister.
I guess you are at that, Wiley. It should be here, Wiley. Unless
what?
Well, unless somebody got to it before we did.
And keep digging.
Hey. Yeah, there's something here.
You sure?
Yeah.
That's it. That's the box I was in.
All right, give me a hand.
Dig it out.
It's too heavy for me. Will you give me a hand?
All right. But I'll be holding this gun on you. Don't try nothing.
Why, I'll kill you.
Maybe not. You give me that gun, you idiot. Wiley. Well, you asked for it.
Turn around, mister.
Huh? Anna.
Drop the gun.
Anna, why are you doing this?
I've come for Billy's money.
Billy.
My brother, Billy. Open that box.
You're making a mistake.
Open it.
All right.
You didn't really think you could fool a man's woman, did you?
No, I guess not. Now the money's here.
All right. Hand me $5,000.
Why 5,000?
That's what they promised Billy. They got him to bury the money, draw the map. Then they put a bullet through his head. He was only 16.
I didn't know.
Who are you?
Doesn't matter. Here's your $5,000.
Now, where's Jim Griffin?
He's dead.
Dead?
He died in prison.
Jim? No.
You loved him, didn't you?
We were going to be married. He was going to work hard. Make something of himself in the army. And he heard about this payroll. Something happened to him. He had to have that money. Jim planned the whole thing, and it changed him. I I guess it changed all of us.
Do you really want this money?
No. Not now.
I'll take the rifle, Anna. Well, Miss Wong,
Mr. Paladin?
how are you this morning?
I'm fine, Mr. Paladin. Did Army officer find you last night?
Colonel Potter? Yes, he did. Took me out to dinner, bought me lots of brandy, and gave me $500.
That's nice.
Well, Miss Wong, what's the matter with you?
Something Hey Boy said.
Oh, well, for goodness sakes, what did he say?
Hey Boy asked me, why is wedding ring like eternity?
Eternity?
Eternity. Missy Wong says she not know.
Then what did he say?
Hey Boy say, because it has no beginning and no end. Hey Boy make a fun of getting married.
No, he's not, Miss Wong.
He's true. He say that and laugh.
Why, no, that's only a riddle.
Riddle?
Mm-hmm.
What's a riddle, Mr. Paladin?
Well,
Hey, sir?
riddle is, well, that's when you ask a question and give a silly answer. No, Hey Boy wasn't making fun of marriage.
You sure?
Sure.
Oh, good. Oh, I go now. Thank you, Mr. Paladin.
Miss Wong, you shouldn't take Hey Boy so seriously. You just remember that.
Yes, sir. I try to remember.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Wolf, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun Will Travel by Tom Hanley. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine, Vic Perrin, Tim Graham, and Ken Lynch. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun Will Travel.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents Wild Bill Hickok!
Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and gallop along with Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We've got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from the world's only talking cereal, Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies!
Yes, today, Kellogg's Rice Krispies brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingle. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story, The Wolf of Ghost Mountain.
Say, kids, the other day a friend of mine asked me if I thought everyone knew what cereal I was talking about when I mentioned the world's only talking cereal. I said, sure, everybody knows that I'm talking about Kellogg's Rice Krispies, because every time you pour milk or cream over a big heaping bowl of Rice Krispies, they speak right up with their snap, crackle, pop. You listen to them tomorrow morning and see for yourself. Will you do that?
Far back of the rich farming lands of the valley stands the forbidding, lonely peak of Ghost Mountain. Few people ever make the climb to the boulder-strewn summit, but it was up there that United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his big deputy Jingles finally reached a showdown with the Wolf of Ghost Mountain.
I think I finally figured out why they call that Ghost Mountain.
You have, Jingles?
Yep. Them big, tall rocks up on top with the snow on them look like a parade of ghosts walking across the skyline.
That's as good as any other guess, I suppose. One thing for sure, there aren't any real ghosts up there.
I don't know, Bill. I've heard some mighty weird stories about that place.
You mean all the howls and shadows and things that scare people around here?
Yeah, that's right. I know I ain't going up there.
Afraid of the spooks?
Who, me? Of course not. I'm just as brave as anybody else. I just don't like being brave when I don't know what I'm being brave about. I guess that's what I mean anyway. Hey, Bill, somebody's shooting.
That's right. That lady at the ranch house down the road. Can't you see her?
Where? Oh, yeah, I just wasn't looking in the right place. Bill, she's shooting at the big dog.
Yeah. Wonder what's gotten into her. Come on, let's go, Buckshot.
Yeah, jump, Joker.
Whoa, little lady. Don't shoot. Ooh, Buckshot. Ooh.
Oh, Joker.
You better run, you little killer scat.
Just a minute, ma'am. You're just wasting lead throwing it at that dog.
Dog, did you say? No more dog than I am. That's a wolf. Sneaking, thieving, killing wolf.
Oh, shucks, that ain't no wolf, man. That's just a big sheepdog.
He's right about that.
No sheepdog comes sneaking around killing lambs.
That's true. I'll bet if one of your lambs have been killed, the dog didn't do it.
You're just like every man I ever saw. Dead certain sure of himself, Well, if you'll just come over here behind the house, I'll show you that lamb, and you can judge for yourself.
Well, I'd kind of like to have a look-see, lady. Let's go.
Yeah, well, this ain't the first time, mind you. It's happened before and to other folks in these parts. Regular as clockwork, our sheep get killed. There's the lamb, dead as a doornail.
Critter's dead, all right.
I don't see anything about it to prove the dog killed it.
It wasn't no dog, it was a wolf. See there on the poor thing's neck, them two holes? It's where the wolf bit through its jugular vein.
Bill, no wolf made them holes.
You're right, Jingles. A wolf or a coyote tears with his teeth. They don't make two clean holes like a bullet.
Of course they don't. But what does?
The only thing I've ever heard of that bites that way is a vampire bat.
Vampire bat?
Great day in the morning. What are you trying to do, scare me with ghost stories?
No, I'm not. I just don't know of any animal that makes a bite like that.
Well, Bill, 5 minutes ago you were hoorahing me about them ghosts up on the mountain. Now you're talking about vampire bats.
Maybe we should sort of look around and find out what really did this, Jingles.
Wish somebody'd run this thing down. Oh, here comes Alkali. Howdy, Alkali. Climb down off your mule and set a spell.
Yeah. Well, howdy, sir. You got kind of a crowd here, ain't you?
Maybe I'd better introduce myself. Hickok's the name.
Wild Bill Hickok, that is. And I'm Jingles.
Wild Bill and Jingles. My stars, you're just the men to get to the bottom of this sheep killing. My name's Sarah Stevens. This here's Alkali. He ain't got no other name.
Used to have one, but I lost it somewhere along the prospecting trail.
Howdy, Uncle.
Howdy, man.
Howdy do.
Now, what was that about sheep killing, Sarah? Something happened to another one of your critters?
Look for yourself.
Sure enough. Dad, blame it, that's the first time that there werewolf ever showed himself before dark.
Werewolf? Bill, that thing's got more names around here. Sheepdog, wolf, vampire bat, werewolf. What is it?
Well, I've been prospecting around parts here for 40 years. Now I'll swear no living thing done it.
Maybe Jingles and I'd better stay around here for a day or two and see if we can find out just what it is. Suppose you could put us up, Miss Stevens?
Land sakes, yes. An old woman like me with two handsome, famous men looking out for her. I'll be the talk of the whole valley.
Yes, that's what I'm afraid of.
What do you mean, Alkali?
Nothing. Nothing at all. I'm just wondering if you were doing the right thing.
Well, if I have to choose between having a werewolf around the place or having Jingles, I'll take Jingles every time.
Well, that's a real nice compliment, ma'am. Or is it? Is it a compliment, Bill? Is it? Huh?
Slim, how can you tell the difference between gold and fool's gold?
Well, sir, Charlie, about the easiest way I know is by weighing the two. You see, the real gold will weigh a lot more. But if I wasn't sure, I think I'd let an expert take a look at it. That way you'll know whether it's real gold or not.
That sounds like mighty good advice, Slim. Of course, you don't have to see or be an expert to recognize Kellogg's Rice Krispies. No, sir, all you have to do is pour a little milk or cream over a delicious bowl of them, and before you can say Kellogg's Rice Krispies, they'll be sounding off for you with their snap, crackle, pop. Those little sounds will let you know how fresh and crisp Rice Krispies are. So fresh and crisp and good tasting that you'll want to have them often. Why don't you ask Mom right now to please bring home a package of Kellogg's Rice Krispies next time she shops. Now let's sing our Rice Krispies marching song.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best, and how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
The world's only talking cereal, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Don't forget to have Mom get you a package. Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles ran into mystery near the foot of Ghost Mountain, and they decided to stay at the ranch of Sarah Stevens until they'd solved the riddle. It's late at night and dark and quiet, and Bill and Jingles stand watch outside the old bunkhouse.
Sure is dark tonight.
Just the light of the stars. That's not much.
Yeah, if that werewolf or vampire or whatever it is doesn't show up, we've lost a lot of sleep for nothing. What time is it?
Almost midnight.
As quiet and peaceful as it can be. Bill, that's a wolf.
Maybe, maybe not. Listen. That's it. Let's go. Dog or wolf or whatever it is, we'll get it this time.
How can you see anything, Bill?
I can't, but the noise came from over this way.
It sounded like a wolf to me.
Hold it, Jingles.
What's the matter, Bill?
There's something back there in the grass.
Where?
Oh, right about here. Yeah, here it is. Strike a match.
All right, just a minute. All thumbs, Bill.
Give me the matches.
Another one. Another dead sheep.
With 2 holes in the throat.
You hear that, Bill? I don't blame Miss Stevens for being scared.
I hear it all right, but it doesn't seem to come from any direction.
What do we do now?
Whatever it is, or whoever it is, it can be caught. Let's grab our horses and light out after it.
Doggone it, Bill, we ride and never seem to catch up with that there howling. Every time we hear it, it seems to come from a different place.
Probably some trick of the echo up here on the mountain.
What mountain? I don't even know where we are.
Ghost Mountain, Jingles.
Oh.
That howl has been leading us right up where the spooks are supposed to hang out.
Now, wait a minute. Whoa, Joker, whoa.
Ooh, watch out. What's the matter, Jingles?
Nothing. I just thought, well, Joker needs a rest.
Do you want that werewolf to get away from us?
Well, it's already getting away from us. Sounds like it's clear on the other side of the canyon.
Sort of makes the hair stand up on the back of your neck, doesn't it?
Well, my hair and ears and half my spine are standing up, and I don't like this at all. Not one little teensy-weensy bit. I do not like it.
Well, one thing for sure. We can't catch it in the dark, and if we keep trying, one of our horses is liable to stumble and break a leg. What do you say we bed down here until daylight?
Oh, now, Bill, are you loco? You think I'm going to sleep with that thing running around the mountain? I don't want to wake up dead with two little holes in my throat.
Suit yourself, partner. Me, I'm kind of tough and stringy. I don't think anything is liable to take a bite out of me.
Now that I see this trail in daylight, Bill, I'm scared worse than ever.
It's a tough one, all right. Cliff falls off on one side, and the rock wall goes up the other side for 200 feet.
We came up here at a full gallop in the dark.
Well, that wolf, or whatever it was, came ahead of us. He must be up here on top somewhere.
Bill, look. Hey, there's a little clearing just around the turn.
There sure is. Slow down there, Buckshot.
Easy, Joker, easy. Kind of pretty up here, Bill.
Get them hands up, quick!
Whoa, boy, whoa.
Whoa, Joker, whoa.
Looks like we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, but where?
I've never seen a werewolf or a vampire bat that could shoot a Winchester.
Yeah, just keep reaching high.
This must be the sidewinder that shot at us.
That's it. Just keep them paws up in the clouds.
Yes, sir.
Now, just where do you think you're going?
I don't figure that's any of your business. What's the idea of stopping us?
Never mind what the idea is. Turn them cayuses around and get going. If I see you up here again, I won't throw lead over your heads.
Well, jumping greasewood, you don't happen to own the mountain, do you?
Maybe not.
Oh.
But I own this rifle, and I sure can squeeze the trigger.
Mister, I don't like the idea of you giving me orders, even with a rifle in your hand.
Yeah, good jump, Bill.
Give me that rifle.
Look out, Bill.
Hold this rifle, Jingles, while I cut him down to size.
Get him, Bill. Hit him again.
Try this.
You try this.
Well, that takes care of him in a hurry.
Now I know there's something up Ghost Mountain we're not supposed to find. But we're gonna find it if we have to stay here until snow flies.
Is that so?
Where'd you come from?
Another one.
If you're here 30 seconds from now, you'll be here till snow flies, all right? Every year until Judgment Day.
Where'd he come from, Bill?
Never mind where I came from.
Yes, sir.
The only thing that matters is where you're going. Keep 'em covered, men.
Bill, there's a whole bunch of them.
Yes, so I see.
All right, you two. You're either riding back down this mountain or you're making one of the fastest trips on record. To Boot Hill.
Oh.
You better be riding.
Yeah, I guess we'd better. The next time I come up this trail, I'll have some help. Just enough to trade you slug for slug. Then carry you back to town full of lead.
Is that so?
Yeah, that's so. I'll be back, mister. I'll be back to dig you out, and that's a promise.
Well, I'd be a mighty poor sort, Mr. Hickok, if I didn't appreciate all you've done so far.
What I've done? So far, I haven't done anything except let a pack of ugly gunslicks run me off Ghost Mountain.
Now, Miss Stevens, you got any idea who those men were?
No, Jingles. I haven't got the foggiest notion. Matter of fact, I never heard of anybody being up there.
I guess not. Whatever their game is, they don't want folks to know about them.
Well, I can usually put two and two together, Bill. But when I put together a howling animal that kills lambs and them men up on the mountain, it adds up to 4. And I know that ain't right.
Nothing seems to make any sense about the whole thing. Shh, quiet. I think I hear somebody outside the door.
Wonder who it is.
Quiet. Come over here. I yank this door open, and if there is somebody, we'll grab him.
Okay, I'll be quiet as a little mouse.
Alkali!
It sure is. And he was listening at the door. Get up, mister, and start explaining.
Bill, he ain't getting up. Well, it looks like he's fainted.
Well, that's funny. Let's have a look.
Bill, look at his throat.
You're right. 2 spots of blood.
The werewolf or the bat or whatever 'tis. Bill, is he dead?
Not at all. Whatever it is just punctured the skin, and he probably fainted. Let's lift him up, Jingles.
Bill, this is getting pretty bad. That mysterious thing has started attacking people. None of us will be safe.
Maybe when Alkali comes to, he can tell us who or what it was.
What if he can't help you? We're all liable to be murdered in our beds. Neighbors are half crazy now from all the howls and carrying on from up on that mountain. And all the sheep killing, too. This'll finish scaring them out of their wits.
Set him down here easy.
Yeah, he's breathing.
Yeah, he'll be all right. You can take care of him, Miss Stevens. Jingles and I'll get our horses and head for Ghost Mountain.
We will? Well, now that we know this mysterious thing's jumped people, Bill...
That's where we're going to find the answer, Jingles, so saddle up and we'll ride.
Oh, Bill, you're the only man I know of that's crazy enough to go sticking your nose into all that funny business on Ghost Mountain. And I'm just crazy enough to go along with you.
Hear that, kids? Hear that? Well, that's the howl of a coyote, a sound you hear lots out west. Isn't that right, Slim?
You said it, Charlie. That's a sound that's been a lulling me to sleep every night for as long as I can remember. It's a sound as familiar at night as the snap, crackle, pop talk of Kellogg's Rice Krispies is in the morning. Charlie, you ought to see how that gets them fellers to hustle to get down to the chuck wagon for breakfast.
Well, Slim, that's what gets most everybody all anxious to get down to breakfast. Sure is nice to wake up in the morning to a bowl of fresh, crisp, delicious Rice Krispies. So fresh and crisp that they can't hardly wait to tell you all about it with their cheerful snap, crackle, pop. Makes you almost want to sing like this.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best, and how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Yes, sir, partners. Rice Krispies are sure a swell breakfast treat. Why don't you ask Mom right now to be sure to bring home a big box for the whole family the very next time she shops? That's Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles are following the trail up Ghost Mountain, determined to solve the mystery of the strange noises and the gang of desperate men that has so long terrorized the people in the valley below.
I sure don't like coming back up here, Bill.
I'm not crazy about it myself, but I want to find out what this is all about.
Well, this isn't the trail we came up last time.
No, this trail comes over the mountain from the other side.
Bill, look over there. There's a bunch of hoof marks leading over to that little cave.
You're right. Let's go take a look. Get over there, Buckshot.
Yeah, let's go, Joker.
Looks like it leads somewhere, Jingles.
Yeah. It's a crack in the rocks that leads down into that cave below.
Think you can get through it, Jingles?
Oh, now, Bill, I'm not that big. Ooh, it sure is dark in there.
We'll take a couple of pine knots for torches. Go and have a look.
Well, that's what I thought you'd say. Well, let's get started. Bill, we've been prowling around these tunnels for an hour. Are you sure we can find our way back?
I think so, but I'm looking for another entrance. This must be an old mine from where it's been blasted out of the rock.
Oh, Bill, there's a howling again.
I hear it. I'm sure we're getting close to the mystery of this place. It's in these tunnels.
Pretty close to us, too.
Hold it. Put out the torch.
But, Bill...
Shh, put it out.
All right. But it'll be awful dark without it.
Now be quiet. I saw a flash of light on the wall.
Yeah, I see it.
It's coming this way. Hold it right there. I've got you covered.
Dad, where did you come from? Hickok.
Bill, it's Alkali.
That's right. You'd better start talking, Alkali, and your story had better be good.
Alkali, are you the werewolf or whatever it is?
Oh, yes, I'm it, all right. But I got a good reason.
Then let's hear it.
You found the mine, all right. Now everybody will know about it.
The mine?
Yes, the mine. That's right. The other end of these tunnels is loaded with gold. Come on, I'll show you.
All right.
Belonged to my partner, Mile Away Jim. He and I used to work it until Duke Hilson stumbled on it and killed Mile Away.
Who's Duke Hilson?
The feller that run you off the mountain yesterday. I was trailing you, Bill, right behind you.
Now I'm more mixed up than ever. Let's start at the beginning. What's all this howling and sheep killing?
Oh, it's me, Jingles. I reckoned if I could scare enough folks, they'd come up here to investigate and run Duke Hilson and his gang off the mountain.
Why didn't you call him the law?
The only law we had out here was a gabby old sheriff who'd have told everybody about the mine. I'd have had claim jumpers a swarming all over the place.
What about all them vampire bites on the sheep?
Oh, that is me, too. Got 2 little steel tips that I put on my fingers. See?
Well, darned if that ain't smart.
What about the marks on your own throat last night?
That was for your benefit, Hickok. I was afraid you was getting suspicious of me, so I scratched my own throat and fell down by the door. Of course, now I wished I'd have never started the whole thing.
Well, I guess your only crime is killing a few sheep, Alkali. But you sure got yourself a lot of needless trouble.
You ought to go to jail.
I know it. I'm sorry.
Oh, you scared a lot of folks half to death, including me.
Now, put out the light, Alkali.
I'll get you. One at a time or all at once. I don't like snoopers.
That's Duke.
I can't see a darn thing. Bill, where are you?
Hey, that is close.
He's shooting at the sound of your voice. Now keep moving and keep quiet. Bill, didn't get you, did he? Me and my big mouth.
Hey!
I got him, Jingles. Light a torch.
You ain't got me. I'll hammer you to a pulp.
I don't think so.
Yeah, try this.
There's a light, Bill.
Good. I can see his jaw.
That ought to hold him for a long time, Bill.
Yeah, let's tie him up. What about the rest of his gang?
Well, there's 4 of them, including the guard that stopped you on the trail. But they won't put up much of a fight without Duke to lead them. They don't like Ghost Mountain any more than Jingles does.
Well, let's get started on cleaning them out. Then maybe Alkali can go back to being a miner instead of a werewolf.
Yeah, then he can pay Miss Stevens back for all the sheep he killed.
I got a surprise for you there. I'm going to ask Sarah to marry me.
Well, now, ain't that wonderful? But she's a real strong-minded woman, Alkali. You better just forget all about your nights of howling like a lone wolf. Sarah's liable to get after you with that rifle of hers.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Andy, what's our story for Monday?
Oh, it's a real corker, Guy. The one we call The Men Who Didn't Come Back. Don't miss it, kids.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll get a package of the world's only talking cereal, Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Remember, as soon as you pour milk or cream over Rice Krispies, they start to snap, crackle, pop.
They sure taste wonderful, too, don't they, Andy?
Sure as I'm standing here talking, they do.
So long, kids.
See you Monday.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Mary Lansing, Forrest Lewis, and Paul Frees. Our story was written and directed by Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Monday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok searches for the men who didn't come back. Now, this is Charles Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal. And Kellogg's Sugar Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, no living witnesses.
It is 11:30 a.m., a Monday morning in November 1939. Sheriff Ross Betsby turns his car into a quiet residential street of Harper's Landing, Texas. Seated in the car with him is Mrs. Blackburn, a medical assistant. She becomes increasingly nervous as they approach a sign marking the home of Dr. Walter Hemmett.
Now, don't go getting jumpy, Miss Blackburn. There could be 100 reasons for the doc to be missing.
Not Doc Hemmett, and you know it. It ain't like him to just disappear. No sign of him since Saturday night. Wasn't at church yesterday, and he ain't at his house this morning. He's always there for visiting hours at 9:30.
So he's probably out on a house call. Maybe over to the hospital at Ridge Hill.
If he was, the phone operator'd know about it. Besides, his car is still in the garage.
Well, here's the house. Better get out of the car and see if we can't raise him.
That's what I've been trying to do all morning.
You sure he wasn't at church yesterday?
Of course I'm sure. He always gave me a ride home to my place, and I'd always make Sunday breakfast for him before he'd start on his house calls. You don't work for a man for 10 years without learning his habits, especially a doctor.
Well, he's got to be around someplace. Doc? Hello, Doc? Doc? Doc Hemmett! Don't you have a key, Miss Blackburn?
Never needed one before. Front door to the waiting room's always been open, except at night.
Of course, he could have driven off with somebody, but... Oh, I don't know.
But if he's here, why doesn't he answer?
Well, even doctors get sick, and Doc Hammett's no youngster. He might have had a stroke.
Oh, what are you going to do, Sheriff?
We got to get inside. I got no legal right to bust in without a warrant. But that'll take time, and maybe this can't wait.
Why don't you just go in, then? Doc knows you. He'd understand.
If he doesn't understand, I reckon he'll just have to sue me for a broken window. I'll knock this one in with my gun, then I'll climb in and let you in through the door.
Well, hurry.
All right, come in. Where's Doc's bedroom?
Back here.
Not here. Bed's been used, though.
It was all made up Saturday night when I left.
Then he slept here Saturday night. Bathroom door is open. Nothing in there. Reckon we better go through the rest of the house. Kitchen's clear. You can see out back through the windows. There's nothing there either.
Sheriff, I'm frightened.
The sliding door to his office was closed when we come into the waiting room. Better have a look at that office. If he isn't in here, I don't know.
Oh, Sheriff!
Better stay back, Miss Blackburn.
Oh, Dr. Emmett.
Dressed in a robe and pajamas.
Oh.
Must have had a heart attack, come in here to get something for it, and... Wait a minute.
What is it? On his robe. It looks like blood.
'Tis blood. From a bullet wound. He's been murdered.
Sheriff Betsby made an immediate request for the aid of a Texas Ranger. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned. He joined the sheriff at the home of Dr. Hammett shortly after 1 p.m.
Jace, this is Miss Blackburn. She was Doc's helper. This is Ranger Pearson, Miss Blackburn.
Howdy.
Howdy, ma'am. I asked Miss Blackburn to stay until you got here. Reckon she knows more about Doc than anybody.
I gather you didn't live here in the house, ma'am.
No. I have my own place.
I don't know just what I'd like to ask you yet until I look around. Would you mind waiting a little longer?
I'll stay as long as you need me.
Thanks, ma'am. Where's the body, Sheriff?
In the office. Through that sliding door. I've been keeping it closed off. Nobody's been in here but me and one deputy. He just took a couple of pictures.
Good. Medical examiner been here yet?
No, but he'll be along soon. He's driving down from Hesterville.
Mark alongside the doc's temple here. Bruise about 2 inches long. It's a pretty heavy blow. Looks like he might have been knocked out with a gun barrel.
That figures. Because he wasn't standing up when he was shot. He was lying here on the floor.
What makes you think so?
Bullet went right through the chest and buried in the floor under him. I moved him a little and I dug the slug out. Here. 45.
Yeah. There's something funny about this, though. Quite a bit of blood on this examination table, almost 6 feet away from the body.
Yeah, I wondered about that myself.
The instrument tray and surgical dressings pulled up beside the table. There's a couple of hypodermic needles that look like they've been used.
Well, Jace, Doc couldn't have been trying to treat his own wound. He never moved after he was shot, or that slug wouldn't have been in the floor right under him. Of course, he might have staggered around before he was shot, after he got hit on the head.
It still wouldn't account for the blood on this table. There was no bleeding from the mark on his head.
That means the blood on the table come from somebody else.
Medical examiner can type it for us later. I want to see Mrs. Blackburn for a minute.
We can use some help from you now, Miss Blackburn.
I'll tell you anything I can.
Mrs. Blackburn, was it part of your job to clean the doctor's office?
Yes. Every day after his final visiting hours.
According to the sign outside, his evening hours were from 5 to 7 p.m.
That's right.
You cleaned the place after 7 p.m. Saturday night?
Yes.
What time did you leave?
Well, the doctor had a few calls to make after visiting hours, house calls. I waited until he got back and fixed his dinner for him. I reckon it was late when I left. After 10 o'clock.
Uh-huh. Look through the door of the examination room for a minute.
Yes, sir.
Is that surgical tray usually in that position? I mean, did you leave it like that Saturday night?
No. Everything was put away in the cabinet.
How about the examination table? You cleaned that off Saturday night?
Yes.
Was the doctor expecting any patient after you left, late?
No. He said he was going right to bed.
And he must have gone, too, Jace. The bed had been slept in, and you can see what he was wearing.
Poor Doc.
I think it'd be all right for you to go home now, ma'am. If I need any more information, we can reach you there.
Thank you.
Tell the deputy outside that I said to drive you home.
I'd as soon walk. Get some air.
Yes, well, thanks for helping, Miss Blackburn. Well, that settles one thing, Jace. Doc had an unexpected patient late Saturday night. Somebody who routed him out of bed and killed him. But why?
I got an idea. It was to keep the doc from calling you.
Keep him from calling me? What do you mean?
Whoever came here was hurt, bleeding. So it wasn't a planned visit. Not somebody who came here deliberately to kill the doc. Doc was killed to keep him from talking about the visit.
Oh, Doc Hammett would never talk about a patient's business.
Only in one case, where the law would require it. He'd have to report it if he treated anybody for a bullet wound.
Yeah, that's right, Jace. That could be it. That probe on the instrument tray has blood on it, and that's just what a doc could use to dig out a bullet.
I know. I've had a few dug out myself. Let's comb this examination room again.
What are you looking for?
If we're right, the slug Doc Hammett dug out of his patient. We found it, wrapped in a piece of blood-stained gauze in one of the trash containers. There was something else in the container, too, part of a faded blue denim shirt that had been used to bind a wound.
It must have been a bad wound, Jace. That denim was soaked.
Yeah, and take a look at this slug.
Looks like a slug from a Savage 303. But Doc was killed by a 45.
That's natural. The man who came here wounded was shot someplace else by somebody else. Wouldn't be the same gun.
Fellow we're after must have been in a gunfight then.
That's the way it shapes up. With all that blood, he couldn't have come far. Couldn't have waited too long to get to a doctor, and the chances are he wasn't alone. Somebody must have been helping him.
Oh, they could have just left Doc knocked out, trussed him up, and gotten away. Why'd they have to kill him?
I can't answer that one. When the medical examiner gives us the wounded man's blood type, I'm going to send the 2 slugs we've got through to Austin for a ballistic check. Get a rundown on every police report involving gunplay that took place anywhere within 100 miles of here on Saturday night. The medical examiner came and after a quick check gave us the blood type of the man we were after. I arranged for the 2 slugs we had to be sent through to Austin. At the same time, phoned for a complete report on all shooting incidents that had occurred on Saturday night. Then the sheriff and I started to drive to his office.
This looks like a tough one to me, Jace. We got a blood type to check for, but I reckon 1 million people in Texas have type O blood.
Yeah, but not all of them are going to have a recent bullet wound they can't account for.
You're right. If we find one who's been wounded. But for all we know, the man Doc treated might have got himself shot by accident.
If he did, he wouldn't have killed the doc to keep him from reporting it.
Guess you got me hogtied on that point, Jace. But all the same, I don't know.
Hold it a minute, Sheriff.
KTXA to Unit 10.
That's for me. Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead.
Have info you requested on cases involving firearms. None reported your general vicinity for Saturday night.
10-4.
There is possible lead, though, Unit 10.
What is it?
Body of man killed by gunfire discovered a few hours ago on slope of Thunder Ridge, Roebling County. About 70 miles west your present location. Time of death not yet determined. Waiting report of medical examiner.
10-4. Is another unit assigned to that case?
Unit 3 covering.
This unit proceeding to join Unit 3 to explore possibility of link between 2 killings.
10-4. Best approach to scene is west slope of Thunder Ridge. You'll have to leave car, go in mounted.
10-4.
Unit 3 making contact by field set. We'll notify Unit 3 if you're coming.
10-4, Unit 10, clear.
KDXA Austin.
You think that might hook up with us, Jace?
It's the only thing that's turned up. Another Ranger unit's there, Unit 3. That's Steve Clark. We can work it together. Suppose I leave you on deck here to cover anything that turns up.
Suits me. Just drop me at my office. Even if this fellow you're going to see was killed on Saturday night, Jace, it could still be a coincidence.
I know. But it'll stop being a coincidence if he was killed by the same .45 that was used to murder Doc Hemmett. I dropped the sheriff off, then headed for Thunder Ridge. When I got to the base, I unloaded charcoal from my horse trailer and started the climb. The sun was sinking as I started up the slope, and darkness came fast. I spotted torches moving like fireflies. I rode for them. Easy, easy, charcoal. Watch your footing, boy. Hello there!
Hello!
That you, Steve?
Yeah, Jace?
Right. Coming up to you.
Hold up back there. Rest your horses a second.
Howdy, Steve.
Howdy, Jace. Got a walkie-talkie message you were coming. Didn't come down the road to meet you because we wanted to get the body out of here. The medical examiner can't do much till we get it into town.
Where is the body?
Back there on a pack mule with the sheriff's deputies. I'm leading the way down.
Might as well get moving then. I'll ride with you.
Right. All right, we're going to move again. Follow this gully all the way down and watch your step. Come on, boy.
Come on, Sharky. Any line on how long he's been dead?
Not for sure, but I think it's going to fit in with what you're looking for. From what I can judge, he was killed Saturday night.
You got anything to back that up?
Yeah, the man's a cowpoke. Works on that ranch at the base of the ridge. He rode up here Saturday night to see some Mexican gal he's been courting. But he never did get back to the ranch after he left her shack.
I wonder why anybody traveled all the way up here to kill him. He was ambushed on the way back to the ranch. It'd been just as easy for the killer to wait until he hit the flat down by the ranch.
Funny you should say that.
Why?
Because he was shot down on the flat.
Well, then how'd his body get up here?
Near as I can figure, he started to ride back up to get help. He wasn't killed right off, fell out of the saddle and died where he fell.
Seems to me he'd have ridden on to the ranch for help.
Yeah, the ranch house is 11 miles off. Back up this way was only 1 mile. Jace, I'll be able to show you the whole thing when we get down. I'll follow his tracks both ways. Say, you leave your car near mine?
Yeah.
Well, the shooting took place not far from where we're parked. There was a break in the fence there and the marks of a truck, but they weren't deep enough to make a cast of them.
You mean whoever gunned him had a truck down there?
Yeah, that's right, Jace. Or say, there are cattle tracks all over the place, too.
That might mean he surprised somebody who was trying to run some stock off the place.
Yeah, not only trying, but succeeding. A few white faces that were grazing in that section can't be located. Hey, this fit in with your doctor killing?
Depends on whether your cowpoke was killed by a .45 and whether he returned fire and hit one of the men he saw down there.
Well, he fought with him, all right. He was carrying a saddle rifle. He dropped it when he got hit, I reckon. I found it beside his tracks down below. Already sent it on to Austin.
Only one thing you got to tell me then, and I'll know if the two killings go hand in hand. What kind of a rifle was the cowpoke using?
What kind you looking for, Jace?
Savage 303?
You got a case. That's what it was.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. We're boasting a little because here at NBC you'll find the roughest, toughest, most romantic crime fighters ever assembled under one network roof. Take Wednesday evening, for example. On Wednesdays, you'll hear action with Mr. District Attorney, The Big Story, and that new daring private eye, Rex Saunders, played by Rex Harrison. So just keep your mystery ear glued to your NBC station every Wednesday.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and tonight's case, No Living Witnesses, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
The cowpoke and Dr. Hammett had been killed by the same man, all right. Ballistics proved the bullet dug out of the floor from under the doctor was a twin to the .45 taken out of the murdered cowpoke. Steve Clark and I put our horses in the double trailer I was towing and headed for Harper's Landing.
Ballistic boys at the lab didn't take long comparing those slugs, did they?
I never do.
It all fits. They even test fired the cowpoke's rifle. It fired the slug Doc Hammett took out of that patient we're looking for.
We're not only looking for him, we're going to find him and whoever was with him.
It must be more than one man, all right. What you told me about the blood on that piece of denim shirt, he couldn't have been in any condition to drive by himself, not all the way to Harper's Landing.
Yeah, 70 miles. And he must have known he was going to need a doctor.
Hey, you look like that gives you an idea.
It does. I think it answers a question the sheriff asked me. Why they killed the doc instead of just tying him up.
And what's the answer?
They killed him because they didn't just happen by his place. They knew Doc Hammett, and he knew them.
That's a big conclusion, Jace.
That's not hard to reach either. Look, Steve, Doc Hammett's house in Harper's Landing isn't on the main street through town. It's on a side street, not easy to find in the middle of the night, unless you knew where it was. Not only that, but they had to pass through 2 bigger towns on the way there, towns with more than one doctor. Steve, if you were shot and wanted to keep it covered, but you had to be treated, what would you do?
Well, go to my own family doc, I reckon, and hope that I could talk him into keeping it quiet. Hey, you're right, Jace. That means the men we're after must live in or near Harper's Landing.
Let's say on a ranch somewhere outside the town, someplace they could have taken stolen cattle.
We know the brand mark and those stolen white faces. Say we're going to do some range riding?
Until we find them, until they show up for sale at some commission house or auction barn.
You think the sheriff will be willing to ride with us?
Of course he will. Doc Hammett was a friend of his, and the sheriff doesn't take to killers.
Larson Ranch is about 2 miles farther on. Might stop there and get some grub if you'd like.
I'm all for it, Sheriff. How about it, Jace? Haven't taken much eating time for the past 2 days.
Why don't you just grab a handful of range grass? It's loaded with vitamins.
You'll be loaded with buckshot if you come up with any more ideas like that.
Yeah, come on, Jace, before we get so skinny that a gust of wind will lift us right out of the saddle.
Okay. I guess the horses can use a rest.
You see there, Sheriff? He don't care about us, just the horses.
Look who's talking. I never saw you sit down to a meal without seeing to it that your horse was fed and watered first.
I was only kidding, Jace. Let's get out of that Larson place.
Right. Get up, boy.
Get
up, Turkey.
I wish we'd find some sign of those white faces. We must have looked over a couple of thousand head without finding a single altered brand.
They got to be around, Steve. They haven't been sold through any commission house or barn. All records have been checked back through last Saturday.
We better find them soon before too many people know what we're doing. Ranchers who've seen us know we're not riding this range for exercise.
Yeah, at the Larson Ranch off there to the right of the mesa?
There? Nope, that place belongs to Yancey Coburn and his son, Jed.
Yeah, pull up a minute.
Oh, boy. Oh. Yeah, those cattle are acting kind of funny, Jace.
Yeah. Disturbed and excited, milling around.
Can't see any reason for it. Wide open range. No sign of a coyote or a mountain cat.
Must be something they smell. I've seen them act just that way when a beef has been slaughtered on the range. Blood smell stirs them up and they start bunching just like that.
No, nothing in that herd to interest us, though, Jace. Can see none of them's white faces.
Yeah, white parts might have been painted over. You know, that kind of camouflage been used before.
I can't tell till we get close up. We're going to have to check them sooner or later. Might as well be now.
Well, there goes our lunch, Steve.
Yeah, I guess they eat on the Coburn place, too.
Yeah, but Yancey and Jed ain't exactly hospitable. Well, come on. Get up, boy.
Yeah.
Sharky.
Come on.
And they're bunching right along Coburn's fence line.
That's good. We won't have to cut the fence. We can just tie the horses off there and climb through.
They sure are acting up.
All right, hold up. Ooh, Sharky.
I'll hold the wire, Jace.
Thanks. Climb through, Sheriff. Then I'll come through and hold it for Steve.
Right.
Okay, Steve. Come ahead.
Okay. I'm clear. Let it go.
Yeah. Ain't no strange stock here, Jace. They're all wearing Coburn's brand.
Yeah, I can't spot any that have been altered. Besides, there's not a white face in the lot. You can see that plain now. What are they so head up about?
It beats me. What are you looking at, Jace?
Tracks. The way they've been milling around. Marks form a big circle. The boulder over there seems to be the middle of it. They move up toward it, and then they start to mill and pull back. Come on.
Wow. Look at the mess of red ants around that boulder.
Why, they're just pouring in and out of that varmint hole under it. Hey, look at them.
That hole's bigger than it looks. Most of it's been covered by the boulder. Hey, let's see if we can move it out, Steve.
Yeah. Jammed too tight, Jake.
Yeah, there's enough of an opening for my arm. I'll stretch flat and stick my hand down there.
Well, watch out, Jace. You'll get ants all over you.
I don't care about the ants so much. I just hope I don't get a mess of gopher teeth in my hand.
Feel anything down there?
Yeah. Look, quicklime.
Hey, Jace, you better wash that off right away.
I will. You got your wire clippers?
Sure. What's the matter?
Cut the fence and bring the horses through. We're going to pull this boulder.
Why, Jace? What's down there?
It felt like a bunch of fresh-skinned beef hides. They were hides, all right. Stripped from a half-dozen whiteface. The place where the brands should have been were burned over to obliterate what had been there. Packed the hides on our horses and headed for the Coburn ranch house.
They sure wiped out any proof on those hides, Jace.
Yeah. If there wasn't something wrong with them, they wouldn't have gone to the trouble of hiding them.
Pretty smart butchering the stuff before they sold it.
Probably figured every commission house in the state would be watching for brands. They couldn't risk altering them, and they couldn't risk keeping the stock around. You seen the Coburns lately, Sheriff?
Haven't seen Jed for some time, but I saw Yancey only last night at the drugstore in town.
Yeah? He buying something?
Yeah, he was. A lot of stuff. Bandages, adhesive tape. I saw the druggist wrapping it up.
Sounds like the stuff he'd need to change dresses on a bad wound, Jace.
We're coming to their sheds. The house is just the other side of them.
Ride right into the sheds. Leave the horses there. I don't want them to see these hides yet.
Okay. Here we are. Oh, boy.
Take a look on that floor there, Jace. Over there.
Yeah. One spot cleaned up mighty good. But look at the beam right over it. Meat hooks. A little blood on them.
Yeah, must have done his butchering right here. Made awful sure to get that floor clean.
Let's go talk to him.
There's Yancey now at the back screen door. Howdy, Yancey.
What you fellas want on my place?
The Rangers want to have a little talk with you.
I ain't got much time for talking. I got work to do.
Yeah, so have we. Where's your son?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Just like I said, I don't know. Now, anything else I can help you with?
Don't get smart, Yancey. You know where Jed is, you better talk up.
He took himself a little trip down to Mexico.
Suppose you invite us in and tell us all about it.
Reckon I don't have to have you in if I don't want you, Sheriff.
He's perfectly right, Sheriff. So Steve and I'll just wait here while you ride into town and get a warrant. Then we can invite ourselves in.
You want to make us do it the hard way, Yancey?
I ain't got nothing to hide. Want to come in? Come in.
You keep a gun in the house?
Shotgun there in the corner by the stove.
How about a 45, Yancey?
Never owned one.
You haven't slaughtered any beef lately either, have you?
Any log in it?
Nobody said there was. Stashing the hides away under a boulder is a little bit unusual.
You're getting kind of pale, Yancey.
There ain't no...
What'd you stop for, Yancey? You're about to say there aren't any brand marks left on those hides, weren't you?
You putting words in my mouth.
Choose your own words, but answer me. And tell the truth. Where's your son, Jed?
I told you
He's not in Mexico. He's holed up someplace recovering from a wound. The wound Doc Hemmett was killed for treating.
I don't know what you're talking about. Jed ain't here, I tell you.
Jace, look at that ladder there in the corner.
Just a ladder? I was fixing to do some paint.
A man who's going to paint usually buys some paint before he brings a ladder in. What's that up in the ceiling?
Looks like an entry into the attic.
Get out there! Get out! Get out!
Get your hands off that shotgun! Oh! That's better. I'll hold this for safekeeping. You might hurt somebody.
Keep him covered, Steve. I'm going to use that ladder and see what we got upstairs.
I'll help you, Jace. Jed's probably up there, and he ain't the kind to come quiet if he's cornered.
That's right, Sheriff! Get covered, Sheriff! Kill him, Jed! Shut up, Yancey! Don't move!
Be smart, Jed. You can't get out of that attic.
No, but I can blow the head off of anyone who comes up here to take me. I gotta see you first, remember that.
We don't have to come up after you, Jed. We can rake every foot of that ceiling with gunfire. Yeah, that's just a sample. You can make it look like a sieve, and you look like one with it. Now, you better get down here with your father while you still got the chance.
Come down, Jed. Come down or they'll kill you. We didn't do nothing. They can't prove nothing.
How about it, Jed?
All right. But my leg is hurt. You have to bring the ladder on to help me down.
Sure. Just to make it friendly. Open that trap all the way and drop your gun down here.
All right.
Yeah, that's better. All right, Sheriff. Set the ladder up again. This is the gun we wanted, Steve.
Yeah, 45.
All right, Jed. Ease yourself down and I'll help you. All right. My leg hurts. Come on, come on. Look, we didn't do nothing.
Well, that's all we ever going to say. We didn't do nothing, yeah?
You love it up in Huntsville, then. It's full of innocent fellows just like you. You ready, Steve?
Yeah.
Sheriff?
All set, Jace.
Good. All right, Yancey, Jed, get moving.
Throughout their trial, Yancey and Jed Coben steadfastly denied any crime. However, Jed's blood type matched the blood found in the office of Dr. Hemmett, and ballistic experts definitely identified his .45 caliber gun as the weapon used to murder both Dr. Hemmett and the cowboy whose body was found on Thunder Ridge. It took the jury less than 2 hours to bring in a verdict of guilty. The Cobens were sentenced to Huntsville Penitentiary for the rest of their natural lives.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
I believe you'll enjoy an amusing story I heard recently. It comes from a young lady who lives in the Lone Star State. It seems that a Sunday school teacher was making quite an impression with the little ones in her class as she told how the pharaohs of early Egypt drove the children of Israel from that land. A little fellow in the front row was biting his nails fiercely as the teacher went on to describe the cruelties inflicted upon the Israelites, how they were beaten and driven forth without food or water. When the story was over, the young fry stared straight ahead. Finally, he snapped, "Gee whiz, where were the Texas Rangers?" See you next week, folks. Good night.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Virginia Gregg, Herb Ellis, Ed Begley, and Parley Bear. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keats. Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Turn back the calendar. Tomorrow evening, the Railroad Hour takes you back to a golden bygone era with a refreshing presentation of the musical comedy High Button Shoes. Railroad Hour singing star Gordon MacRae is joined by Margaret Whiting for this program. And remember, tomorrow you'll also hear a concert by the Boston Pops Orchestra. Phil Baker invites you to join the $64 question next on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, first cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size, brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. You get a call that a man has been murdered. His killer is unknown. Your job? Get him. Here's what the tobacco trade press has had to say about Chesterfield.
U.S. Tobacco Journal, Boston, Massachusetts. Chesterfield cigarettes in the new king size is still maintaining large turnovers in this area. Dealers report that sales continue to climb on this size, and it seems that volume on the regular size has climbed to new heights with its big brother.
And Tobacco Leaf reports from Chicago more calls for Chesterfield king-size cigarettes than for most brands being marketed.
Dealers all over the country tell us no product they ever handled has grown so fast in so short a time as king-size Chesterfields.
King-size cigarettes give you quantity, but only Chesterfield king-size gives you quantity plus quality. Premium quality.
Chesterfield king size contains tobaccos of better quality and higher price than any other king size cigarette.
In fact, the only difference between Chesterfield king size and Chesterfield regular is that the king size is larger, contains more of these same tobaccos, enough to give you more than a 1/5 longer smoke.
So remember, Chesterfield is the only cigarette to give smokers premium quality in both regular and king size.
Ask your dealer for Chesterfield, either way you like them. Premium quality Chesterfields, and much milder.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Saturday, May 12th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Lorman. My name's Friday. It was 8:04 a.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
That's you, Joe?
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm late, Frank. I got held up in traffic.
Okay, no problem.
I'll sure be glad when they get that freeway finished, won't you? Around the end of the pass this time of the morning, you can't go more than 10 miles an hour.
Yeah, cars really climb up around Franklin. Oh, boy, when we get through tonight, I'm going to go straight to bed. I might not even stop to eat.
All right, what's the matter? Have trouble getting to sleep last night?
Well, I wouldn't have had any trouble if I'd had the chance to do it.
What do you mean? I don't get it.
My brother-in-law.
Oh, what do you have to do with it?
A couple of weeks ago, he sent away for one of those courses in hypnotism at home. Book got to the house yesterday right away. He's got a new career, going to go into the hypnotism business.
All right.
Yeah. Book tells how if you do it right, you can have full control over people, make them do things you want, all that stuff. Right away, he's got to practice on somebody. We just finished dinner, and I was all settled down to watch television. He comes in with this little book, a little bitty mirror and a candle, and the first thing he lights the candle and tells me to look at it. Concentrate, you know.
Yeah.
I told him to go take a run and jump, and right away Faye joins in and says I don't want him to get ahead. And I said something about the fact that he could use one, and then it started. Ends up with me sitting there and him trying to control my will.
Well, did it work?
I don't know. Waved his hand in front of me and flashed the mirror in my eyes, and I fell asleep.
Yeah.
And right away wakes me up, wants to know how it felt, what it was like when he put me under. I told him he didn't, and I just went to sleep, so he kept trying to use what this book calls post-hypnotic suggestion. You know, while I'm asleep, he says something I'm supposed to do when I wake up.
Oh, yeah.
And then he woke me up and waited for me to do it.
What do you want you to do?
I never found out. He just sat there and looked at me. Every time I'd doze off, he'd wake me up so I could do whatever it was he suggested. And around 1:30 this morning, he gave up. He said the book wasn't any good and he was going to get his money back. All the time, Faye's sitting there just watching, miserable. If I'd known what it was he wanted me to do, I'd have done it to get him off my back.
Never did find out what it was.
No. This morning, wouldn't even say hello. Figured I wasn't cooperating, I guess.
I get it. Homicide, Friday. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, it is. Yes, well, what was that address again? Yes, ma'am, we'll be right out.
Something for us?
Yeah, a woman out on Burn Street, 6425, says her son's been murdered. Frank and I drove out to the house. It was a typical residential neighborhood. When we got there, a crowd had gathered around the front of the house. A radio car had arrived, and the officers had gotten the people back from the lawn and the entrance of the house. We went in and met the woman who had placed the call, a Mrs. Edith Curtis. She was a woman in her late 40s with graying hair. As we talked to her, she kept wringing a handkerchief in her hand.
Jeff was cleaning the gun. Middle of the week, he looked at it and said that it needed cleaning. He's always home on Saturday, so this morning he said he might as well get at it. After breakfast, he got out all the things he uses, put them on the table in there, and started to clean the gun. I was in the bedroom tidying up the place. I heard these loud voices and then a shot. I went to the living room, and I saw this man standing there. As soon as he saw me, he turned around and ran for the door. I yelled at him, but he didn't stop.
What'd you do then, ma'am?
I went over to Jeff. He was just lying there, still and quiet. I could see where he'd been shot. I knew he was dead, and then I called you. Before you got here, the other men, the ones in the car, got here. But it was too late. My boy was dead. Terrible. Just terrible.
Yes, ma'am. I'll go see if my partner's finished with the call, Mrs. Curtis. Would you like us to call your family doctor?
No. Very kind of you, but I'll be all right. This house has been full of tragedy. Last couple of years, nothing but sadness. I'm used to it. I guess the good Lord makes you used to it. If he didn't, I don't think a mother could go on.
Ma'am?
My youngest daughter, Alice. 2 years ago, this next month, the 24th, she killed herself, Sergeant. It almost killed me, too, losing her.
Yes, ma'am.
That's why I say I'm used to it. I got to the point after Alice was dead where I couldn't see any reason for going on. Then I figured that the good Lord must have wanted it this way. And I wasn't the one to say it was wrong. Alice was going to have enough trouble as it was.
I don't think I understand.
Suicide, Sergeant. The one unforgivable sin.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, Joe. I called them. Checked with the fellas in the car. They're looking around the neighborhood. Miss Curtis.
Yes.
I wonder if you could give us a description of the man you saw. We'd like to get out a call on him.
Of course, I saw him pretty good, just standing there looking at me.
Well, how old a man would you say he was?
Maybe 35 or 40. Not any older than that, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm. How tall would you say he was?
Taller than you.
About how much taller?
Oh, maybe a couple of inches.
Well, I make him about 6'1" or 2". Is that right?
Yes, I think that's pretty close.
About his weight, how heavy do you think he was?
I'm not very good at that. I guess about 180, around there.
Uh-huh. What about his clothes? What was he wearing? Could you remember?
He had on one of those blue denim outfits, you know, the trousers and the jacket, light blue.
Mm-hmm.
Then the coat had that dark blue trim knitted around the bottom and collar. Had on a white shirt, no tie. And a pair of those shoes with the real thick soles, that rubber.
Mm-hmm. Anything unusual about him?
I don't think I know what you mean.
Or did he have any marks or scars, anything that might make it easier for us to identify him?
No, not that I could see. But you won't have any trouble identifying him. I'll tell you if you have the right one or not.
Did he have a car? Would you know that?
I don't think so. I didn't see one.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Uh-huh. I'll call us in right away, Joe. Get out the local and APB. Yeah. Miss Curtis?
Yes.
Could you tell us exactly what time the shooting took place?
Not exactly, but I'd say about 7:45.
Uh-huh. Did this man say anything to you?
No, not a word.
You never saw him before, maybe around the neighborhood, the stores, in the street someplace?
No, I never saw him. I know that. But if I see him again, I'll know him.
All right. I'll be right back, Joe. Okay. I hope you won't take offense, ma'am.
What's that, Sergeant?
Well, you don't seem too greatly concerned about your son's death here.
I thought I'd explain that to you. I told you that I have to figure that it's the Lord's will.
Mm-hmm.
I might as well tell you, Sergeant. You'll probably find out anyway.
What's that, ma'am?
Well, Jeff and I had a few arguments. Nothing serious, but we did have words.
I beg your pardon, ma'am?
Well, I told you that my daughter took her own life.
Oh, yeah.
She lived with us here in this house. I thought it was a happy home. I found out it wasn't. I found out too well.
Mm-hmm.
You see, Alice, that's my daughter.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, she was going to marry. She'd met a young man who worked in an aircraft factory. She seemed to think he was very nice. I couldn't see much in him. I told her so. We had quite a few rows about it, once when he was here.
Mm-hmm.
On that night, the row, Alice's young man left, made quite a fuss about my trying to run the children's lives. Told Alice that he'd marry her right away that night. But when they were married, he didn't want to have anything to do with Jeff or me.
Well, did Jeff take any part in this quarrel?
No, my yes. Finally, the young man stormed out of the house. Alice was in tears, just seemed to go to pieces. That night, she took an overdose of sleeping pills. I'll never forget when I called her for breakfast. Terrible. That's not doing any good. I'm sorry, Sergeant.
That's quite all right, ma'am. Now, you said you and your son had several arguments. Was it about this engagement thing?
Yes, after Alice's funeral, Jeff seemed to sulk around the house. Then at night he'd go out and drink quite a bit. He seemed to think that I'd caused Alice to do away with herself. I tried to tell him that I didn't, that I was just as sorry as he was. I told him how badly I felt, but it didn't seem to do any good.
Well, have you heard from Alice's fiancé since that night?
He was at the funeral.
Well, what's his name, Mrs. Curtis?
Dudley. Bruce Dudley.
Do you know where we can get in touch with him?
I think Jeff had his address. I can look for it.
Thank you.
But you don't think that Bruce had anything to do with this? I know it wasn't him. I know Bruce. I know what he looks like. It wasn't him in the living room.
Well, we just want to talk to him, ma'am.
Of course, he might have hired someone else. No, I'm sure Bruce had nothing to do with it. Even with what he did say.
Ma'am?
That night, when they had the fight, Jeff told him that if he didn't get out, he'd throw him out.
Mm-hmm.
When he left, Bruce said that someday our meddling in other people's lives was going to backfire, that it might take some time, but that we'd be repaid. And that look in his eyes when he went through the door, Sergeant,
Yeah.
maybe he did do it. He looked mad enough to kill us both.
9:12 a.m. The coroner arrived and removed the body. The men from the crime lab crew went over the place. A complete set of pictures was taken before the body was removed. Leighton Prince went over the rifle on the table and the cleaning apparatus. Frank and I noticed that the tablecloth on the living room table had been on the floor when we got to the house. Mrs. Curtis had told us that her son had grabbed it as he fell to the floor. We talked with the neighbors. One of them, a Mrs. Alvin Kemper, said that she had been watering the lawn between 7:30 and 8 a.m., but that she had seen no one enter or leave the Curtis house. She told us that she had heard frequent and loud arguments between Mrs. Curtis and her son. Frank and I drove out to the address of Bruce Dudley. It was a modern one-room apartment on Riverside Drive in the San Fernando Valley. We rang the buzzer a second time and waited. Looks like he's not in. Oh, what time you got? 12:17. He's probably gone out. Come on, we can check the manager. Yeah? Oh, Mr. Dudley?
Yeah, what do you want?
We're police officers. We'd like to talk to you.
Okay, come on in. Just got up, out late last night. I don't feel at all well. Now move those clothes and sit down. I'm going to put a pot of coffee on. Oh, it feels like a troop of midgets ran barefoot over my tongue.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
What do you want to see me about?
You know Jeff Curtis?
Yeah, I know him. Hey, what'd you say your names were?
Well, my name's Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
You got any badge? Something to prove that you're cops?
Yes, sir. Here's my ID.
Uh-huh. Sergeant Joseph Friday. Okay. Now, what's this about Jeff?
He's dead, Mr. Dudley.
Dead?
Yes, sir.
How'd it happen? Accident?
Well, we're not sure.
He didn't kill himself, did he?
Why do you ask that?
I just thought he might have. Sister killed herself. Thought he might have done the same thing.
You know of any reason that he'd do something like that?
Oh, no, not that I could name.
I understand you and Mr. Curtis didn't get along too well.
We got along all right. Oh, when Alice and I split up, there were some words, nothing serious.
Well, the way we get it, you were pretty sore at him.
Yeah?
Yeah. I understand you and he had quite an argument. He was ready to throw you out of the house.
You've been talking to his mother. She's been throwing lies around again.
Well, is it true? Did you and Curtis have an argument?
Yeah, I got nothing to hide.
You been out of the house this morning?
No, why?
Have any way of proving you were here all morning?
Just got up. You know that. You guys got me out of bed. What are you trying to prove?
Just want to know if you can account for your time, that's all.
You think I had something to do with Jeff's death, is that it?
We didn't say that.
No, but you meant it. Oh, excuse me. I got to get the coffee. You want some coffee?
No, thanks.
How about you?
No.
You don't mind if I have a cup, huh?
No, sir, go right ahead.
Thanks. Let's face it. You guys really think I had anything to do with what happened to Jeff?
We're not paid to say what we think. We try to get the facts.
Yeah. But if I was you, I'd concentrate on Mrs. Curtis. I wouldn't put it past the old bat to kill her own son. Check around the bars in the neighborhood. Talk to his friends. They'll tell you. His mother was scared to death that he'd marry one of these days, walk out on her. He used to be on his back all the time about the girls he went out with. I knew some of them. Alice and me used to double date with him once in a while.
Mm-hmm. They ever have any arguments about this while you were around?
A couple of times, yeah. If you don't believe me, why don't you check with Harry? He'll tell you the same story. Lord knows he went through enough of it.
Harry?
Yeah, Jeff's brother. He got married, let's see, about 5 years ago. Moved out of the house, lock, stock, and baggage. He went through a thrash with his mother about it. He'll tell you about it. Used to come over to see Jeff once in a while after he got married, but the old lady caused so much trouble that they started to meet at a bar. Got to the point where Harry wouldn't go in the house. Check with him. He'll tell you.
You know where we can get in touch with him?
No, I haven't got the address. Look it up in the book. Harry Curtis. I think it's out on Selma, someplace in Hollywood.
All right, sir. Where do you work?
Meyer Aircraft. I'm a toolmaker.
You work the day shift?
Yeah, I'm off today. Hey, what's this for?
Just wanted to know where we could reach you.
You still think I had something to do with it, huh?
No, we didn't say you did. Your name came up and we had to check it out.
Yeah. Well, there were a lot of times when Jeff and I didn't get along. I won't try to tell you that there weren't. I never do anything to hurt him. He had enough on his hands with that mother.
Yeah?
Sure, one night when we came home from a date, Alice, me, Jeff, and his date, we're sitting around the kitchen having something to eat. Mother came in madder than a wet hen. Raised Cain, told Jeff to get the woman out of the house. Jeff told her he wouldn't have her talk to the girl like that. He thought quite a bit of her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the old biddy walked right over and slapped the girl across the face, told her to leave Jeff alone. Said she'd rather see him dead than tied up with a girl like that.
2:40 p.m. We drove back to the office. There'd been no replies on the local or the APB. We checked the names of Jeffrey Curtis and Bruce Dudley through R&I. There was no record on Curtis, but Dudley had been arrested twice for LAMC 4127C, being drunk in a public place. He'd served sentences in the city jail on both charges. We checked with the coroner's office, and they told us that Curtis had been killed by a .38 caliber bullet. It had been fired at close range into the back of his skull. The bullet was booked for evidence, and we made out a dead body report. We put in a call to the brother's house, but we were told that he was out of the city, and he wouldn't return until sometime that night. We left word for him to call our office as soon as he returned. We checked on the suicide story given us by Mrs. Curtis and found that an Alice Curtis had taken her own life by an overdose of sleeping pills 2 years before. 5:20 p.m. Frank and I drove out to talk to Mrs. Curtis again.
You want to look at Jeff's room, don't you?
Yes, Miss Curtis.
This way.
When we were here this morning, you didn't say anything about your other son.
Harry? Well, you see, Officer, Harry doesn't care much for me. I know it's hard to believe that a boy would desert his own mother, but that's what Harry did. He got married, and right away his wife started to cause trouble between us.
The rifle your son was cleaning this morning.
Oh, yes, those men from the crime lab, I think they said they took it.
Yes, ma'am. Did your son do much hunting?
Well, he used to do quite a bit before Harry got married. They used to be great pals. Mother couldn't ask for a better pair of sons. And when Harry left home, Jeff sort of gave it up. He cleaned the gun when he had to, but he didn't go after game anymore. Then, too, he was afraid to leave me alone at night.
Ma'am?
Well, we've had a lot of trouble with prowlers in the neighborhood. Had to call the police a couple of times. They didn't find anybody, though.
These your son's clothes, ma'am?
Yes.
This man you saw this morning, did you notice if he had a gun?
Yes, he did. It was a revolver. When I came into the room, it was still smoking.
Did your son keep any other firearms in the house?
Oh, no, just the rifle. I wouldn't have any other guns in the place. I don't like them.
You had any call to go up in the attic lately, Mrs. Curtis?
What?
The attic, ma'am. Have either you or your son had any reason to go up there?
No, I don't think we've been up there since we moved. Could I get you officers a cup of coffee or anything? I've got some nice fresh cake. Like a slice of that?
No, ma'am. Thanks just the same. Oh? Yeah. Look at here. Yeah. Look at here on the shoulders of these suits in the back. You see this dirt? Looks like it came down from that door to the attic. Yeah. Let me get a chair and we'll have a look.
What's this all about? I told you we haven't used that attic. Don't you believe me?
We'd just like to take a look if you don't mind, ma'am.
Well, maybe I do mind.
It's just going to take a minute, ma'am.
I think you officers have sure got your nerve. I tried to be nice to you, help you out. Isn't enough that my boy's dead. Now you have to come in here and tear my home apart.
There's something up here, Frank. I can reach it. Yeah, here it is. Get my pencil. You ever seen this, Mrs. Curtis?
No. I haven't got any idea how that gun got there. Doesn't belong to us.
What do you think, Joe? I don't know. .38 caliber.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action. And now a report every smoker should hear. Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfields. First such report published about any cigarette. A responsible consulting organization reports a study by a competent medical specialist and staff on the effects of smoking Chesterfields. For 6 months, a group of men and women smoked only Chesterfields, 10 to 40 a day, their normal amount. 45% of the group have smoked Chesterfields from 1 to 30 years, for an average of 10 years each. At the beginning and end of the 6 months, each smoker was given a thorough examination, including x-rays and covering the sinuses, nose, ears, and throat. After these examinations, the medical specialist stated,
"It is my opinion that the ears, nose, throat, and accessory organs of all participating subjects examined by me were not adversely affected in the 6-month period by smoking the cigarettes provided."
Remember this report and buy Chesterfields, regular or king size. Premium quality Chesterfields, and much milder.
We took the gun back to the city hall. It was checked for fingerprints, but none were found. We checked with pawn shop records, but the gun had not been registered. By checking with the manufacturer, we got the retailer's name. It had been sold to the victim, Jeff Curtis. The gun was turned over to Russ Camp for the routine check through ballistics. Just a minute till I take it out. Right. Okay. Place it under the comparison knife. There we are. What's the matter now? Striations here. Got a make, Russ? Yeah, the match. 11:46 p.m. Harry Curtis called the office. He was surprised to hear of his brother's death, but said that he would be down to see us in the morning. Frank and I checked out, and the next morning we drove out to the house on Burn Street and picked up Mrs. Curtis. We talked to her in the interrogation room.
This is perfectly ridiculous. I don't understand what you're trying to get me to say.
Well, maybe if we lay it out for you, ma'am.
Yes, that might do it. At least it would be something.
All right, when we walked into your house yesterday morning, you said that nothing in the house had been touched, that everything was just as it was when your son was killed. Is that right?
Yes, I guess I said that.
I'd like to have you be sure one way or the other, ma'am. What did you say?
I said that. I hadn't touched anything. Nobody did.
Uh-huh. Would you tell us what your son was doing when you left the room?
I told you he was cleaning the rifle.
On the living room table?
Yes, that's right.
What did you say he did after he was shot?
I said he fell down.
Did he touch anything as he fell, brush up against anything?
Well, when he fell, he grabbed the tablecloth, pulled it down with him.
Yes, ma'am. Well, then maybe you can explain how it was that all the things he used to clean the rifle and the gun itself were still on the table.
What?
How is it those things didn't come off the table when he pulled the cloth off?
I don't know what you're trying to get me to say.
Well, we'd like for you to tell us the truth.
I'm telling that.
All right, ma'am. When the crime lab went over your house, they found 2 places in the kitchen floor that had been filled in with plastic wood. The job didn't look very old.
Well, what's wrong with that? Jeff took good care of the house. He might have tried to plug up some place where ants were getting in.
When the men from the lab dug up the patches, they found 2 .38 caliber bullets underneath. They checked them with the bullet that killed your son. The bullets came from the same gun.
I don't know what you're talking about. What does all this show?
You talked about the prowlers. Said you had trouble with them in the neighborhood?
That's right.
What action did you take to stop this?
I called the police. Had them come out and try to find the person who was causing the trouble.
When did you call the police last?
3 weeks ago.
We've checked the reports, ma'am. There's no record of anyone having called the police to check prowlers in that neighborhood for the past 6 months.
Are you trying to make me out a liar? Is that what you're trying to do?
We're trying to get the truth. Frank? Yeah, Joe. You want to check the office and see if Mr. Curtis is here yet? Yeah, sure.
You brought my son here?
Yes, ma'am. We've got to get the truth to this.
Well, why did you have to get him involved in it?
Well, as I said, ma'am, we're trying to find the facts.
You don't believe what I've told you?
Well, no, ma'am. You've made it a little difficult.
How can you say that?
Well, first you tell us that nothing was touched, yet the physical setup doesn't make that possible. You deny knowing anything about the gun when we find it, but we find 2 bullets that have been fired from the same gun embedded in the floor of the kitchen. You told us about prowlers in the neighborhood, but there's no police record of it. Your next-door neighbor says she was out in front of her house all morning, but she didn't see anyone enter or leave your house. We find the murder gun up in the attic. You told us you saw the killer leave the house with the gun. Your son died instantly. Now, can you tell us who put the gun there? No, ma'am. There's too much here that doesn't gel.
They got you into this, didn't they, Harry?
Yes, Mother?
They're trying to tell you that I killed Jeff. They want me to tell them that I killed my own boy. Tell them I wouldn't do a thing like that. Not my own boy.
Afraid I can't, Mother.
What do you mean you can't?
The officers just told me about it.
Well, who are you going to believe? These policemen or me, your mother?
You don't give me much choice.
What?
I love your mother. You got to believe that. I know that whatever you did, you thought was right. I know you didn't mean to hurt Jeff. I know that.
And you think I killed him, too? Don't you? Harry, give me an answer. You think I killed Jeff, don't you?
Yes, Mother.
Well, I did. I didn't think I meant to do it. I think I just wanted to frighten him. He was running around so much. Those tramps he was seeing, terrible women. I had to keep him home. I had to keep him with me. He was all I had. I'm not young anymore, Harry. You went away, then Alice. Jeff was all I had. I didn't want him to leave, and he was going to. We had an argument. He was cleaning the gun. I got the revolver. That way I knew that I'd always have him with me, that he wouldn't leave. I pulled the trigger. Then I knew what I'd done, that Jeff was gone, too. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know. You've got to believe that, officer.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you believe me? That I just wanted my boy? I wanted to keep him. That's all any mother wants. I tried to keep my boy.
Or maybe that's what was wrong.
What do you mean?
You tried too hard.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On September 4th, trial was held in Department 87, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Each of our Dragnet case histories is based entirely on facts taken from authentic police files, and everything we tell you about Chesterfield is based on facts, too. Chesterfield, for example, was the first to name its ingredients. Chesterfield tells you what it's made of, because you should know what gives you the best possible smoke. Now, that brings me to the report that George Fenneman and Hal Gibney read earlier. That, too, is based entirely on facts. Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfield. First such report ever published about any cigarette. Remember this the next time you buy cigarettes and ask for Chesterfield. Regular or king size, premium quality Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke.
Edith A. Curtis was tried and convicted of murder in the first degree and was sentenced to the state penitentiary for women, Tehachapi, California. While serving her sentence there, she died from natural causes. Murder in the first degree is punishable by death or confinement in the state penitentiary for life. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Frazier. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Herb Ellis, Helen Klebe, Whit Connor. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Tomorrow, sound off for Chesterfield. Either way you like them, regular or king size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke. Much milder Chesterfield.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Calling all cars. The copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Calling all
all cars, attention all Huntington Beach cars. Broadcast 149. Investigate a man attempting to halt cars on Ocean Highway at East City limits. Man is reported covered with blood and waving a red lantern. East City limits and Ocean Highway. That's all.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have just had a remarkable experience. I have just returned from a trip to the only Sinclair cracking plant in the West, owned by the Rio Grande Oil Company. And now I know the secret of the success of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. You have wondered, and frankly so have I, why this one brand continues to be specified exclusively year after year in the many cities and counties where it is sold to power more police, fire, and emergency cars than any other brand. If you could only see the wonderful, mysterious, and complicated Rio Grande cracking plant, as I have just seen it, you would realize why cracked gasoline is so superior to other brands. In this large refinery, gasoline is made by the same processes used to make other gasoline. Then it goes through the extra, additional cracking process, passing through miles of pipes and stills and fractionating towers that cover acres of ground and cost millions of dollars. Rio Grande takes gasoline when it is in the state of refinement that other companies consider ready for market and pass it through these costly extra steps to make a truly super gasoline. There is no other refinery in the West licensed to crack gasoline by the Sinclair process. Rio Grande has the exclusive patent rights, and when the gasoline has been broken up into infinitesimal atoms under terrific pressure, then it is blended until the perfect balance is achieved for quick starting, for speed and acceleration, and for unlimited power. There's as much difference between ordinary gasoline and Rio Grande cracked as there is between black and white. I have seen tests which prove almost unbelievable differences. And yet, to this almost perfect product, Rio Grande adds tetraethyl to create even more power, to prevent engine overheating, and to give you the thrill of police car performance at no extra cost to you. And now it is our pleasure to present Chief H.L. Grant of the Huntington Beach Police Department. Chief Grant.
The case you are about to hear is one of the most incredible in the history of Orange County peace officials. There are times when the desire to live becomes so strong that human beings enact feats of strength and live in spite of terrible torture that should by all rights kill an ordinary mortal. The story of Angelo Franny is such a case. Had the diabolical plot hatched by his so-called pals worked out as planned, we of the police department might have had a pretty difficult time in trying to break their stories. But as you will hear, it didn't. In closing, I'd like to add just a word of advice to the criminal who thinks he can break the law and get away with it. Now, you may think you've got an airtight alibi. You may feel pretty smart about your superiority to the other fellow. But the odds are all on our side, and in the long run, you'll find yourself on the bottom of the pile. Now, think it over.
March 25th, 1930, Huntington Beach, California. The damp sea fog has caught the tips of the spindly oil derricks along the coast highway and swathed their skeletons in nebulous clothing. Ghosts, indeed, they appear in the flashing lights of the passing automobiles, crawling through the clammy night. In one of these cars, a maroon Chrysler Roadster, are three conspirators, Angelo Franny, Tex Wallace, and Harry Moran.
Oh, now listen, you guys. If we're a monkey with his bank job, we're going to have a long stay in the morgue.
Pipe down, Franny. Pull off the highway here to the right. Yeah, stop right alongside that fence and put your lights out. We're going out to a friend of mine a couple of blocks from here to get a shovel to dig up the soup in that kit bag we buried. You sit right here till we get back. And just to make sure you don't take a powder on us, I'll take this ignition key with me. Come on, Harry.
Okay. Tex, you'd better give my rod back to me. I might need it.
Oh, yeah? Duck under this fence, Harry. I'll hold the wire up for you. We'll force this lock and go in the back way. He knows we're coming. Here you are. That's it. Careful. All right, now, hold it up for me.
That bird's got a stool on us, Tex.
You telling me? He sure tipped his mitt tonight. He's so yellow, if you stuck him with a knife, he'd bleed lemon juice.
We better deal him out and let's go back to Long Beach.
Yeah? He'd take his little go-kart with him, and where'd we be for a getaway wagon?
Get him to lend us the car till the job's pulled.
He wouldn't hold still for that. He knows we're set to blow east. He knows and we know he'd be kissing his buggy goodbye if he fell for that. Besides, he'd have it on us and squawk for a cut.
Well, what do we do then?
Ain't guessing so good tonight, are you, Harry? When we go back to the beach, instead of going to the plant, we'll go to the city dump at the edge of town. Let him do the digging, and when he gets busy, pour the poison.
Bump him, you mean?
Why not?
Oh, the job ain't worth it.
The night breeze chilling you too?
No, Tex, but I ain't never...
Save it. I'm refereeing this go tonight, and I'm making my own rules. Now, that's Fang. We're downwind of him. He'll be all right when he gets our scent. Now, here comes Jim with a lantern. Don't talk no more than you have to.
Who is it?
Tex. Thought we'd drift in the back way. It's handier.
Oh, hello. Howdy, Harry.
Hello, Jim. How's tricks?
We come to get the shovel to dig those clams I was telling you about.
Oh, yeah, it's right in the shed. I'll get it for you.
Well, Fang, old fella. Still my friend, huh? Nice dog, Harry.
Yeah, if he likes you.
Yeah, here you are, Tex.
Okay, Jim. If we have any luck with the clams, we might drop by and give you some. Let's get going, Harry.
Well, good luck. I'll be looking for you.
So long, Jim.
Come on, Fang. It's time for you to be changed up.
Right guard, Jim. If the catch is good, we'll mail him a C-note.
Listen, Tex, I think we better try to talk Frenny into going through with this job. 3 men are better than 2, I say.
Yeah? Well, I'm doing the saying, and the melon will be sweeter if it's cut only 2 ways.
And the rap will be a lot heavier if we put 'em away.
What rap? They can't rap you till you lose, and we ain't losing. With Frenny in the clear, there won't be no one to report his car stolen and him missing. So who's going to put the finger on us?
How about his wife?
She's in the jam herself. Besides, she don't see or hear from him for weeks at a time.
Maybe you're right.
Of course I'm right. You know me well enough to know that I do things without... Well, I use my noodle. I've cased this always, and I tell you, it's all silk. Our game is. Now, are you game?
Well, I'm as game as you are, Tex, but I ain't anxious to swing.
The hemp ain't been spun that'll swing me. Now, here's a lay. When we get back to the car, just act like it's all been set for the 3 of us to go through with the job. If he beefs about it, just let me do the talking. Well, we'll tell him the stuff's buried out of the city dump, and when we get there, I'll tell you to change that rear tire that's down a little while Frenny does the digging.
Yeah?
Yeah. When he gets busy with the shovel, we'll give him all we've got with that heavy jack. We'll plant him close to where the dump's burning, and in 24 hours, there won't be enough left of Mr. Frenny to establish the corpus delicti. Got it?
Yeah, I got it. I'm kind of a star in this show, ain't I?
You weakening?
Nah. Let's go.
Right. Watch the barbed wire.
Watch yourself, Sam.
Hey, what are you fellows go for without a shovel, eh? On the hand?
What's the matter, Frenny? Getting tired waiting?
I'm a get glad the cold sit here in this dump of fog.
Well, you had to warm her up, but why don't you take a shot?
No, I did. I take it 2, 3.
I'll say you did. You darn near killed it.
Why not? There's plenty more in the side of pocket.
Sure. Better get it, Harry. I can kill this myself.
Okay.
Find it, Harry?
Yeah.
All right. Get going, Frenny. Back to hunting and beef.
Well, here's success to the job.
You better drink to that, too, Frenny. You're playing a part in it.
I don't play nothing. I'm a go with you if you say so, but I don't like it. I've got to feel something going to happen.
Frenny, you'll never know how psychic you are. Here's how.
Back through the fog, the roadster creeps to Huntington Beach. At the eastern limits of the city, Wallace directs Frenny over the truck road to the huge refuse pile known as the city dump.
All right, Frenny. Douse the lights and pull up close to where she's burning there. That's good. Kill your motor and we'll get busy. There. Give us that shovel. Harry, you better change that right rear tire. It's got a slow leak and we might go flat on us about the time we need it most.
Okay. Here you are.
Right. Now you start the digging, Frenny. Stuff's planted plenty deep. I'll spell you when you get tired.
Where is it, this place?
Right here where my toe is, see?
It's a funny place to plant the soup.
How you coming, Harry?
Just starting. Shall I change it now?
Yes, now.
Yeah, that ought to hold him for a while.
Give me a hand to roll him over close to the fire, and we'll cover him up with the stuff that'll burn.
Wait till I chuck this jack in the car. We might need it later for that tire. We better frisk him first. He might be holding something worthwhile.
Ain't a bad idea. Here's his wallet. Got dough in it, too. Here's his operator's license. I'll just keep that. Might come in handy, seeing I ain't got none. Well, that's all but a couple of letters written in Italian. Well, get him over there.
I'll chuck a few shovelfuls of ashes over him first to get him out of sight.
Right. And here's an old bed spring that'll keep anyone from stepping on him in case the fire don't burn over this far by daylight.
And just to make it a good job, let's heave the body of this old touring car over the whole business.
That's it. There now. There. That's what I call an artistic bit of work. Poor old Fanny. And he had a feeling something was going to happen. Come on, Harry, let's scram.
Where now?
Oh, we'll roll up the highway a ways.
What are you winking the headlights for?
I ain't. They're doing it themselves. Must be a bum connection. I'll pull off into this side street and see if I can fix them. Wonder if there's a pair of pliers in this bunch of tools.
Yeah, here's a pair. Say, this black jack has blood on it. We better ditch it. I'll chuck it out there in the weeds.
No, not so hot. Might be found. Get that old blanket in the back of the seat. Pick up some rocks, and we'll put the jack and Fanny's gun in the rocks in the blanket and toss the bundle in the bay. Anaheims Landing. I'll see if I can find out what's gone haywire with these lights. Looks to me as though the wire's loose here under the dashboard.
What's the idea of dumping the gun in the drink? We might need it.
I never carry one, Henry. It's a bum beef if we're ever picked up and they find a gat on you. I just borrowed his gun for tonight so we wouldn't have no ace in the holes. He knows I never tote one. Harry, get back in the car. Some guys are walking over this way.
Okay, well, I'll pick this stuff up.
Oh, leave it and get in here.
Having trouble with your legs?
Yeah, loose connection somewhere, I guess.
Which way are you headed?
Oh, going back to Los Angeles. There, I guess that's got it. Fixed okay. They're burning steady now.
Yeah, they seem to be all right. Everything else okay?
I think so. Well, guess we'll be rolling along. Good night.
Good night.
You know, there's something phony about that guy. He's pretty nosy. And he's got copper written all over him.
What about the bundle? You're going to leave it there?
We are not. We'll stall around a while and then go back with the lights out and pick it up. That's if Mr. Nosy don't beat us to it.
A few hours later, through the swirling tentacles of fog along the coast highway just outside of Huntington Beach, a woman, her thin hands clutching the steering wheel of her car, fights off the feeling of gloom and loneliness, strains her eyes ahead to see the winding road. The twin beams from her headlights create crazy patterns in the fog, magnify the eeriness of the night to a nerve-breaking tension. Then, suddenly, directly in front of the car, an indistinct shape looms. Fear clutching with cold hands at her throat, the woman sits staring at the something that crawls slowly towards the car. Then, opening the door, she steps down, looks into a blood-smeared, pain-racked face.
Oh. Please, help me. Please. I can't. Please, help me. I don't hurt you none. You just help me.
All right, I will. I've got to. Here, I'll try and help you into the back of the car.
Thank you. I'll be all right, Bobby.
Yes, you'll be all right. You'll be all right.
Fighting her fear, the woman drives her pathetic human cargo into Huntington Beach, pulls up to a stop in front of the first men she sees on the street.
Could you tell me where I could find a hospital or a police station?
Sure, ma'am. It's right along down the street here.
Station.
Huh?
I don't want police station.
Hey, what's up here? Someone hurt?
I found this man crawling in the road back there. He's got blood all over him, and I don't know what to do.
Hey, Matt, give me a hand here. This guy badly hurt, yeah?
No, I'm all right. Don't worry about me. I'm all right.
Sure you're all right, buddy. You're all right, but you're going for a ride in an ambulance just the same. Now, come on, Matt. Post him.
No, I'm all
Someone
right.
calling the ambulance?
Yeah, I'll call one, and I'm going to call the law, too. This looks funny to me.
Wait a minute. This looks like a squad car coming.
Yeah, it is. Stop. Get him over here.
Hey, officer. Officer. Yeah, it's Parker and Earl Schaefer.
What's all the trouble here?
Hey, I was just going to call you boys. You know, this woman drove up and she asked me where a hospital was, and I was just going to tell her.
All right, now, suppose we let the lady tell me. Now, what's it all about, ma'am?
I'm Mrs. Withers, officer. I was coming home from Balboa tonight, and all of a sudden I saw this man crawling along the road. I got out and looked and saw he was hurt, so I brought him here.
You don't know what happened to him?
No, sir. I hadn't even stopped to think about that. I was so frightened.
I don't blame you. It's not a very pretty sight.
What hit you, young fella?
No, take me to hospital. I don't want to go to hospital.
All right, that's all right, buddy. Take it easy. Did the car hit you?
No, not the car. They beat me. They try to kill me. But I'm all right.
All right. Did anybody call an ambulance?
Hey, you know, I was just going to. When
yeah, but you
got
didn't, huh? You didn't. Better call in for the wagon, Schaefer. This boy's in a bad way.
Shortly after reaching the hospital, Angelo Freni, questioned, unfolds a story so weird and fantastic that the officers find difficulty in believing him. They rush to headquarters, however, with the license number and complete description of the roadster and its occupants. While phones, radio, and teletype send forth their call for the wanted men, Parker and Schaefer search vainly through the city streets and along the ocean front for the maroon-colored Chrysler.
Looks like a hopeless case, A.J. Guess they're miles from here by this time.
You know, Earl, if that Italian's telling the truth, I believe we saw that car tonight. Remember when I called your attention to a car out on the dump when we were cruising along the ocean here?
Yeah, and I thought it was some of the boys shooting rats.
Well, as long as we're down this way, let's roll over there and look things over.
Right. There are a lot of things that don't click with me. Now, if robbery was the sole motive for the stick-up, why did they cave in his skull? He said they had his gun.
It might have been gang work. Maybe his number was up.
Maybe, but it doesn't seem humanly possible. Doc said his skull was fractured in 3 places. Must be a good 300 yards from down there at that dump heap to the highway, and he dragged himself all that distance and then had presence of mind enough to take a red lantern off a construction job to flag a car with.
Well, I don't put much stock in the buried alive part of the story, but it won't do any harm to check up a little.
Visiting the city dump, officers Parker and Schaefer find sufficient evidence to corroborate Freni's story. Reporting back to headquarters, they learn that Freni, Wallace, and Moran are wanted in Long Beach for a series of crimes, including forgery and burglary. While every available officer and some of the citizenry engage in a frantic search for the hot roadster, the object of their search, with headlights out, gropes quietly along Lake Street and Huntington Beach, thieving for the spot where the bundle has been left in the weeds.
Hold it, Tex. This is the place.
Find it?
Yeah, I got it.
That lug that quizzed us about the lights is standing just across the street.
Now, kick on your lights and step on it. Let's get out of here.
Don't get panicky, something. The easy does it the best. He can't really be wise to nothing, so we'll just drift along easy like and head for Costa Mesa.
It was Jack Tinsley, former police chief, who stood across the street while the bundle was retrieved. His suspicions now thoroughly aroused, he hurries at once to headquarters, where he finds Earl Schaefer pacing the floor impatiently, awaiting the return of his partner.
Hi, Earl. What's on your mind?
Plenty. What's on yours?
Oh, maybe nothing. Just got kind of puzzled over the actions of a Chrysler Roadster that's made a couple of trips out my way tonight.
What kind of a car? Say that again.
A maroon Chrysler Roadster, California, 3X2914. Why, is it hot?
Is it hot, man? It's red hot. Where'd you see it last and when?
Just saw it out on Lake Street, headed toward 17th.
What have we got to ride in? Parker's got our car.
Mine's outside.
Well, come on. I'll tell you all about it on the way. How many were there in the car when you saw them?
2. I talked with them when they were fixing their lights, when they were out the first time. They came back later and picked up something they had planted in the weeds.
What'd they look like?
Couldn't see much in the dark. One of them was quite tall and had a decided Texas drawl.
Those are the babies, all right.
They beat a guy over the head with an auto jack and buried him in the ashes down at the city dump a while ago.
Hey, there's a tail light ahead. Slow down a little. Might be them.
Yeah. It's a roadster, all right.
Yeah. And it's the roadster. 3X2914.
Yeah. We'll cover them with your gat, and I'll pull them off at the side of the road.
Right.
All right, pull over, boys. We want to talk to you.
All right, you two. Get out. Keep your hands up.
Keep them covered, Jack, while I see if they're healed.
What is this, a shakedown?
Well, there's no guns on either of them, Jack. Well, here comes Parker.
Oh, you got him, eh? Good work.
Hey, Jay, I want you to meet a couple of friends of mine, Tex Wallace and Harry Moran.
Gentlemen, I sure am pleased to meet you.
Say, what's the gag? If you birds ain't playing a practical joke, it sure is a case of mistaken identity.
We'll discuss that at headquarters.
Arriving at headquarters, the men are booked for car theft and nothing is said of the attempted murder. Wallace, upon whom Freni's wallet is found, gives the name of Angelo Freni and claims ownership of the car. Moran remains sullenly non-committal, and they are locked up in separate cells. The roadster is brought to the station and searched, and the mysterious blanket bundle is found to contain a blood-smeared auto jack, Freni's gun, and several heavy stones. Wallace is brought into the office for questioning.
So your name's Angelo Freni, huh?
Yeah. What of it?
That's an Italian name, isn't it?
Guess it is. My old man was not Italian.
Where'd you get that southern drawl? In Italy?
That's easy. I was born in this country and spent some time in Texas.
Maybe did a little time in Texas, too, huh?
Wisecracking ain't going to get you birds no place with me. I'm answering your questions, ain't I?
Yeah, in your own way. This your pocketbook?
Yeah, that's mine.
And this is your driver's license, huh?
Mm-hmm.
This description says black hair.
Used to be black. Been fading out a bit lately.
And the height is given as 5 feet 6 inches. You're over 6 feet. How come?
Well, I guess I must have grown some since that was made out.
Ah, come on, Wallace. This is all bunk. Come clean.
This is your show, and you birds will have to do your own cleaning. You stop me on the public highway and accuse me of stealing my own car. I'm just asking you to prove it.
Well, we'll prove it all right. And some other things, too. How about that bloody jack and the gun found in your car?
No mystery there, either. I run over a dog on the highway yesterday and crippled him up pretty bad. Didn't want to drive away and leave him to suffer, so I put him out with that jack. I found the gun on the pike last night in Long Beach. I ain't got no use for a gun. Don't like to tote them around. The jack was on the bum anyway, so I thought I'd get rid of both of them.
That's a mighty flimsy alibi, Wallace. If you own that car, where's your pink slip?
Pink slip?
Yeah, the certificate of ownership.
Oh, that's put away for safekeeping.
Why don't you dig it up? It's the easiest way to prove that you own the car.
I don't have to prove that I own it. It's up to you birds to prove that I don't. And that won't be so easy. I'll get me a mouthpiece in the morning and spring this joint with a writ of habeas corpus. Now, if you're through with the questioning, I'll get back to bed.
Oh, all right. You can go back to bed. Lock 'em up there.
You'll never make a car theft charge stick against me.
Well, if a certain patient in a hospital should happen to die, the charge will be more serious.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing. Just a little thought for you to sleep on. Come on. The following morning, District Attorney West and Criminal Deputy Steward arrive from Santa Ana, question the surprisingly healthy Freni, receive a complete description of the murder attempt. With this information in hand, they face prisoner Moran.
Moran, there was just one thing that might have given us a bad time convicting you. I say there was, because that one thing has just been removed.
After trying to bluff me into talking with those cracks, save them.
We're not trying to bluff you. There's no need of that now. Your crony that you tried to get rid of has just spilled the whole story from beginning to end. And you play quite a part in it.
Who do you mean?
Angelo Freni. Ever hear of him?
But, you're lying. Freni couldn't spill anything.
Not if you and Wallace had made a good job of him. But unfortunately for you boys, Freni's in pretty good shape. Able to tell us all about it. Not a very pretty story, either. Especially that cute idea of yours of throwing an old automobile body over him just to make sure.
I didn't.
Then that last touch, you remember? Making sure there was some fire near to complete the job?
Shut up. I don't want to hear about it.
I shouldn't think you would. Oh, yes, and it was you that let him have it with that jack, wasn't it, Moran? You thought it was pretty brave, that, hitting him over the head when he wasn't looking. You felt like a pretty big shot, didn't you?
Let up, will you? I don't want to listen anymore.
You're going to, Moran. You're going to listen until I finish.
Either that or tell me about it yourself.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
Okay, here it is. The whole disagreeable mess wrapped up in a pretty bedtime story for you. You and Wallace drove Frenny in his own car out to that dump heap. You had it all prearranged about when you'd get rid of him. So on a certain word, you raised the jack you had in your hand and smacked it down on Frenny's head.
I didn't. You're making all this up. You can't bully me.
It's a pretty good story, though, doesn't it, Moran? Stewart and I think it's pretty fine.
Yeah, that's right.
Shall we go on? All right, we continue. After you hit Frenny, you and Wallace dragged him over to the dump where there was some live fire burning and tossed him in it. You felt pretty smart about that because you figured if the beating hadn't finished him, the fire would. And it should have.
Yeah, it should have. I can't understand why it didn't. Why, it ain't human for a guy.
Take this down, Sergeant. I think Moran's ready to talk.
It ain't human, but I guess you're right. Me and Wallace did do it. We had to get him out of the way before he stooled on us. He knew too much.
How about the details of the attempted killing, Moran? Are they right?
Yeah. You get the story straight, all right.
Will you sign a confession in full?
Why not? A lot of good it would do me to hold out on you now. But if that lousy Frenny hadn't lived, you wouldn't have got me to talk.
That's right, Moran. Only if Frenny hadn't lived, you'd be up for murder. Think that one over.
Faced with Moran's confession, the up-to-now silent Wallace admits his part in the crime and is bound over to Orange County officials to await trial. A few weeks later, two men listened, white-faced, as Judge G.K. Scoville read the returned verdict of guilty. Harry Moran was sentenced to Folsom Penitentiary and Tex Wallace to San Quentin. Angelo Frenny recovered from his injuries and was later turned over to the Los Angeles County officials on the suspicion of forgery. And after a short stay in jail, he was released on probation.
Thank you, Chief Grant. Ladies and gentlemen, in the next few days, over 500,000 motorists will purposely drive into a Rio Grande station to ask for a free copy of the October Calling All Cars news. We want you to have a copy because if you haven't read this unique publication, you've been missing some real thrills. And if there are youngsters in your family, they will be thrilled to read that Rio Grande is giving away complete junior detective outfits, 14 valuable gifts, all free. It costs you nothing to drive into the service station in your neighborhood featuring Rio Grande cracked gasoline, and it costs you no more to fill your car up with Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Yet it is the same gasoline exactly that is specified by the leading cities and counties of the West to power more police and emergency cars than any other brand. What greater proof can you ask that Rio Grande cracked must be a better gasoline? There's another big buy in your Rio Grande station, Sinclair Motor Oils. All through the country, motorists are changing to Sinclair oils by the thousands. And since the Rio Grande Oil Company introduced Sinclair Motor Oils to the West, sales have gone up and up and up as motorists discover that now they can get a de-waxed, de-jellied, concentrated pure oil in sealed cans as low as 25 cents a quart. That's a real bargain. You save where? You save money with Sinclair.
Huntington Park Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 149. Suspects in this case now in custody. That's all.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against our war effort, draft dodging.
It's not news when a man is drafted. A notice rarely appears in the nation's newspapers unless that man is a celebrity. It is news, though, when a man is caught trying to evade the draft. And so notice does appear in the papers. That's why it may seem that we have had many draft dodges in this war. Actually, we haven't. Actually, the number has been very small, particularly when compared to the last war, when 7 out of every 1,000 men were delinquent. When whole areas like Times Square in New York were roped off and slacker raids were common. In this war, instead of 7, only 1 out of each 1,000 eligibles has been delinquent. The FBI has vigorously sought to get men in the Army instead of jail. Those who have tried to make a racket out of the draft have tried many schemes. Some of their victims, like teenage kids just out of high school earning their first real paychecks in war plants, and reluctant, in a rather human way, to give up those checks and go to war, have been misled by a vicious type of criminal.
Hey, Rick!
Hmm? Oh, hi, Chubb.
Hey, did you eat lunch yet?
Yeah, I went across to the diner.
Oh.
Where'd they get you working?
I'm over in assembly.
Oh? You get the same dough?
Yeah. But not as much overtime. It don't make any difference now, though.
Hmm?
I got that paper this morning.
Oh, what paper's that?
Greetings from Uncle.
Oh.
Yeah. Says I should report for my physical next Monday. That's when you go, ain't it?
Yeah.
You should have seen my mother. I think I was 2 years old or something, the way she acted. I tried to tell her I ain't the first guy who was ever drafted.
Ah, it stinks.
Huh?
Well, it ain't fair, Chubb. We got good jobs here. We're making real dough. Why don't they give us a break?
Well, the Army needs young guys, Rick.
Yeah, sure.
Look, I don't like the idea either.
Well, then why don't we do something?
What do you mean, not report or something?
No.
Then what else?
Well, I ran into a guy last night.
Yeah?
I used to play ball with him over in the park.
Mm-hmm.
He took his physical last month and they flunked him.
What was the matter with him?
Nothing.
I don't get it.
He beat the whole thing on account of some pills he took.
What kind of pills?
I don't know. He bought them off a guy. It made him look like he had a bad heart or something.
Really got away with it, huh?
Yeah, sure. He showed me his card, 4F.
Gee.
I found out from him where to find the guy who sells them pills. Hangs out in a bowling alley over on 10th Street.
Well, you could get in trouble on a thing like that.
This fella didn't.
How much are the pills?
I don't know. I was figuring maybe I'd go over that bowling alley tonight and find out. Want to come?
Well, gee, I don't know.
Think it over, Chubb. I'll meet you outside the gate at 5 o'clock.
Would you like to bowl a string, boys?
No, thanks.
Shoot a rack of pool, maybe?
Oh, no, we'd rather talk to you someplace, Mr. Butler.
Well, let's sit on one of these benches at the back.
Okay, come on, Sam. Yeah,
You work out at the bearing plant, huh?
Yeah.
Must be knocking off plenty of overtime.
We do okay.
Here, sit down.
Thanks.
Now, what can I do for you?
Well, I already told you this. This pal of mine said I should come to see you. It's about them pills.
Oh?
We're both taking our physicals next Monday.
And you just as soon not pass them, is that it?
Yes.
I guess maybe we can do some business. Did he tell you the price?
No.
It's $100 a box.
Hey.
100? For each of us?
That's right.
That's a lot of dough, mister.
Look, I didn't hustle your business. That's what I charge. Take it or leave it.
Gee,
Now, don't tell me you can't afford it. You're both making a good week's pay.
Yeah, but that's
Do you
still...
want to beat the draft or don't you?
Well, yeah. Sure.
And get it up, boys. I guarantee results.
Oh, we don't have that kind of money with us.
When can you get it?
Tomorrow, I guess. How about you, Chubb?
Yeah. Tomorrow's okay.
Swell. You can meet me right here.
Well, how many of the pills you take?
There's 3 in each box. You take them 6 hours apart the night before your physical.
Do they hurt you?
Hurt you?
Oh.
How?
Do they make you sick or anything?
No. You just get a little dizzy. They'll fool any doctor you go up against.
Well, look, I gotta be getting home, Chubb.
Okay.
You'll be here tomorrow, boys?
Yeah, we'll be here right after work.
Look, I hope we don't get in a jam on this thing, Mr. Butler.
This thing has worked for dozens of guys. There ain't nothing wrong in it. Keeping kids like you out of the Army, keeping you from being killed. And that's being patriotic.
Criminals never know when to quit. Never know that a racket can last just so long. In this case, the existence of the racket was exposed when the 2 boys collapsed during their physical examination and became so violently ill that they had to be taken to a hospital. It was obvious to the Army doctors that both boys had taken the same kind of pill. Obvious that both were trying to evade the draft. Obvious that this was a case for the FBI. And so, as soon as the boys had recovered sufficiently, a special agent questioned them at the hospital.
How do you feel, boys?
Not so good.
You, son?
Awful.
Are you well enough to answer a few questions?
About what happened?
Yes. I'd like all the details on where you got those pills.
You tell him, Chubb.
Okay. Well, we got him off a guy who hung around a bowling alley over in 10th Street.
Where on 10th Street?
Right near the corner of Maple Avenue. I don't know the address.
I think it's number 720 10th Street.
I see. Who was this man?
His name was Ralph Butler.
How did you contact him?
A pal of mine told me about him. He said we should go there and see him.
Did he charge you for the pills?
Yes, sir.
How much?
$100.
A piece?
Yes, sir.
Well.
They came 3 in a box, and we took one every 6 hours the night before the physical.
That was some job, too, sir. I had to set the alarm twice during the night.
Well, you're both very lucky. I just read the laboratory report, and the ingredients in those pills might have killed you.
Gee.
We gonna be okay, mister?
Yes, doctors believe you'll recover completely.
Boy, hope so.
Now, can you describe this man, Butler?
Yeah, he's about your size. Tall, I mean.
He was lots fatter, Chum.
Yeah. He was, baldy-headed, wore kind of flashy clothes.
How old would you say he was?
Oh, he was real old. Must have been about 40.
Tell about that address he gave us.
What was that?
Well, the second day we went to see him, the day he gave us the pills, he wanted to know, did we have any friends he could do business with?
Yes.
Well, he told us he wasn't going to be around the bowling alley anymore. But anyone who wanted the pills could write to him about him.
Where?
Care of General Delivery.
I see.
Mister.
Yes?
I guess we're going to get put in jail on account of this, huh?
Well, you've broken the law.
Well, can't you leave Chubb out of this? He didn't want any part of it. This was all my idea.
Son, I'm afraid you're both involved.
You're real suckers.
How do you feel about going in the Army now?
Mister, we'd love it.
Yeah.
Well, I'll talk to the U.S. Attorney. I won't promise you what the decision will be, but you might have another chance.
This was not the first time that such a case had cropped up for the FBI. Not even the first time it had cropped up in this particular city. A watch was set up at the bowling alley, but the man did not return. However, special agents had another lead, a real lead. They had a description of the man responsible, and they had a way to reach him. That way was through the post office. The agents waited and watched there every day and every night, waited for someone to pick up a letter. A letter addressed to Mr. Ralph Butler in care of General Delivery. Early in the afternoon of the fourth day, someone did pick up a letter for Ralph Butler. Not a rather stout, bald-headed man, but a sallow, sandy-haired boy. Two agents followed him carefully to a building in the business district, watched him go into an office on the third floor, and then stopped him in the hall as he came out.
Excuse me, son.
Uh-huh?
You just delivered the letter to that officer?
Yes, sir.
Who accepted it?
Nobody.
You mean there's no one in there?
That's right. I put it on the desk and left.
Who asked you to deliver the letter?
Some man I met on the street.
Huh?
He said I should pick up a letter addressed to Mr. Ralph Butler at the general delivery window in the post office.
Yes.
He asked me to bring it here to this doctor's office, and he gave me a quarter.
Well, this man who asked you to do the errand, was he about my height, son? Rather stout, bald-headed?
Yeah, that's him.
Thanks, son.
Okay, sir.
Come on, Perry. Let's take a look at this office.
Right.
This must be the doctor that Butler told his other customers about.
The one who made the pills.
Yes. Dr. Woodbury's Health Club. Let's go in, Perry.
Right. It's not exactly an elaborate layout.
No. Well, this is apparently the anteroom. Let's see what's in the next office.
Look at those charts on the wall. Typical quack equipment.
Yes. Go ahead, Perry.
Thanks. Well, at least there's a desk in here.
But no doctor.
What do we do now?
Just wait. Someone should turn up for that letter. I have a hunch it won't.
Wait.
Oh, who are you?
We're waiting for Dr. Woodbury.
Oh, is the doctor out?
Yes.
Well, I guess I'd better wait, too, then.
You work here?
No.
You a patient?
No, I've come here about my son.
I see.
Is the doctor treating you, ma'am?
Yes. That is, I think he is.
What do you mean?
Well, how much do you know about Dr. Woodbury?
Very little.
Are you patients of his?
No.
Do you intend to be?
Well...
I certainly wouldn't advise it.
Oh, why not?
Well, there's something funny about his business.
How's that?
My son came to see the doctor here, and he gave him some pills. He told my boy that they'd keep him out of the army.
Was he about to be drafted?
Yes.
Did he take the pills?
Oh, no, I wouldn't let him.
You were very wise.
I came here today to find out what that doctor was up to.
Have you ever seen him?
No.
Did your son describe him?
No, but I guess he could.
I think we could have the doctor investigated for you, Mrs.
Scott. Are you from the police?
We can notify them for you, Mrs. Scott. Now, would you just write down your address?
Oh, surely.
Here's pencil.
Thanks.
Someone will call around and have a talk with your son.
Oh, this won't get him in trouble.
No. Well, that is if he doesn't take those pills.
Well, I'll certainly take care of that right now. I'll go home this very minute, and thanks, both of you.
Thank you, Mrs. Scott.
What do we do now?
The doctor must have just stepped out for a moment, so we just wait.
That you, Cora?
Yes.
I thought you were going to stay in the office this afternoon.
I had company.
Who?
Two very inquisitive gentlemen. They had to be from the law.
What do they want?
They were looking for Dr. Woodbury.
How do you know?
They told me.
What is this?
I went down the hall for a minute, and when I came back, they were waiting in my office.
Didn't they tumble?
No.
Why not?
I told them I was just a visitor myself. I said I'd come to see the doctor about my son.
Did they buy it?
Of course. They're probably still waiting for the doctor.
Well, that's that.
What do you mean?
Looks like we got to find a new touch.
Why?
I ain't putting my neck out. By the time this time they've got a full description of me, the racket, and how it operates. Must have tailed that kid who picked up the letter.
Yeah.
It ain't going to take them too long to find out that you're Dr. Woodbury.
But that doesn't put us out of business. All we do is change names and locations.
Now, wait a minute, honey.
Now, look. They stopped calling older men in the draft. They're concentrating on youngsters. That makes it just perfect for us.
We can't peddle them pills anymore. The FBI will take care of that.
I can make other things besides pills. Now, let's pack, honey. We'll find a new location, new suckers, and start all over again.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on draft dodgers. We'll return to this case in just a moment. In ancient Rome, when Julius Caesar spoke of his allies, the word he used was socii, spelled S-O-C-I-I. In our language, socii survives in the word society. So when you get down to its roots, society means a group of allies. Well, you couldn't find a better description of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. This society is a group of allies. Every member of the Equitable Society has 3,200,000 allies. They're his fellow members who have pooled their dollars to protect each other. They have united, freely and voluntarily, to build greater financial security for themselves and their families. The money that they entrust to their society is always usefully employed. Equitable Society funds help farmers raise food, help families build their own homes, help keep the wheels of business turning. By serving its members, the Equitable Society serves America. And now, back to the file on draft dodgers.
The element of surprise is as important to FBI agents working on a case as it is to generals fighting a war. Complete victory may not be won by surprise, but the enemy is invariably weakened seriously. The mythical Dr. Woodbury was not trapped by the unexpected appearance of FBI agents in her office, but she was forced to move fast, forced to run, forced to leave conclusive proof of her medical work. After obtaining a search warrant, the special agents found that proof in a cabinet in the office. Found it in the form of dozens of white boxes carefully inscribed, "Take one pill every 6 hours." They took the boxes to the FBI laboratory.
You busy, Morgan?
No. Come on in, Perry.
I've just gotten a report from the laboratory on that batch of pills we found in Dr. Woodbury's office.
Same story?
Yes, more or less. They found that the ingredients varied in each pill. It's a good thing some of them didn't get into circulation.
Bad is that?
A couple were powerful enough to kill a horse.
Nice business.
Yes. Did you get anything more on Dr. Woodbury?
Just completed a check.
What's the story?
That office was rented 2 months ago. Real estate agent said the lease was signed by a woman.
Who was she?
Dr. Woodbury.
What?
That's who she claimed to be. I've checked with the medical association. They have no record of it. Excuse me. Morgan speaking. Yes. Yes, wait a minute. Let me check that address again. Perry, would you hand me that paper there?
Yeah, surely. Here you go.
Thanks. It's Mrs. Scott, 217 Fairview Avenue. Is that check? I see. Thanks. Goodbye. That Scott woman, the one we met in the doctor's office, gave us a fictitious address.
Well,
wait a minute.
What are you looking for?
One of the pill boxes we found in the doctor's office. Oh, here we are. Terry, take a look at her handwriting.
Yes.
Now compare it with this handwriting on the box. Take one pill every 6 hours.
I'd say they match.
And I'd say we were fooled, completely fooled.
Yes.
Just to be sure, let's get a comparison on this from the laboratory.
It was simple for the laboratory to confirm what the agents had suspected. Mrs. Scott had written the directions on the boxes of pills. Mrs. Scott was Dr. Woodbury. But Mrs. Scott had disappeared, and although a description was sent out, there was no trace of her for 2 days. And then at 3:30 on a bright sunny afternoon, a trace of Mrs. Scott's work appeared. In a nearby city, a small coupe was driving along a street. An empty street, a street clean of traffic, of people, except one policeman. A street a car should have no trouble driving down. A street with high stone buildings on either side.
Are you all right there? Are you all right? Are you okay, mister?
My eyes. My eyes.
Did you get glass in them?
No. Let me get out, will you?
Wait a minute. You should have some broken bones, White.
I don't think I have. I seem to be able to move everything all right.
Well, then let me give you a hand here.
Thank you.
Here, take it easy now. Easy does it. There we are. That's it. You sure you're okay?
Yes, I'm okay.
I watched you coming across that viaduct. When you got to this end, you started driving in circles.
I know.
Have you been drinking, mister?
No.
And what happened? No one cut you off. In fact, there was no traffic coming at you at all.
I know.
Well, did something go wrong with the car?
No, sir. It was just my eyes.
Hey, wait a minute. Let me have a look at them. They're all red and inflamed.
It hurts so I can barely see.
Look, are you sure you haven't been drinking?
Of course not. I've been taking a physical at the pre-induction center all day.
At the police station, something was found on the man who had been in that accident. Something that made the local police contact the FBI. That something was a small box containing a bottle of homemade eye drops.
The laboratory analyzed the ingredients in the bottle.
What's the story?
Well, it looks like something a kid might put together with a homemade chemistry set. Quite a mixture.
Could it simulate an inflammation of the eyes?
According to the report, the man stands a good chance of being permanently blinded.
I see.
That box the bottle of eye drops came in.
Yes?
Something had been blocked out on the cover.
I noticed that.
The laboratory worked it up and found some handwriting underneath.
What did it say?
Wait, I have a report on it here someplace. Oh, yes. Here it is. Read it.
Take one pill every 6 hours.
Now the FBI knew Mrs. Scott was working again and had simply changed her product and shifted her operations to another city. But where was she? They knew she and her partner, Ralph Butler, had only been in the city 2 days. Knew they couldn't have had time to get either an apartment or an office. Knew that they must be staying in a hotel. So the agents began checking the hotels, went to one after another with a description of Mrs. Scott and Ralph Butler. Went carefully down the list until at last they found a small, shabby apartment hotel which had recently rented a room to a couple answering the description. But the FBI didn't count on the description alone. They compared the woman's signature on the hotel ledger with the handwriting of the woman they were looking for. Then they were sure. Then they knew. They had found Mrs. Scott.
Ralph. Ralph! You gonna sleep all day?
Well, look, I've done my work.
You were out for exactly 3 hours this morning.
Sure, but I set up some real good contacts.
Like what?
I made a connection with a guy who owns a candy store right across the street from the local high school.
Well?
He's a real larceny bum. He's going to handle our business.
For the kids in the school?
Yeah.
So that makes you an executive now, is that it?
Well, he can talk to them punks better than I can.
That's only one contact. There's still work for you to do.
Look, if I hustle around, we'll wind up in the same jam we got in before.
Not if you watch your step. Now, come on. Get up.
Oh,
I want you to run out the store for me.
what for?
I need some more powder.
I thought you sent the bellhop out for that.
I asked him to go an hour ago, and he said he'd get it when he had time. That could take all day.
What are you making now?
Oh, I'm just fooling around with something.
What is it?
I'm trying to put together something that'll work on a man's nervous system. You remember that quack I used to work for out in Cleveland?
Yeah?
Well, he had some stuff that'd make a man shake all over like he had St. Vitus dance or something. Trying to remember how he did it.
Look, why don't you just stay with the stuff for the eyes?
You gotta keep switching them around. That's what keeps us out in front.
Who's that?
Probably that bellhop.
Good. Saved me a trip.
Let him in, will you?
Okay. Yes?
Here's them powders.
Oh, thanks.
Just a minute, Mr. Butler. We want to talk to you.
Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Cora!
I heard them.
Is this your son, Mrs. Scott?
No.
You know why we're here.
Yes.
Want to pay for the powder, lady?
No. We won't be needing it.
In times like these, there is little difference between a spy and a criminal who aids draft dodgers. Because both are fighting this war not for us, but for the enemy. To the FBI, there is no difference between a spy and a criminal who aids draft dodgers, because both are violating the laws of our government. Both are a threat to the nation, and both must be caught. The spy case may be more sensational, may get more space in the newspapers, but the FBI devotes as much time, as much resource, as much energy to a lesser case if necessary. Because every federal case is a case against the people of this entire country. And the FBI is a protector of the people.
You'll hear about the file on next week's case in just a moment. Will you join the Equitable Society in a salute? A salute to the turning wheels, to the giant driver wheels of the 43,000 locomotives on the railroads of America. To these railroads, all of us owe a debt of gratitude. By meeting every wartime demand, by transporting 4 times as many passengers and more than twice as much freight as in 1939, the railroads have helped prove once again that American ingenuity, American organizing ability, and the American system of free enterprise are equal to any emergency. For many years, funds of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States have been working on the railroads. Equitable Society dollars help finance some of the early transcontinental lines. Today, $368 million of Equitable Society funds are helping America's railroads to do the magnificent job of transporting men and munitions of war to the right place at the right time. Millions of other Equitable Society dollars go into other war industries and into war bonds. In wartime, Equitable Society dollars are fighting dollars. And at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country. Next week, a crime against the community. Bank robbery. The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and directed by Van Cleve. Your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time, for this is Your FBI.
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. The good ship El Capitan used to sail the bay between Oakland and San Francisco in the 1870s, mostly in the fog. Its skipper was Captain Bill Tranchell, and he was known among the ferry boat set as having a heavy hand on the whistle. He found any number of excuses for tooting that whistle, but the one excuse which he never forgot was the time he was entertaining Mr. and Mrs. Crittenden on the bridge. And an uninvited lady named Mrs. Laura D. Fair suddenly threw open the door, walked over to Mr. Crittenden, and shot him through his heart. Captain Bill Tranchell, it must be admitted, for once lost all control. And, unwittingly, gave the nautical signal for icebergs in San Francisco Bay, which caused much hoisting of flags and battening of hatches, but could not change the fact that Mr. Crittenden was lying face downward on the deck. So, tonight, my report to you on the incredible trial of Laura D. Fair.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
San Francisco in the 1870s was coming of age. It was getting civilized. By this I mean that gentlemen who carried guns wore them beneath their coats, and the can-can could be viewed by mixed company. And mixed company was the theme of the day. It was a very romantic time, and a time of elegance, of crystal chandeliers reflecting swirls of silken gowns, and from another angle so did polished brass cuspidors. Already the names Barbary Coast, Nob Hill, Gold Coast, and Chinatown were becoming legend. And if we are to believe all we hear, Grandfather didn't have it so tough. If he chanced to look over a certain fence on a spring day in 1870, he would have seen this. A lovely lady on a swing, dipping, swooping, gliding, soaring. A lovely lady with a lovely name, Laura. Laura with a rose twisted in her hair. And on the ground,
Isn't
for Mama...
my daughter a pretty sight, Mr. Crittenden?
And Mr. Crittenden, late of West Point, Kentucky, and Virginia City.
Truly the fairest of the fair, Mrs. Lane. Bewitching. If I didn't know otherwise, I'd say she'd been bred in the bluegrass.
My daughter's first husband was from the bluegrass country.
Now, how about her second husband?
He never did say. There was no one around who would ask him either.
Oh?
He was forever shooting things, walls, chickens, various things.
Your fair daughter has lived a fulsome life.
Look at her up there, like a ladybird.
Hello, Laura. Up there like a ladybird.
You're going to marry my daughter, Mr. Crittenden?
I fear she still grieves for her late husband.
Her third husband was tragic. Poor Colonel Fair.
That's the one who blew out his brains, isn't it?
I wonder why. Mr. Crittenden.
Yes?
You're going to marry my daughter?
If she weren't still grieving for the Colonel, why does she still bear his name? Why does she still call herself Laura Fair?
Why not? Look at her, swinging like she does. Have you seen a woman more fair?
No.
Laura! Laura, come down here. Oh, the grace of my daughter.
She is lovely.
About 32, going on 33, and she doesn't swing as high as she used to. Mr. Crittenden.
Yes?
Forgive me for being rude. I forgot to ask you. How is your wife?
In the best of health, thank you.
You must tell her soon
Mama,
that...
Mama, dear, you get on the swing, Mama, dear. Mr. Crittenden will give you a start.
Oh, some other time. Mr. Crittenden and I were just talking about Mrs. Crittenden, dear.
Oh, how is she?
In the best of health, thank you.
Have you told her?
I told her you bore her no malice.
What did she say?
That she likes you, too.
Oh, I'm so happy. Now, you go home and tell her you want to marry me.
My dear Laura.
You go home and tell your wife you want to marry my daughter. Come along, Laura, dear. Let's tat.
went into the house and they tatted, Mama and Laura. And while they're doing this, let me fill you in with some background notes. Laura and Mama had newly arrived from Virginia City, where their family-style rooming house had netted them $45,000. During the years and the welter of collecting the rents, changing sheets and towels, and setting the board with succulents, Mama had gained and lost 3 sons-in-law. It seemed that fate consistently made her daughter a hard woman to be married to. Laura's 3 husbands, each of them, died. And as to our other principal, Alexander Parker Crittenden, he was a corporation lawyer with a wife and 7 children and 2 grandchildren. Once, hot and dusty and alone in Virginia City, he happened into Laura's house, made known his desire for a bath and rest. No sooner had he changed into fresh linens and had listened to Laura's tale of how she had become widowed recently than he became that weekend her star boarder. And, in turn, Laura and Mama were so taken with his quips and twinklings that they followed him to San Francisco. They took a house on Nob Hill, and there tatted and waited for a proposal of marriage. They understood the delay. They comprehended that Mr. Crittenden's wife was of a peculiar mold.
How is Laura, Alexander?
Fine, ma'am. Just fine.
And her mother?
Eager?
Eager?
Yes, ma'am. She wants me for her son-in-law.
And no wonder. You're a fine man, Alexander.
Thank you, ma'am.
And a good father.
I try to be.
And an excellent husband.
Yes, ma'am.
Such a man as you is hard to come by, Alexander, dear. I should miss you.
I should miss you.
Then it's settled. Laura and her mother will be our good friends.
But Laura wants me for her husband. She keeps asking me. And her mother, too.
Dear.
What?
Tell them no, but nicely.
I've told them.
Keep telling them.
You're a remarkable woman.
Thank you, Alexander.
To be friends with a woman who wants to take me away from you.
I respect ambitions and honesty. Laura has both. That she should love you has my complete understanding.
Ma'am.
Yes, Alexander?
I must tell you that you are a flower. Womanhood should be proud to number you among its sisters. How many's the time?
Alexander, we have an appointment for dinner tonight.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am.
What is it, Alexander?
Laura loves me, and I think I might love her right back.
Why, then, eat your heart out, Alexander. Now hurry, dear. We're going out to dinner.
Oh?
I've sent a message to Laura to meet us at Furbisher's for dinner.
Oh.
I do so enjoy watching her eat. She's so ravenous. Well, hurry. Hurry along. Mr. Crittenden?
Yes, Laura.
Isn't today a pleasant one, though?
Every day is pleasant when I'm near you, dear Laura.
And last night, how wonderful. Sitting between you and your wife. What a wonderful woman she is.
I wish you two wouldn't like each other so much.
We both have the same consuming interest in life, Mr. Crittenden. You?
Laura.
Yes?
I must tell you that you are a flower. Womanhood should be proud.
When are we going to get married?
Soon.
Upon your honor?
Upon my honor.
You're a liar, Mr. Crittenden.
Laura.
Therefore, I shall not see you again ever.
Laura.
I've thought it over, and that's the way
I
it is.
love you, Laura.
And you love your wife, too.
Oh, I'd die without you.
You love your wife more than you love me.
No.
Swear it.
I swear it.
Liar.
I mean it, Laura. You'll see. I'll get rid of her somehow, and I'll marry you. I'll make her see that I don't love her. I won't even kiss her anymore.
Swear it.
I swear.
I'll race you to the tree, Mr. Crittenden.
All right.
Come on. Come on, Mr. Crittenden. Come on.
After that, there were more foot races.
When is he going to marry you, Laura? Soon.
And much swinging in the garden.
Has he set the date for your marriage yet, Laura? Laura, come down out of there and talk to me.
and the patting session.
Mama,
What?
I'm weary of his excuses.
And one day, wearily, she wandered down Market Street. There was a shop on Market Street run by a fellow who specialized in four-shooters. Now, a four-shooter is the same thing as a six-shooter, but it's for ladies because it weighs 2 shots less. Now, this fellow who specialized in four-shooters was such a persuasive salesman that no sooner had Laura pressed her pert little nose against his shop window that he had her inside measuring her palm for pistol grips. When this chap let her go, Laura was the proud owner of a pearl-handled pistol, which this chap personally guaranteed. And that was in the days when a guarantee meant something. Also, you must be told that on the morning the purchase was made, Laura had been without a husband for 1 whole year. Laura had never experienced this omission since she was 18 years old. So, gun in purse, she took to following Mr. Crittenden around. One night, she followed the gentleman and his wife through the fog onto a boat called El Capitan. This was the ferry boat between Oakland and San Francisco. Its skipper, you remember, was Bill Tranchell, the heavy-handed fellow who liked to entertain on his glass-enclosed bridge.
A toast.
Well, thank you, Captain. Thank you very much.
To your very good health, sir. And to the health of your very charming wife.
And to yours, Captain.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, this place is getting overrun with tugboats. That'll show 'em.
Well, shall we drink?
Go right ahead.
Ma'am?
Yes, Alexander?
Tonight, somehow, you appear radiant.
Oh, dear Alexander.
Ma'am, you're very dear to me.
Dear.
Captain, you don't mind if I kiss the lady?
Oh, you just go right ahead.
Ah, dear lady. Laura!
No, you listen here.
You said you wouldn't kiss her anymore.
I leave you for the moment with this note. Though he died face to the deck, Mr. Crittenden was not buried at sea.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland, and his report to you on the incredible trial of Laura D. Fair.
In 1870, San Francisco was a city where violence was commonplace. But this violence was by far predominantly of the species male slaughtering male, or male doing in female. So when Laura Fair shot Mr. Crittenden on a ferry boat, she practically invented a category and thereby caused a stir. It planted ideas in feminine minds where such ideas never dared to be. The sale of four-shooters skyrocketed, and somehow the sale of marriage licenses likewise. The episode on the ferry boat was a shot in the arm for the suffragette movement. To the entertainment business slump, as many a husband spent more evenings in the bosom of his family. It was a city seething with unrest, with slow change, with static passion. It was a city whose entire attentions were focused on the trial of Laura D. Fair for the murder of Alexander Parker Crittenden.
There will be order in the court. You may continue with your testimony, Captain Tranchell.
There he was, kissing that lady over there.
I refuse to be referred to as that lady over there. I was his wife. No, you are not. I was.
Mrs. Fair,
Yes, Your Honor.
do you explain you were Mr. Crittenden's wife?
I was. Not that woman over there. I refuse to be referred to as that.
You will get your chance to testify, Mrs. Crittenden. Mrs. Fair will answer the question.
I thought I was on the witness box here, Your Honor.
In a moment, Captain. I wish to hear why Mrs. Fair considered herself to be the wife of Mr. Crittenden.
Since the moment we were both born, our love was made in heaven and our marriage too.
I warn the spectators that another such outburst may cause me to clear the court. Go on, Mrs. Fair.
Thank you.
Oh, you're quite welcome.
My feelings for Mr. Crittenden would have been profane had they not been made sacred in heaven.
Silence! 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 The Sergeant at Arms will bring forward immediately the parties that applauded.
I applauded more than anyone else, Your Honor.
The Sergeant at Arms will bring forward that lady.
I applauded more than her.
And will bring forward that man, too.
Oh, Judge, it was my fault.
Of course not, Mrs. Fair. You were not to blame for the disturbance.
Well, Judge, human nature could not stand the denial of the truth by that lady over there. It was I, indeed, who was married to Mr. Crittenden.
What is your name, sir?
Francis M. Hughes.
Did you applaud?
I stamped my foot.
Why did you stamp your foot?
I felt the compulsion.
Why?
I was carried away with what Mrs. Fair said. I felt the compulsion.
I fine you $25.
Judge,
Yes, Mrs. Fair.
I will pay it.
You are dismissed, Mr. Hughes.
Oh, bless you, Mrs. Fair. Bless you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
And your name, madam?
Emily Pitts Stevens.
Did you applaud?
I said, good, good. And I put my hand down on the bench in front of me, so.
You are fined $25.
But I made no noise with my feet.
But with your hand, you did.
With my hand, I did.
You are fined $25.
I will pay it.
Thank you, Mrs. Fair.
And thank you.
I rather believe you than that woman over there.
Mrs. Fair, you will have to draw heavily upon your bank if you will pay the fines of all who applauded.
As long as you fine them for cheering me, I will pay those fines.
Your Honor. Just a moment, Captain. I just wanted you to know what could happen, Mrs. Fair.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Captain, you may proceed.
And Mrs. Fair came in and shot him with a 4-shooter.
That's all. Thank you, Captain. You may step down.
Yes, I have the court reports here. And that's what they say. And if you think this was an unseemly way to conduct a trial, I have something else here. I'd like to read it to you. This is a consensus of legal opinion of the time, and I quote, "The trial was conducted in the main thoroughly and well, with somewhat less regard for the decorum of the courtroom than is customary in most eastern cities, though far in advance of the practice in New York City in this respect." Unquote. And now that we have resolved any uneasiness you may have had about the conduct of the trial, let's listen in again. Mama on the stand is an imposing figure. She wears brocaded black and a great veil that drops from her hat to her waist. Her feet, however, were cold.
Bring the lady a foot warmer. That cushion will do.
Thank you, Manette. I think that'll be much better, Judge. Thank you.
Your feet will warm up in no time at all.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
And now, what were you saying about your daughter?
I've always had trouble with her.
I know what you mean, being a parent myself.
Oh, not like Laura.
What do you mean?
Doctors, doctors, doctors. My daughter has tried to kill herself on numerous occasions. There's madness in the family. Besides, my daughter's second husband was mad. I don't think that helped. Grief and doctors and madness. I tell you, raising Laura was trying. But I think I did a pretty good job. Although my daughter is not sane, you know.
Not sane?
Crazy.
And doctors were called to corroborate, and this they did. Little-known facts about Laura Fair were brought to light and caused more nudging of elbows than applause. Some of her ailments, described by the learned physicians, had symptoms that weren't talked about very much in those days. One medico described the raving exhibition put on by Laura, a recounting of which held spellbound his students at medical college. Another doctor described the malady owned by Laura Fair so vividly in one of the trade journals that he was considered 20 years ahead of his time. When faced with these revelations, Laura accepted them by lowering her eyes modestly. Dr. Leonard Bifrosser, chief spokesman for the doctors, summed up medical testimony by suggesting strongly that Laura was unconscious when she shot Mr. Just a moment. That's what it says. Laura was unconscious when she shot Mr. Crittenden. Back to the trial now, and the lady who became Mrs. Crittenden by marrying Alexander in the city hall, somewhere in Kentucky.
It is ridiculous to believe there is madness in that woman over there. She's vicious, predatory, and since the moment she was thrown in contact with my husband, she pursued him, worried him, and pled with him to marry her. That this necessitated getting rid of me didn't worry her in the least. She killed my husband out of frustration and anger. That woman there!
The high spot of the trial was on a morning in November. The court had denied Laura permission to lie on her lounge, upon which she had reclined throughout the trial. So Laura has been made to arise and take the stand, was so sworn in, demanded and received a foot warmer, and said interesting things like this.
I told Mr. Crittenden to let his wife keep the furniture. I told him we could get new furniture in a new home, and that in every corner in each room we could kiss, and he could hold me in his arms in each chair, sit by me on the sofa, hang over me while I played his favorite march on the piano.
In the afternoon, she enthralled listeners with this.
And I remember well when Mr. Crittenden took me on his knee, put arm about my neck, his dear face close to mine. And he whispered, shall I say it, Jack?
Please do.
He whispered that he would cross mountains unshod, walk through storm uncovered to come to me. He said he cared not for hardship nor exposure, for every step he took brought him nearer to me. To the other and better half of his own soul, he would tell me. Shall I go on?
Please do.
The night it is said I shot him, I can remember only glass.
Glass?
Cold to the touch, and through it, a disagreeable and peculiar voice.
Did you recognize the voice?
That woman over there.
Continue.
I put my hand against this glass, and it opened, and I saw Mr. Crittenden leaning close to a woman and kissing her, and I felt myself slip into an awful pit of blackness. I do not remember how I got away from there, or what was done to me after.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
The accused will rise from her lounge and face the jury. The jury will face the accused. And what is your verdict?
Guilty of murder in the first degree.
Laura was led away to jail. An enterprising young reporter of the time, Garth Prebles, interviewed her in her cell, where he learned and had published the fact that Mrs. Fair had spent $12,000 in her defense. Chicken feed to what she spent on her second trial, which was in the amount of $30,000, and which broke her. Where this $30,000 went to is a mystery, since the second trial was not nearly so spectacular as the first. Captain Billy Trenchell of the ferry boat El Capitan somehow was not there as a witness. There was a new judge, too, who in later years became known as Kindly Judge Reardon, and a new jury, 12 men and true out of 400 examined.
And our love was a greater love than is given to most women.
That was the second trial, and that was Laura again. And this time, another verdict. Not guilty. So, after acquittal, she went on a lecture tour and told of her hardships. That was Mama, tambourine handler, advance man, and treasurer.
How did we do, Mama?
$1.85. When you lecture tonight, honey, pep it up a little. Promise, Mama, will you?
I'll make it real peppy, Mama.
Mama passed her last tambourine one cold winter's night in Sacramento in the year 1889. But Laura lived on. She lived until the age of 82, after another husband and another long period of widowhood. Until the moment of her death, she insisted that Mr. Crittenden had only been her very good friend. And once, in a moment of mutual transgression, they held each other's hand. That's what it says, right here.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. Laura D. Fair, tonight's crime classic was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was adapted from themes of the period and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. And the program is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Mary Jane Croft was heard as Laura and Florence Walcott as Mama. Featured in the cast were Herb Butterfield, William Johnstone, Paula Winslow, Gene Wood, and Joseph Granby. Hugh Douglas speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Ham, England, in the year 1673, a time of money cutting and highwaymen, and of course, violent death. My report to you will be on the Alsop family, how it diminished and grew again. Thank you. Good night.
Crime Classics has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The radio program that brings you authentic facts on criminal case histories.
Sloan's Liniment presents Gangbusters.
Tonight, from the files of the New York City Police, official facts on the Broadway and Coney Island murder.
Speaking of murderous careers, are you working part-time for the Axis? No, of course not. And don't be indignant. I merely wanted to make my point. Maybe your back or your arm is working for the Axis without you knowing it. You see, if you have an aching back, a stiff neck, or a sore arm as a result of overexertion, strain, or fatigue, and you don't do anything about it fast enough, you're losing valuable time and effort and playing right into the hands of the enemy. The quickest and most effective relief for muscular aches and pains is Sloan's Liniment, because Sloan's is the easy pat-on liniment that works just like a heat treatment without any painful rubbing or massage. You see, the actual pain of muscular distress is caused by blood congestion. But when you pat on Sloan's Liniment, a soothing, concentrated warmth quickly penetrates to the affected spot, breaks up that congestion, and helps permit the blood to circulate freely again. Your arm feels almost like new, and so do you. So next time muscular distress attacks and you need help in a hurry, get Sloan's liniment. And now, gangbusters in the case of the unknown killer. Picture our setting as a special office turned over to gangbusters by Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of the New York City Police for a proxy interview between Colonel H. Norman Schwarzkopf, United States Army, and Inspector Charles N. Stilson, New York City Police, retired.
Thank you, Charles Stark. Inspector Stilson, tonight's case is one of the strangest in many years.
Yes, Colonel Schwarzkopf. For the police were not only dealing with cold-blooded murder, but a gang leader whose identity was unknown even in the underworld.
Where does tonight's case begin, Inspector Stilson?
Well, Colonel Schwarzkopf, it was 10 minutes after midnight of April the 16th, 1939. A man sat before a battered roll-top desk in a dimly lit office on a side street off Broadway, New York City. He was busily stuffing rolls of bills into a black leather briefcase. Suddenly, the telephone rang.
Yeah, who is it?
That you, Mercurio?
Who is it?
Mean to say you don't recognize my voice? Who you trying to kid?
Oh, it's you. Where are you? I'm in town. Where are you?
Never mind where I am. I want to see you, Mercurio.
No, wait a minute. You got me wrong.
Did I say anything? I just said I'm going to pay you a little visit. Say in about 20 minutes.
Oh, wait. Let me explain. You got it all wrong.
Have I? Still kidding yourself, huh? I'm coming up to your office, Mercurio, and I'm putting daylight into your brain.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Oh, there's some money. The briefcase. There.
Going my way, Mercurio?
You? But I thought you said 20 minutes.
Just my little joke. I was calling from the phone booth next door.
Listen, let's talk this over. Can't we talk it over?
The gun's in my overcoat pocket. Shall we turn up this alley?
Alley.
Get going.
Please, you gotta believe me. I wasn't holding out your share at the door. Honest, I wasn't.
A nice little alley to walk in, isn't it?
Look, the door's in this briefcase. You can have all of it, every cent.
Big-hearted guy all of a sudden.
Here, take the briefcase. Now we're square, pal. We're square.
That's right, Mercurio. All but this.
Okay now, Gonzalez. We can talk in this compartment. What do you want to know?
Well, he's this way, Copper. This guy what sent you to Chicago to get me. He's a big shot, ain't he?
Figures they come.
How come he sends for me?
Well, you see, Gonzalez, the guy whose job you're taking double-crossed him. So there's an open spot in his mouth.
Oh.
You see, the boss keeps his ear to the ground. Hears that you're doing a good job in Chicago, so he sends for you.
What kind of guy this boss is, Copper?
I don't know too much about him myself, Gonzalez.
Huh? You're his head man, ain't you?
Yeah, sure. But it don't pay to get curious. Not with this guy.
Where are we going to meet in New York? His office or headquarters?
Boss don't have no headquarters. Like that, people he don't want to see can't pay surprise visits.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. He does all his business on crowded subway stations. So that's where we're going to meet him.
This is the first time I've been down in New York subway.
Yeah? Yeah. Well, this is the busiest subway station in the world, Gonzalez. Times Square.
Hey, where do you suppose all these people are going, huh?
Kids. Come on, we'll walk down to this end of the station where it's less noise, huh?
We got to wait long?
You can answer that as well as me. Well, I know he was told to wait.
Hello, Captain.
Huh? Oh, boss, I didn't see you back at that post.
And you're Gonzalez.
That's right. Glad to know you.
I've heard some good things from Chicago about you, Gonzalez. Handy with a rod, they tell me.
Sure. Both hands.
Good. I'll try that hand of yours tonight on the payroll job. Capper, get a car and we'll meet at the usual place near Coney Island at 8 o'clock.
All right, boss.
Okay, now separate and I'll see you tonight. That's the movie house over there by the boardwalk. Now, you got your part straight, Capper?
Yeah, sure, Killer. I stay in the car and be ready for the getaway.
How about you, Gonzalez?
Right, sure. When the manager comes out with the money, I massage him with a bullet.
For the last time, I'm telling you that I'll handle the manager. You take care of the cop who'll be with him.
Well, I figure I handled both of them.
You do what you're told.
Hey, boss, they're coming out of the movie now.
Okay, Gonzalez, get out of the car. Capper, be ready for a fast getaway.
I'll be ready.
Come on, Gonzalez. Keep your gun out of sight till we're on top of it.
How about it, boss? Okay now?
A few more steps. Just look at that cop. He thinks he... Now, kill him. We've got no time to waste on you, mister. I got the money.
Hey, wait, the cop ain't dead yet. Now here.
Here comes the car.
Come on, boss, up in. Nice job.
Shut up. Get going. Come on, get going.
Murdered by bandits in holdup on Surf Avenue, Coney Island. All patrolmen in Coney Island area, canvass section for eyewitnesses to crime. Homicide squad report to headquarters at once. Come in.
Captain Edison's man out here wants to see you about the Coney Island murder.
Bring him in, Sergeant Hurley. I'm Captain Dennison. Sergeant says you have some information about Patrolman Fox's murder.
That's right, Cap. My name is Siggy Nash. I'm a photographer. You know, I take pictures.
Movies?
Well, sort of. You know, you're moving along the sidewalk, and I snap your picture. And you send me 2 bits, and you get the real art job, you know.
I see. And now, about the information you have.
Yeah, well, on this night when the 2 rods burned down the copper, the policeman, I'm working Surf Avenue across from the movie house.
Then you saw the holdup?
Well, no, not exactly, Cap. See, I'm busy pursuing my profession. I'm taking a close-up of a slick chick that's anchoring down the avenue, and then the fireworks start.
Oh.
Later, though, I develops the picture, and I takes one look, and I figures that's the McCoy. Here, take a gander at this.
Yeah, that's very nice, but... Hey, what's that in the background?
That's why I said it's the McCoy. See, there's a guy sitting in a car. As soon as the shooting starts, he gets underway and he picks up them 2 stick-ups.
Good work, Stiggy. Sergeant, come here.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, take this photograph down to identification. Have them make a blow-up of the face of that man in the car. See if anybody can identify it.
Yes, sir.
Stiggy, I want you to know that we're grateful for your cooperation.
Oh, I think nothing of it, Cap. It's all part of a day's work. She sure was a slick chick, wasn't she, huh? Ain't often I get a dame what's so, photogenic. What's on, Cap?
Captain Dennison's office.
Sergeant Hurley, sir. I'm down at identification now. We've identified the man in the car.
Excellent, Sergeant. Who is he?
A gunman named Kappa. We've had him in on several homicides, but he's been able to wriggle out of them. Served time for assault some years back.
Have Kappa picked up immediately, Sergeant.
I'll get the men on it right away, Captain. We know Kappa's usual hangouts. It'll only take a couple of hours.
All right, get going.
You say that fellow Kappa spends a lot of time here in your pool room, Bonnie.
Oh, yes, sir, Sergeant. He's a nice boy, too. You know, he's never no trouble.
Yeah. What's he do for a living? Working?
Work, eh? Why? When you're so lucky with the dice, so I work, eh?
What makes you think he's lucky?
Why, only other day, he come to me, I got a chance of $120 in a silver, 2 bills. I shouldn't be so lucky. Oh, here it comes now. Hello, Captain.
Hello, Benny.
Hello.
Just a minute, Captain.
How are you?
Sergeant Hurley, Police Department.
Oh, what do you want from me? I ain't done nothing.
Sure. That's just what I tell him, Captain. He's all right.
We'd just like to have you drop down to headquarters for a little talk.
Suppose they don't want to come.
Well, I think I can persuade you.
Okay, I got nothing to worry about.
No.
Keep that corner table empty, Benny. I'll be back in a half an hour.
All right.
Come on, Captain. Captain's anxious to get the answers to those questions.
It's a penny. You think I'm a quiz program.
Yes, you think it's quiz. It's funny.
Personally, I prefer crooners, Captain. I kind of think you're going to croon plenty.
All right, Captain, it's no use calling around anymore. You're going to tell us who the 2 other men were who killed Patrolman Fox.
For the love of Mike, Captain, ain't you been listening to me? I tell you, I don't know what you're talking about.
Stand up when you talk to Captain.
Okay.
All right, now, Captain. Who are the 2 men you picked up in that car after the shooting?
Tell you I didn't pick up no one. I was just driving along.
Just driving along, huh? Just drive? Who told you to stand up?
He did, the sergeant.
Well, sit down and hurry up about it.
Okay.
What were you doing driving along Surf Avenue?
Just driving along, I tell you.
So that's all you got to say for yourself, just driving, huh?
Okay, Captain, put your hat on. We're going up to the DA's office.
It's okay with me. Be better than all these questions you guys...
Take that hat off.
The sergeant just told me to
And who told you to stand up? Didn't I say sit down?
Yeah, sure.
Well, sit down.
Hey, you guys ought to make up your mind.
Who are the men in that car with you?
I tell you, there were no guys in the car with
What
me.
are you waiting for? I said to come along with me.
Holy smokes, what are you guys trying to do?
Stand up when you talk to the sergeant.
Well, you just told me not
Never
to...
mind what I told you. What are you going to tell us about the 2 other men in the killing?
Oh, give me a break, will you? I can't think straight. First you tell me to stand up, sit down. He tells me to put
Take
on
that
my
hat off.
Didn't mean nothing, Captain. I was just showing
You know, we gave Fox a break, Capper.
You drove the murder car, Capper.
No, I'm not. Telling you,
You said before you did drive the car.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
It might go easier on if you'd cooperate.
Stand on your feet when the captain's talking to you.
I don't know nothing. I tell you, I wasn't near the movie that night.
You said you were driving along Surf Avenue, didn't you?
Yeah, sure.
Well, that's right by the movie, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
Show him that photograph, Sergeant.
There you are, my friend. See what's directly behind you? The movie house where the killing took place.
I'm being framed, I tell you.
Get back in that chair.
Oh, let up, will you?
Where'd you get $120 in silver the day after the holdup?
In a crap game, I tell you.
You're lying, Capper. Who's in this with you?
Nobody. I ain't in
You
it.
fired the first shot.
I didn't. Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, he says you
Are
did.
you going to let him pin it on you?
Who is Gonzalez?
I don't know any
You
Gonzalez.
just said you did.
Stand up on your feet.
Okay.
Gonzalez wouldn't front for you like this.
Let me think, will you?
What are you standing up for?
Oh, lay off,
This
will
is your
you?
last chance, Capper.
Where's Gonzalez?
Tell us about Gonzalez.
Come on.
Okay. Okay, I'll tell you. Only let up on me. He's at the Element Hotel, room 704. Now, will you leave me alone?
Who's the other one?
I won't tell you. I don't know nothing. You can't make me say no more.
All right, Sergeant, take him away. We're going over to that hotel and pay a call on this fellow Gonzalez.
Front, boy.
Yeah, Mr. Crane?
Take this luggage up to room 501.
All this stuff for one guy? He must be the 4 Hawaiian.
Never mind the wisecracks. Take the stuff up.
Honest, Mr. Crane, I can't. My back's so sore, I just can't lift anything.
Didn't you pat that Sloan's liniment on?
Well, gee, I meant to, Mr. Crane, but a couple of boys came up.
You go to the drugstore and get some Sloan's liniment.
I just pat it on, huh? Not rub it.
Right, just pat Sloan's on. It'll work like a heat treatment.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Crane. Hey, wasn't that Captain Dennison just went up the elevator with that police sergeant?
Never mind that. You go get that Sloan's liniment and pat it on quick. Yeah. And get back here fast so you can get to work. Here's the hotel room, Captain, 704.
All right. You know how to handle it, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Have your gun ready. There's no telling what we may walk into. Maybe Gonzalez not in.
Yeah? Telegram for you, Mr. Gonzalez. Telegram? Oh, okay. Shove it under the door. It's collect. 63 cents I gotta get. Okay. Wait a second. Okay, well, let's have... Hey, so what is this?
Yes, a police special 38 caliber. I wouldn't try to reach that artillery in your shoulder harness if I were you.
I'll take that gun, Gonzalez. Got a permit for it?
Who are you guys?
I'm Captain Dennison. This is Sergeant Hurley. We're arresting you for carrying a gun without a permit. And if it happens that the bullets in that gun match the bullets that killed Patrolman Fox, it's murder.
I'm being framed. What brought you here?
A pal of yours named Kappa. Remember him? He told us where we'd find you.
Kappa. Where are you at? Should have stayed in Chicago.
Talk, Gonzalez, or are you going to take the rap for your pal?
I don't know nothing.
Who was the third man, Gonzalez?
I don't know what are you talking about.
Anything interesting around, Sergeant?
Here's something. What do you make of it, Captain?
Now, keep Gonzalez covered, Sergeant. Let me see. It's an ammo pad. Like a number was written on the top sheet, then torn off.
Yes, we can see the indentation on the next sheet.
I think I can make it out. Looks like... Let's see. EQ. Equator. I can't make out the numbers.
What are they, Gonzalez?
They're doing swell, Copper.
All right, Gonzalez, we'll show you something. Now, first, we'll scrape this piece of pencil lead and blow the graphite dust over the indentations like this.
Make anything of it?
Equator 5-3. I can't quite make out the rest.
Who's had that number, Gonzalez?
I should tell you my girlfriend's. If you're taking me to headquarters, take me to headquarters.
Looks like 2, 1, 3.
I'll try it, Captain, see what we get. No answer.
Well, let's go to headquarters.
You seem pretty anxious, Gonzalez. We're waiting right here.
Huh?
Whoever the third man is, he'll probably get in touch with you, and without knowing it, he's also going to get in touch with us.
Well, you guys got me on a gunshot. What do you want to wait around here for?
Shut up, Gonzalez.
Sergeant, get that phone number to headquarters and have the men check its location.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, I'll notify the telephone company and have them put an extension phone in this room right away.
Oh, I get it, sir.
Yes. We're going to wait here and listen in on whoever phones our friend. So sit down, Gonzalez. Make yourself comfortable. We're here for the duration. Sit down.
How about some midnight coffee, Captain? Should I phone down to the hotel clerk?
Yeah, and look, Copper, make it a hamburger, too, will you? I'm hungry.
Stay sitting in that chair, Gonzalez.
Have the men check that phone number, Sergeant?
Yes, Captain. It's a bar room. They're keeping it under watch.
We'll wait in this hotel room all week if necessary till Gonzalez gets a call.
And remember, Gonzalez, we'll be listening on the extension phone. Say just what you're told and not another word.
Well, it's 2 against 1. What can I...
Okay. Get a gun on, Gonzalez.
You bet.
Now, Gonzalez, lift that receiver the same time I lift this extension phone.
Hello?
Gonzalez?
Yeah.
Where's Capper?
Tell him he's up here.
Go on.
He's up here.
I told him to wait at his rooming house, didn't I? Put him on the phone.
Tell him you can't. He's drunk.
Go on if you know what's good for you.
He can't. He's, well, ginned up.
What? I'm down in the lobby. I'll be right up.
Quick, Sergeant. Handcuff Gonzalez and shove him in that closet.
No, you don't.
You got him?
There we are. Now, in you go.
Hey, let me out of here. It's the captain's boss. Captain!
Tear him off with that noise.
Better drag him out of there quickly and gag him. The front door, Sergeant. Come on. Look out. Mr. Sergeant.
Bullets went right by my head.
There he goes, down the corridor. Stop!
He's making it to the elevators, Captain.
Watch it. He's going to shoot again.
He got away into that elevator.
Get to a phone. Call downstairs. Have the lobby covered.
Captain, the elevator indicator. It's going up.
All right. We'll see where it stops and rush to that floor.
Stopping at 10.
Okay, come on. Up the stairs, fast.
Oh, Edward, did you hear that noise? Sounded like shots.
Probably a truck backfiring, honey.
Oh. Are you almost ready to leave?
As soon as I comb my hair.
I'm going to phone the hotel manager downstairs. I'm certain that wasn't a truck. Oh,
Don't move.
who are you?
Shut up.
Yeah, I'm all ready to...
What is this? Don't talk.
Ed, he has a gun. Do as he says.
That's smart, sister. I've already killed 2 guys in my life, and I'll kill you if I have to.
What do you want?
The cops have got me sewed up in this hotel. You're going to hide me until the coast is clear.
Do as he says, Ed. I'm frightened.
You, sister, come here.
What for?
You're just about my size. Maybe I can squeeze into your clothes and get out of here.
Take your hands off my wife.
Keep back, or I'll pump a bullet into you.
Oh, no, you don't.
You killed my husband.
Get out of my way before I give you the same.
Police! Police!
Stupid dame.
All right, now, madam, please, try and pull yourself together. Tell us what happened.
My husband, he killed him.
Well, we've got the hotel surrounded. The killer can't get away. That's probably for me. Yeah?
This is Sergeant Hurley, Captain. He's been spotted on the mezzanine. We're cutting it off now.
Good. How about the elevators?
All cut off, Captain. All staircases are covered, and all guests have been notified not to unlock their doors.
All right, Sergeant. Bring an elevator up to this floor. I'll meet you at the elevator shaft.
Yes, sir. Be right up.
Has he been sighted since you spoke to me, Sergeant?
No, sir.
Well, he must still be on the mezzanine. Now, take me down there.
We've got all exits covered, sir. He can't get out.
He's already killed one person in the hotel. He may kill others. Come on. We'll go over every foot of this floor ourselves.
Captain, down there. Someone coming out that doorway.
It's him. See the gun?
He ran back inside.
Come on. Careful now. Maybe right around this corner.
If he is, he's running into a dead end. According to the floor plan, this leads to the main ballroom.
There he goes, through that door at the far end.
That's the ballroom. All exits are covered.
Careful. We make a good target, and we can't see him.
Stay back or I'll shoot. My arm. He ringed me.
I'm going in after
Careful,
him.
Captain. He's gun crazy.
There's only one way to treat a mad dog. Come on out while you're still alive.
Stay back. Hold your men off.
You haven't got a chance.
Stay back, I tell you. I'll get you like I get the rest of them. Stay back.
You're finished. If you kill me, there'll be others. They'll keep coming till they get you. Come on out.
You ain't taking me.
You'll be running out of bullets soon. It's your last chance to give up.
No. You ain't taking me. No.
Captain. Captain, you all right?
I'm all right, Sergeant. This fellow isn't going to give us any more trouble.
Captain, look who he is.
Yeah. Abe Beetler, the killer.
The guy we've been after for the killing of that bookie.
Yeah. No one will ever know how many men Beetler really killed. Funny that his last victim should be himself.
Yes, Colonel Schwarzkopf. The ambushing of Abe Beetler in a crowded New York City hotel, after he had already killed an innocent man living there, was one of the most tense and dangerous situations that I know of.
Well, thanks to the fearless work of those police officers, Inspector Stilson, Beetler's only escape proved to be one that removed him forever as a menace to society. Thank you, Inspector Stilson, for telling these facts. And now, Gangbusters listeners, we're going to bring you urgent nationwide clues on persons who are being sought this very minute by police and federal authorities throughout the country.
These nationwide clues that have played a vital part in bringing almost 300 criminals to justice so far are broadcast every week by Gangbusters, brought to you.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, 10 Strike Gold.
Gum, that's just how I figures it.
What did you figure that way, California?
Why, didn't I say, Hoppy?
Nope, not a word.
Funny, must have figured it myself.
Must have.
Well, I was thinking. something's come over Hopalong Castle.
You don't say.
Here we are, come all of 60 mile, nigh on to 10 strike, and nary a bit of trouble do I have to haul you out of.
Well, a man has to tend to his business sometime. If the Bar 20 ranch can buy a string of blooded horses we hear is for sale at 10 strike, well, it doesn't seem so peaceful now, California.
Probably some fella just hunting himself a rabbit.
California, you know nobody hunts rabbits with a Colt. Hold on there, boy. Ho.
Maybe the poor fella don't own a rifle. Now, let's not get mixed up in nothing, Hoppy.
Look down the arroyo, California.
Pretty, ain't it? Awful dry, though.
Along the road. You can see as well as I can.
And dusty, too.
The stagecoach and a road agent. So hold up. Let's go.
Looks like he shot up the express messenger already.
And the driver's getting in the strong box. Guess we better stop that right now. Steady, boy.
Right with you, Hoppy.
Looks like he's scaring off.
That don't indicate he's so mighty scarable. Leastways, it don't bother his shooting hand none.
He's had enough. He's running off.
High-tailing it for the hills.
Anyway, he's dropped the money box. Hold your fire, California. He's out of range now. Driver, how's your partner?
He's shot. Can't you see? Sure, we can see, but how bad is it?
Oh, not too bad, fellas. Just wing me in the arm.
Hoppy, how about going after that confounded road agent?
No chance with our tired horses, California. That fellow was riding a blooded roan. Our horses haven't had a handful of grain for 2 days.
Doggone, I'd sure like to catch me a stagecoach robber, I would.
Better move over, driver, so I can climb up there and look at your pal's wound.
Who are you, stranger, to give me orders?
The name's Cassidy.
He's Hopalong Cassidy.
Yeah? Feller from Bar 20 who gets around a lot, eh?
I get around some.
Yeah, so they say. Always around.
Mind telling me your handle?
No, not at all. Hardhead Brophy, they call me.
Very appropriate. Now, do you mind moving over?
Yeah, I guess not. He wouldn't have got shot if he'd had any sense. Bandit had a drop on us, and this fool kid went for his gun.
Well, that was his job, isn't it?
And the fella might have shot me, too.
My, that would have been too bad.
What's that?
Me? I'm California. Pleased to meet you, Hardhead. Say, how come you don't have no passengers?
A special gold dust run. Passengers might get shot up.
Now, let me see your arm, messenger.
Rance Morgan's the name, Mr. Cassidy. I've heard a lot about you.
This doesn't look too bad. If we can stop the bleeding, I'll just cut your shirt sleeve here with my knife and tie a tourniquet around the arm for a while.
Fool kid, messenger. Might have got both of us killed.
You got any real big objections, Brophy? Save them for later. This boy should get to a doctor. Sort of quick, if you don't mind.
Trying to be a hero.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy. Hoppy in California have just interrupted a stagecoach holdup in time to prevent the theft of the strong box. But not before Rance Morgan, the express messenger, is shot.
You know, Rance, it just doesn't seem trail-wise to try a fast draw when a road agent has a drop on you.
That was the parson.
Local bad man, huh?
Plenty bad. He wears a preacher's frock coat, a black hat, and mask. And I intend to get him.
Looks like you invited him to get you first. You're sort of young to be an express messenger, aren't you?
I'm 20. That's old enough. I've got a special reason for doing this job.
Oh? That sounds like revenge.
My brother was a messenger, and my girl's father drove stage. The parson shot both of them in the back. I begged you not to do it. I begged you. I know, Molly.
Now, Miss Laird, Rance will be all right. The doctor said so.
He might have been killed. And what for?
A fella naturally wants revenge.
What good does that do? Would it bring anybody back to life?
No, ma'am, it sure wouldn't. But if he'd killed the parson, why...
Miss California.
You know how I feel, Molly. I'll never be satisfied until I get the parson for what he's done.
I don't want revenge, Rance. I want you alive.
A man don't feel right, Miss Laird, if he can't settle a score.
Gun crazy. That's what all of you are. Just plain killing gun crazy.
Miss Laird, excuse me for saying so, but your friend Rance should be kept quiet.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cassidy. And I do appreciate...
Don't mention it, miss. And now, if you could direct me to a general store where I could buy some grub for us, I'd be obliged.
I've got to get some things for Rance that the doctor ordered, so you might go with me.
Thank you, miss.
That is, if I could leave Rance.
Why, I'll be all right, Molly.
I'll be pleased to stay till you get back. In meantime, I can clean my guns.
California.
Oh, that's just in case we find some use for 'em, Hoppy.
Mm-hmm.
Just sort of in case.
Mighty unfortunate introduction, Miss Laird, but you know we came to 10 Strike to do some business with you.
With me, Mr. Cassidy?
Now, we heard down at the Bar 20 that you had a string of fine riding stock for sale.
Oh, I do. You see, Dad had saved for years to buy our little ranch, looking forward to retirement. He was just about to...
I know, Miss Laird.
I shouldn't let it get me like this, but Dad's hobby was fine horses, and now I have to sell them all. Oh, if he knew Hopalong Cassidy was interested in his horses, he'd be real proud.
Well, they'd get gentle care at the Bar 20.
Could you come out to the ranch this afternoon to look them over?
Oh, I think California, and I'd be pleased to.
Fine. Oh, this is Lou Gribble's general store.
Well, do stores stay closed in the middle of the day on 10 Strike?
Things have been awfully quiet since some of the mines closed down. I guess there's not enough trade for... Oh, there's Lou coming down the street.
Oh, I hope he's got the supplies I need.
He's been so good to me since Dad was killed. Treats me like a daughter.
I'm coming, Molly. Coming.
Hasn't Lou a funny walk? Just like a little boy. Don't hurry, Lou. We won't run off.
We closed up to go fishing. I just heard what happened to Ranch. Awful. It's awful.
It is. But he was lucky this time.
And I'll open up here. We'll be in business in a jiffy.
You've heard Hopalong Cassidy, Lou.
Hopalong Cassidy? I sure have. It's a real pleasure to know you. Yes, sir, a mighty real pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Gribble.
Now, enter my emporium. What you don't see, we ain't got. Shall it be ladies first?
Oh, no. Mr. Cassidy's in a hurry, I know, and I've time.
Well, our wants are simple. Just a side of bacon, 10 pounds of flour, same of jerked beef, and a sack of oats for the horses.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hopalong. Say, was it really the parson what robbed the stage?
So they say. I don't know too much about this parson. No, nothing but a brief shooting acquaintance, Mr. Gribble.
But Miss Laird sure is some fine stock in this here corral, Hoppy.
Yeah, I'd say our late father was a pretty good judge of horse flesh. Too bad she doesn't take care of her stock, though.
Oh, no, Hoppy. Seeing she's a female, I think they'll look right smart. All curried, combed, and grain-fed. And...
All except one, California. That big jumpy roan on the other side of the corral.
Say, now, he do look like he's in a sweat.
I'll just drop a loop around him and get acquainted.
Think Miss Laird don't see us from the house?
Well, what about it? Aren't we inspecting her horses? Well, here goes.
Smack dab around his neck.
Yeah, boy. Nothing to be nervous about.
He sure is a beauty.
Take it easy now, old fella. Take it easy. You know what I'm thinking?
I don't know, Hoppy, but this here horse has been rode hard and unreasonable not long ago.
Right. And turned loose without a rub down. Suggest anything, California?
Yeah. The parson was riding a big roan, wasn't he?
With a white stocking on the off hind leg.
Just like this horse. Hoppy, you don't think the parson couldn't be...
Molly Laird? Hardly California, not a lady road agent.
But if her horse was used in the holdup...
Now, let's not jump at conclusions. Might have been barred. Might be a different horse.
We could find out sure easy enough up at her house.
We might. And we might not, seeing that Miss Laird seems to have a caller.
Why, that's that stage driver, Brophy.
But, Mr. Brophy, I don't really know what business we have to talk over.
Well, you know, your pa was a special friend of mine.
I got to take care of his daughter.
I'm doing very well, thank you.
But you might not, honey, when you find out what I know about you and that holdup today.
I don't know what you mean. Please.
What's wrong with putting my arm around a pretty girl, huh?
I don't like it.
Oh, no, honey. You know, a girl who's mixed up with road agents can't be too choosy.
What?
Not so innocent, little sweetheart. Now, how about us getting to be real good friends?
No.
Little kid?
Get away. Get out.
You quiet down. I happen to know the horse that was used in the hold-up today was your horse.
Let me go. Stop.
You're the lady, Brophy. Let her go.
Oh, Mr. Cassidy.
What's it to you, Cassidy? I'll teach you to butt in, you... Look out, Humpy! I saw that haymaker hardhead. Now catch this. Look, this is the last one you'll see. Try to upset your home this way. They don't call me hardhead for nothing. Humpy, you knocked him plumb through the screen door.
You aren't hurt, are you?
No, thanks. But his head is kind of hard.
Look at him, laying outside there in the grass. Just as sweet and peaceful as if he was a snoozing. The no-good sidewinder.
Oh, you skinned your knuckles.
It doesn't hurt much.
We heard that mule skinner pestering you as we was walking by the porch.
She mentioned one of your horses, I believe.
Oh, it was nothing. Nothing at all worth repeating.
Well, I was just a little curious. One horse in the corral's been ridden hard and not even rubbed down.
Really?
Just thought I'd mention that someone's been mighty careless of your stock.
Oh, I didn't know. Thanks for telling me.
You ride much, Miss Molly?
Me? Oh, I don't get the chance. You see, the horses get so little exercise, I let most anybody who happens to need a horse borrow one.
Well, Miss Molly, with all the mysterious holdups and killings that are going on, it might be wise to be careful about who gets a hold of your horses.
Yeah, might be somebody traces stage robber's horse to its home corral and figure the wrong way about.
And it might also be that if some folks wouldn't get so interested in other people's business, there wouldn't be so many killings.
Well, when a man's shot at, he naturally wants to get the fellow who's trying to kill him.
He'd show more sense if he'd leave us alone.
I don't quite follow you, Miss Molly.
I think it's clear enough. You're doing nothing but stirring up more hatred and revenge and death.
Then you'd rather we just leave the whole thing alone.
That's exactly how I feel. And the sooner you learn that, the quicker we'll find peace around here.
Before we continue with this exciting story, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy. Despite the fact that Molly Laird flared up and demanded that the matter of the killings not be pursued, Hoppy still intends to transact his business deal with her. He is arranging with Mr. Bowers, the banker, to buy the herd of horses that roam Molly's range.
Well, that signature seals the bargain, Mr. Bowers.
Not as high a price as Molly Laird might have gotten, nor as low either. If I was in Hoppy's boots, I wouldn't be buying at all. That's the way she talked to us. You can take the horses any time it's convenient, Mr. Cassidy. Now, I'm a busy man, so if you'll excuse me...
Just a minute, Mr. Bowers. I'm a stranger in these parts.
So I noticed. Observing man, ain't you?
California. I was a little curious about that holdup I witnessed today.
Were you?
Yeah. Do you think this frock-coated masked road agent is a local man?
How should I know?
You might be interested, seeing as how 2 citizens at 10 strike has been planted in Boot Hill because of his playful use of their backs as targets.
How do you know it was the parson who shot them in the back?
Well, that's what Rance's brother said when he was dying.
Well, bandit though he is, until that time he had a fair and square reputation, as road agents go. He was known as a man of courage.
Seems like I'm attacking the reputation of a favorite son of 10 Strike, California.
Mayhap this here hold-up man's a sort of local hero.
Yeah.
You two are strangers here, and I'll give you credit for not knowing that we like to take care of our own troubles.
So I see.
This here's the second person that gets sore when you criticize this parson, fella.
Now, is there anything else?
I guess we can take a hint. Come on, California.
Bald, a saddle, bird, sunfish, and mean, cantankerous, rambunctious, ornery cayuse as I ever saddled up to. Why, why, Hoppy, I'm so darn sore I'm speechless.
Well, if you're speechless, California, I hope I never find you in a talkative mood.
Why, that pigeon-toed rascal. Say, did you notice how he laid his ears back when you mentioned that bandit?
Yeah, he is pigeon-toed, isn't he?
Oh, say, here comes Rance Morgan himself.
Well, must be feeling pretty good to be up and around.
Oh, I was afraid I might not see you before you left 10 Strike, Hoppy.
Oh, I get a feeling we'll be around a short spell.
Is that what got you up and around, Rance?
Well, actually, no. The stage superintendent wanted me to come to the office for an emergency.
You want to take care of that arm.
Well, thanks to you, I didn't lose much blood, and as long as I carry it in a sling, it doesn't hurt too much.
Your emergency doesn't include another holdup, does it?
Well, we're afraid of one. You see, there's an extra-large shipment of gold dust that has to go out tomorrow. Special run, no passengers.
Oh, you ain't in no condition to ride express messenger.
No, and we're short-handed. But I can drive the team. Even Brophy's supposed to have a day off tomorrow.
Expect he's going to have an off day, too.
Huh? I don't follow you.
We'll explain that later. Were you going to suggest something?
Now, Hoppy, don't talk yourself into nothing. We get horses to drive back to the Bar 20. Mm-hmm. We already had a shooting scrape, a fight, and got the banker mad at us. We already... Well...
Yes, California?
We're interested. Dagnabbit.
Well, Hopalong, I told the superintendent about you being here, and... Well, he wondered if you two might do us the special favor of riding that gold shipment through.
We do have a lot of work to do at the Bar 20, Rance.
There's no denying that everybody knows about this gold. About $50,000 worth. I guess that's enough to tempt the parson.
Yeah. And I'd like one more chance to be around when that parson is tempted, son.
Hoppy, how do you figure if this parson gets the drop on us?
Well, if the road isn't blockaded, we'll try to find our way by him.
Most of these fellows depend on surprise. We'll turn the tables.
And if the road is blocked?
Then I'll try to swing the stage around quickly to give us some protection.
And Rance, if the parson does jump us, leave things to California and me.
Oh, sure, son. We're used to this sort of thing. Don't bother us a bit. Why, we'll give him back shot for shot.
It's the parson.
Hoppy, do something.
Thought you were going to help me.
You shot the gun out of his hand, Hoppy.
Now he's ducked behind that bush. Maybe this'll bring him out.
He's skedaddling.
Get on off this stage quick. Let's get our horses.
He'll get away.
We can trail him, Rance.
Well, I'm taking no chances.
We'll bring him back.
I want that killer dead. Dead with my bullets in him.
Doggone. You dropped him like a sack of potatoes.
Yeah. Wish I'd put a few more in him just for good measure.
We could have brought him back, Rance. We had the advantage.
Whose side are you on, anyway, Hoppy? I thought you came out to help me get the parson.
I came out to try to bring justice, Rance, not to see vengeful lead pumped into a man.
He'd have hung anyway. What difference does it make?
Just the difference between law and mob rule.
Well, I haven't time for this lecturing. I've got a gold shipment to think about.
Well, I'll try to get through these bushes and take the parson's body back to 10 Strike.
It ain't going to be easy, Hoppy. He's out there in the thick of it.
You ride along with Rance, California.
I don't need anybody. Things are going to be safe around here now that I got the parson. Even if some folks don't think I should have. Get up there.
I don't like to see you ride on alone, Rance.
You tend to that dead skunk, and I'll tend to my gold. Wish I could wait to see who he is, but I haven't time now.
He's sure in a powerful hurry, Hoppy.
Yeah, and he's pulling a lot of gold. Well, let's get this over with. You cinch tightened?
Yep.
Now, let's cut down through this gully. We're going to have to ride through that manzanita.
Guess the parson's horse is plumb back to 10 strike by now. Them bullets sure scared the poor critter.
Can you see his body?
Right through here, I think.
What's that? Coming from down the road there.
Where the stage is.
Yeah, I knew there'd be trouble when I let that fool kid ride on the road. Come on.
But, son, there's $50,000 worth of gold missing.
But I tell you, it was the parson. I killed him, and still he robbed me.
Well, weren't you alerted against attack?
Well, he was on me before I knew it. He took my gun.
There's something that looks mighty like a gun right here.
Oh, this is another one I had in the stage. I shot at him as he was riding off.
Then those were your shots we heard.
I guess so. The parson didn't fire any.
Most dead men don't.
But you've got to believe me. He rode up here. The parson.
I believe you, Rance.
Well,
You
Hoppy,
see the footprints here?
But that bandit's dead, Hoppy, out in them bushes in the road, dead.
Nobody lives with that much lead in him. But he came back.
I've got to finish the job I started, California. I've got to go back and get that body.
Huh? Well, I'm stark raving mad, I guess. Here you tell Rance you believe his story about the parson holding him up.
I do.
Then you want to go out and get the body of the parson who's been dead all the time.
Can't you do anything but ask questions? So long, California. I'll see you back in town.
Hoppy, you sure are the most unconcerned man I ever did see.
Why should I be concerned, California?
Why, with the bandits being killed and bandits still running loose, and you asked me to take a walk to the bank.
That's right. Just go into the bank and take a look. If things are the way I think they are, you know what to do.
Sure, I know what to do, but that don't mean I like to do it. Now, looky here, Hoppy. What for did you take that road agent's body up to Laird's barn?
Why, it seemed a convenient place to take it, California.
Convenient? Would you mind telling me what you were aiming to do meanwhile?
Oh, I thought I might drop into Lou Gribble's store here and get some beans. I forgot to buy them yesterday.
Beans? Oh, sightseeing in a bank. And at a time like this, why, you're the oddest fella I ever did see.
Why, hello, Mr. Hopalong. What can I do for you?
I came in to buy some beans, Mr. Gribble.
Beans, eh? Say, you're quite the hero around town now you killed the bandits.
I didn't kill anyone. Rance shot the parson.
The parson, huh? Tell me now, who was he?
Well, I think we ought to wait until the county sheriff arrives before we start announcing all the details. After all, there's another bandit loose, you know.
So they say, so they say. You got any IDs?
Only that I need about 5 pounds of beans before I start back to the bar 20.
Oh, sure. I almost forgot. I'll get them right away. Mighty fine weather we're having, isn't it?
I've been noticing that. It hasn't rained for a week, has it?
No, sir, it sure hasn't.
Take him up! The parson, a masked parson.
No, it can't be. You're a ghost.
I'll just relieve you of that $50,000 in gold, Lou Gribble.
Brophy. No, they killed you. I saw you dead myself. It's my gold now.
The gold? Give me the gold.
If you're not dead, I'll make sure. I'll kill you.
Get out, California.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy.
Are you sure you're all right, Mr. Cassidy? I was terrified when I heard all the shooting.
Sure, not a scratch.
By golly, the lead sure did fly awful fast. If Hoppy hadn't been lightning fast in the draw, Gribble would have ventilated my carcass.
You really did a convincing imitation of the parson, California. You had poor Luke Gribble pop-eyed, thinking that hard-head Brophy had come back to life.
Then all along there were two Parsons, because Brophy was driving the stage when that holdup occurred last week.
That's just why Brophy didn't want Rance to shoot the other parson. He was too good an alibi.
I'm sort of confused. What about this here holdup today? It was Brophy's body out there in the bushes?
Yeah, when I returned, I found it turned over and unmasked. There were footprints all around it, matching the footprints in the road by Rance's stagecoach.
Doggone. Even though Lou Gribble was hightailing it with the gold, he couldn't resist stopping to see who the other parson was.
But how did footprints tell you that the bandit was Gribble?
They were pigeon-toed prints, Miss Molly. And there are very few pigeon-toed men. Only two in this town.
Yep, Lou Gribble and the banker, Mr. Bowers. Hoppy figured that the one with the muddy boots would be the bandit. I took a look at the bankers, and they were shiny. So then I put on the parson's rig and came busting into Gribble's store.
I wanted to scare Gribble into a confession. I didn't figure he'd start shooting at what he thought was a ghost.
I felt like I was on my way to being a ghost for a minute there. You know, Hoppy, I'm awful glad.
And what have you got to be glad about?
Well, if being pigeon-toed can get a fella like Gribble into such a heap of trouble, I'm mighty glad I'm people-toed.
And so an exciting adventure ends for Hoppy in California. They'll get back to the Bar 20 just about roundup time and settle down to a peaceful ranch. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
The King of the Cowboys, Roy Rogers, brought to you by Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Out of the West and into your home, riding the range of mystery and adventure, blazing the trail of Western story and song. Foy Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage, that teller of tall tales, Gabby Hayes, the Queen of the West, Dale Evans, and in person, the King of the Cowboys himself, Roy Rogers.
Oh, howdy, folks. This is Roy Rogers. You know, sometimes a cowboy has to go the long way around to protect his cattle. And that's exactly what happened last week in Paradise Valley. Gabby, how about you telling our pals the story?
Why, sure, Roy. Be tickled to help you out. Wranglers, I wish you'd been along last week to see the kind of shooting my pal Roy done. I tell you, it made me proud to point him out and say, now there's a feller that I learned. Yes, sir, he done some right smart shooting. Well, we call this story The Plot Against the Bank. And it started on Roy's Double R Bar Ranch down Paradise Valley. Roy and me was looking over the cattle.
Easy, Trigger. Hey, Pappy, that heifer with the star on her face, she doesn't belong to us, does she?
Whereabouts?
There at the edge of the herd.
Why, sure enough. Carrying John Pickens' brand, ain't she? Well, John won't ever know the difference.
What are you doing, Gabby? Tempting me to be a cattle thief?
Well, now, son, that heifer's probably been eating our grass all summer.
No, sir, she's John Pickens. And John needs every heifer he can get. He's had hard going since he took over that ranch he operates. Listen.
Sounds like a woman, son.
Hello, Dale?
Clear out here among the cows. Son, why don't you grow a beard like mine? They let you alone then. Maybe.
Boy, I was going to leave the town and pick the check for our herd of yearlings to the bank when Bill Lang rode up.
Say, you better catch your breath, Dale.
How is old Bill, Dale? He growed horns and haired over yet?
Bill told me not to put the check in our bank, Roy. He said our bank was broke, might not open its doors tomorrow.
What?
He's calling on all his friends and telling them so they can get their money out in time.
If a man wanted the bank to go broke, he couldn't go at it in a better way.
What do you mean, son?
Well, if enough people demand their money at one time, a bank might run short of cash and not be able to pay some of them off.
Why, when I gave Mr. McPhail my $3.40, he told me I'd get it back any time I wanted it.
Sure, but the bank loans out some of the money people deposit, so folks can buy ranches and homes and things they want.
Of course.
If everybody demands their money at once, the bank just won't have enough cash on hand to pay them. And maybe the only way it could get cash would be to take the homes of the people who borrowed the money.
Now, that sure would make the birds stop singing.
Gabby, when you take this heifer back over to Jack Pickens tonight, I think I'll ride along with you. Stop off and see Bill. I imagine he'll be able to tell us who or what's behind all these rumors. You took your own money out of the bank, Bill?
Yesterday, and if you're smart, Rogers, you'll be first in line tomorrow morning to do the same thing.
Frankly, I think I'll let my money stay right where it is, unless I get something more reliable to go on.
Are you saying my word isn't reliable, Rogers?
I'm saying you haven't given me any real evidence that the bank is shaking.
Wait a minute, Rogers. Well, you're practically calling me a liar.
I'm not calling you anything. I'm just saying we haven't got one single thing to go on except rumors. And I'd like to trace down and find out who started it.
Don't look at me. I didn't start him. Get out, Rogers. Get out of here.
All right, Bill. But I have an idea you and I will meet again before this matter is finally settled.
What can you find out, son?
Nothing I can put my finger on. How about you?
Well, John Pickens didn't seem to know anything about the bank being shaky, but I met a couple other fellers on the trail, and they heard the same thing Dale did.
How'd they hear it?
Same way Dale heard it. Bill told them. Confidential, like.
He did, eh? Pappy, if this rumor keeps growing, trouble is really going to start. Everybody in Paradise Valley will be at the bank in Mineral City, wanting to draw out their money.
Well, them fellers I met said they'd be on hand when the bank opened. Said they was going to get their money while the getting was good.
Maybe you and I better be there, too.
Oh, shucks, on my $3.40 ain't.
We'll take the riders with us, and Dale, too. Then if trouble does start, we'll be ready.
That's a good idea. I'll have my shooting irons ready.
I think one man's behind this whole thing. I don't know why he wants the bank to fail, but it looks like he does, and we've got to find a way stopping him, and quick.
Look at that crowd, Roy.
Just like you said, son. Everybody in the territory is there, waiting for the bank to open.
You riders better take your places.
Sure, Roy. You bet your life.
You want me up front, boy?
Yeah, Dale. And let's make it look as though we're coming into town on some kind of a celebration. Might be a good idea to sing something and get their minds off of the bank. Try to keep the crowd listening long enough so I can go into the bank and see Mr. McPhail.
Hey, look! Roy Rogers and the riders from the Double R Bar. They heard about the bank, too.
Get ready, boys. Dale. You bet we've heard about the bank, and we're going to try to do something about it. But just so nobody flies off the handle too soon, let's have a good time while we're waiting for the bank to open. Fine. I got Dale and the riders with me. How'd you like to hear a song? Do your best, Dale. Okay. Act like it was a celebration. I'll stay with you as long as I can, then I'll ride around to the back, go in and see if I can see Mr. McPhail that way.
We're gonna have a cowgirl polka, so you'd better curl up your hair. Better paint your lips and cheeks too, 'cause the cowboys will be there. We're gonna have some western music and a great big barbecue. You'd better wear some spurs that jingle, so the boys will look at you. And when you choose yourself a partner, be it him or Jack or Joe, make yourself light as a feather when you do the heel and toe. There'll be some dancing and romancing when the moon is full and bright. Don't forget the cowgirl polka at the Double R Bar tonight.
Dale, you and the boys are on your own now. I'll cut out and go see Mr. McPhail.
Okay, Roy, good luck. Don't forget the cowgirl polka at the Double R Bar tonight.
Who? Right here, Trigger. You wait for me. Mr. McPhail! Mr. McPhail! It's me, Roy Rogers.
Rogers, what are you doing?
I'm not here to make trouble, Mr. McPhail. I'm here to help.
Come in, quick.
Mr. McPhail, I want the honest truth. Can this bank pay out all the depositors' money?
This bank's as good as sweet, Roy. If I'd found out about the rumor sooner, I could have paid every depositor every cent he had coming. The bank at Broken Arrow would give us enough cash to stave off any run, but that's out of the question now.
Why?
Well, it's an all-day ride to Broken Arrow, Roy.
You give me a letter to the bank there, and I'll go for the money.
No, we're too late. The crowd's outside now.
I'll explain to the crowd. I'll tell them the bank won't be able to open up until day after tomorrow.
Well, all right, Roy. Go out, do the explaining. I'll write a letter to Broken Arrow.
Now you're talking. And as soon as this thing's over, I promise I'll give my full time to seeing who started the rumor against you and the bank and what their reason is. Who, easy boy. Dale?
Yeah?
Come here a minute, will you? Listen, Gabby and I are riding for Broken Arrow right away. I'll explain why to the crowd. While we're going, I want you to keep a sharp eye on Mr. McPhail.
On Mr. McPhail?
Well, I think he's all right. In fact, I'm sure he is. But I have to ask the folks to agree to closing the bank until day after tomorrow. That will give McPhail a perfect chance to get away if he wants to.
Roy, McPhail is honest.
But if he isn't, if he does anything that looks suspicious, you hit the trail for Broken Arrow. Ride as hard as you can until you find Gabby and me.
Well, Wranglers, that's the way the week started from my partner, Roy, and me. Before today come around, we'd had more excitement than a bear breaking into a hive of bees. Tell you more about it as soon as we hold a meeting with another good friend of ours.
The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats. The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats.
You know, most everybody has a secret ambition down at the bottom of his or her heart. Some favorite sport or project they want to make good at in a great big way. Well, it can make a big difference what kind of breakfast you eat. Your best bet is a good Quaker Oats breakfast, because Quaker Oats helps grow the stars of the future. Yes, doctors say the more often youngsters eat a good oatmeal breakfast, the better they grow. That's because a recent survey shows only one school child in 5 gets the kind of a breakfast he should have. There's more growth, more endurance for you ambitious youngsters in nourishing oatmeal than any other whole grain cereal. There's more energy, more stamina for hard-working grown-ups in nourishing oatmeal than any other whole grain cereal. Yet for all these benefits, Quaker Oats still costs less than a penny a serving. Yes, still costs less than a penny a serving. Order delicious Quaker Oats from your grocer tomorrow. A giant in nutrition, in value, in flavor.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats.
pay close attention now. Before we're through, you're going to witness some fine and fancy shooting done by my partner, Roy Rogers. Roy and me had our suspicions about the trouble at the bank, but we paid no mind to them because it was more important right then to ride over to the Broken Arrow and get the money. Well, we got it without any fuss. Fuss started when we was on our way back.
I wouldn't have insisted on bedding down here, Gab, except that I know a man your age can't stand to ride all night.
You young whippersnapper. I can get up there right now and ride the heels off you.
I believe you'd do it, too, Pappy.
Ain't right I would. Man of my age.
Well, we've done enough riding for today anyway. We're sure of getting back in time, and that's what matters.
Uh-huh. Nobody'll be happier than when we ride in with all this money than John Pickens.
Why John Pickens?
Well, when I was giving him the white-faced heifer and kind of feeling him out to see if he knowed about the bank being shaky, he was telling me how he'd saved enough to pay off the mortgage on his place.
Oh?
Due tomorrow. His money's sitting right there in the bank. He can't get it unless the bank opens.
With the mortgage paid off, though, John will have one of the best outfits in the valley. Most anybody'd like to own it.
Especially the feller that owns the mortgage, from what John says.
Wait a minute. Somebody's out there. Gabby, I'll slip around and see if I can get it behind them. If they're looking for trouble, we'll give it to them. All right.
All right in there. We got you covered. Yeah, don't move.
You feller, you speaking to me?
To you and your partner.
Oh, I reckon you were making a mistake, mister. I'm by myself.
Where'd your partner go?
Ain't got no partner. I'm a lone prospector.
We know you got a partner. Where is he?
Hey, wait! I got him, Gabby. I roped one up.
You're shooting there, son. The other feller's getting away.
No, Gabby.
Oh, hold him right there, son. Right there. Tight now. And I'll touch up his chin just a little mite. That's it now. Steady now. I want to take a true aim. Well, what do you know, Roy? I've done it. I cooled him off like a mosquito on a cake of ice.
This might be more than just a simple holdup. Some mighty strange things been going on about that bank. I reckon we'll stay right where we are for the rest of the night. Gabby, we wouldn't want anybody to find us out on an open trail where we couldn't defend ourselves.
But I tell you, I don't know who my partner was. We met in town. He told about you carrying the money, and we decided to get it.
Let's tie him on his horse, Gabby. We'll start back.
A likely story.
Figure, come on, boy. We're heading for home. That's it, fella.
Wait a minute, son. Ain't that Dale riding along the trail ahead?
Yeah, it looks like her.
Well, she was to come for us if Mr. McPhail acted suspicious, remember?
Hey, Dale! What's wrong? McPhail? Run away?
Yes. Bill Lang helped him. I was watching like you told me. And early this morning, Bill and one of his men went to McPhail's house. They went in, got Mr. McPhail, and the three of them rode away together.
Well, something is wrong with the bank after all, I guess. Only I can't imagine McPhail and Bill in on a deal together.
I came as fast as I could, Roy.
That means the bank won't open?
Oh, who is he?
Oh, just a varmint that tried to hold Roy and me up. I had to stump his jaw a little mite before it stopped.
Does that mean the bank won't open?
I'm afraid it does.
Then Bill Lang double-crossed us. He hired us to get you, Rogers.
Hired you?
Yeah. Bill Lang said there'd be $500 deposited in the bank for each of us. My partner and me. We could keep you from getting home for 2 days.
So that's it.
Uh-huh. We weren't to touch the money you were carrying. Our job was just to keep you from getting back with it for 2 days. But if he's double-crossed us, then I'm...
Tighten your cinch, Gabby. We're riding into town. Now we know what we're looking for.
Son, up ahead. There's a sight that's going to make you want to cry. The people.
You told them you'd be back with the money. They're at the bank waiting for you.
Yeah, they trusted me, and now the bank can't...
the money from Broken Arrow,
We got it, but... It's going to be hard to tell them. Folks, just a minute.
Miss Dale, I thought you said Bill had gone away with McPhail.
I did.
Hold it a minute, folks.
Well, there he is on the edge of the crowd. Son, Bill Lang is here.
Go get him, Gabby. Bring him here.
It's a pleasure.
Peaceable or otherwise, but bring him in. All right, folks. I want to tell you what happened.
You told us enough already, Roy, as long as you got the money with you. Roy,
I guess your getting back on time means more to me than anybody else in town.
Hey, John. You know Dale, John Pickens.
Sure, how are you?
Well, we're neighbors. You know, Roy, the mortgage on my place is due today. The money for it's in the bank. If that bank hadn't opened, well, I just have lost the whole work.
Well, here's your friend, son. William Thomas Lang in Pussum.
Rogers, I see you saved the day for us ranchers.
I reckon you've got a little explaining to do, Bill. And I'm going to ask you to do it in front of all these folks.
Oh, I'd be glad to explain anything at all.
All right, try this then. Where's the 500 you promised Vincent Hutton and me?
What's that? Who's this man?
Well, he says you promised to pay him if he kept us from getting back on time.
I never saw that man before in my life.
You're lying.
I leave it to my friends. Now, you've known me for years. I may have been sharp in business, but have you ever seen me do a really dishonest thing? There, you see? It's my word against his. Mine ought to carry more weight in this territory.
You did hire us. You know you did.
One thing more, Bill. Where is Mr. McPhail?
Why, isn't he here?
Dale said you and one of your riders went to Mr. McPhail's house early this morning and rode away with him.
That is an outrageous...
Don't call Dale a liar, not in front of me.
Oh, well, my dear, you must be mistaken.
No, I am not mistaken.
I just now came from my ranch. It couldn't have been me you saw. No. Well, now, is there anything else, Roger?
Nothing right now.
But I'm terribly sorry that McPhail has absconded, Roger. That means the bank can't open, despite your brave effort.
Bill, just a minute.
Oh, yes, John, yes. Is something I can do for you?
Roy, Bill holds the mortgage on my place.
So you're the man, Bill.
Yes, Roger, that's correct. And the mortgage is due today. So, John, my boy, if the bank doesn't open, you won't be able to pay me, will you?
Things are beginning to add up.
Yes, that's too bad. You've got one of the best outfits in the country. You've worked mighty hard.
Bill, John's going to pay you off right now.
Where will he get the money?
I've got it right here.
You can't touch that money, Rogers. It belongs to the bank.
I'll borrow enough so John can pay you off. These folks will witness the whole transaction.
I will not accept that money. This isn't legal.
You'd better accept it. If you don't, the folks are witnesses to the fact you refused it. And that ends your claim for all time.
I'll get you for this, Rogers. I'll get you for this. It's the very last thing I do.
Oh, Roy, I don't know how to thank you.
You men with horses, we're organizing right now to look for Mr. McPhail. Gather out in every direction. We can't open the bank until we find him. Let's search every inch of this valley. Meet me at my place at noon to report and have a big feed. All right, let's go. Fellas, dig in. Have some dinner.
Sure, there's plenty of barbecue here.
We didn't find McPhail this morning, but we will this afternoon.
Roy, I got him. I found McPhail.
Well, Pappy.
Straight ahead, you varmint, and don't look to the right or left.
Say, Pappy, how'd you do it?
He was in that old miner shack on Diamond W, pretending to be tied hand and foot.
Bill Lang. Where's Bill Lang?
Hey, you'd better sit down, Mr. McPhail. You're all in.
Yes, pretending, that's all.
Bill Lang and one of his riders came to my house early this morning. They told me you were back. They took me to the edge of town, and then somebody jumped us. I was knocked out, but only for a minute. I could hear them talking. I could tell from what they said, Bill had engineered the whole scheme.
Bill?
Yeah, they were talking about you, Roy. How Bill had sent some of his riders to delay you, and how you'd caught one, but the others escaped and gotten back to tell him. Bill was trying to keep you from getting back on time, Roy. I don't know why, but when he found he couldn't, he tried to keep me from getting to the bank today. He didn't want the bank to open today.
Mr. McPhail, you just made everything add up right nice and clear.
Well, I don't seem to understand.
Well, Bill Lang wanted to take over John Pickens' ranch. John had to pay off the mortgage today, and all of his money was in the bank.
Why, golly, son, that's it. If the bank was closed, even for today, John wouldn't be able to pay off in time, and Bill had got one of the most valuable outfits around here for practically nothing.
Roy, quick!
John, what is it?
Bill Lang. Bill and one of his men, they've driven a wagon load of black powder up on a hill above your lake. Yeah, they lit a long fuse. Now they're letting the wagon down the side of the hill with ropes. They want to blow up the dam, sludge out. I'll get the light. Get out by the gate, Roy. You can see it plain.
What are you going to do?
We've got to explode that powder before it gets to the dam.
Hold to it, son. Quiet now, everybody. Quiet, please. Aim good, son. Oh, missed. Careful this time now, son. Careful.
Where are you, boy? Come here. John, are Bill and his riders still around that hill?
Well, sure. They were lowering the wagon with a rope.
All right, let's go get them. This is it, Midget. We've got to get them, boy. Run your heart out, big boy. We've got to get them.
You know, millions of people turn out to see Roy Rogers every year in his Republic feature pictures and in Roy's own rodeo show. They whistle and cheer and love the rootin' tootin' He-Man way Roy races Trigger headlong through a scene. Yep, Roy's a real star. Now, here's a tip to you fellas and girls. Here it is in Roy Rogers' own words. Roy says, "My folks brought me up on Quaker Oats." Yes, sir, that's straight from Roy Rogers to you. So you fellas and girls, let good, nourishing breakfast of Quaker Oats help you become the stars of the future. Because doctors say the more often youngsters eat a good oatmeal breakfast, the better they grow. So you put a bee in Mom's bonnet to cook up a quick, nourishing breakfast of delicious Quaker Oats tomorrow morning. Reminder to buy Quaker Oats, a giant in nutrition, in value, and flavor.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats.
Well, the way I figure, Bill Lang bit off more than he could chew when he started the rumor.
He sure did.
It might have worked, though. A simple rumor, a run on the bank, and the bank closing for a couple of days. He might have gotten John's ranch that way if other things hadn't happened.
Such as me giving a hold-up man that awful shellacking?
Right, Gabby.
And then me going out and locating McPhail when nobody else could?
Yes, sir, Gabby, you did right well today. I'm mighty proud to have you as my partner.
Oh, shucks.
And Dale, you did right well, too. Coming for us and a little while ago fixing dinner for the men. I'm mighty proud to have you as my neighbor.
Thank you, Roy.
I sure waded into that hold-up man, didn't I, son? Punched him up one side and down the t'other. Tell me honest now, son, did you ever see such a fight as that in all your life?
Never, Gabby. I never did.
I told you you'd witness some mighty fine shooting, didn't I? Yes, sir, and I learned my partner Roy all he knows about guns. Well, as long as everybody's here now, Roy, Dale, the riders of the Purple Sage, we thought maybe you'd enjoy a little of our kind of music. Of course, I don't claim to have learned them this, but I coached them just a little mite.
the darkness sheds its veil, there'll be blue shadows on the trail. But until the darkness sheds its veil, there'll be blue shadows on the trail. Shadows on the
Well, that's all for now, folks. This is Roy Rogers saying to all of you, from all of us, goodbye, good luck, and may the good Lord take a liking to you. See you next week.
Don't forget Marva made out of the sunshine and the frown from a rainy day.
Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals, presents the Roy Rogers Show each week at this same hour, with the writers of the Purple Sage, Dale Evans, Gabby Hayes, and the king of the cowboys himself, Republic Pictures' great star in person, Roy Rogers.
Can you still get some of those light and luscious golden brown Aunt Jemima pancakes for Sunday supper? Can you?
Why, sure. Just add milk or water to my Aunt Jemima pancake ready mix and pop 'em on the griddle.
Exciting for thrilling culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty, experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.
This video sign. If you're listening to rumble.com/c/GAR, we will continue in just a moment after the national anthem.